Think it does. Yeah, okay. What's up, people? How y'all doing? Let me real quick. What's up, Ness? How old are you? I'm 19. Not about to run the debate. That's true. That's true. Okay, got the fucking thing set up. What's up, Anarch? How you doing? We'll be presumably doing stuff in a second here. Is that Jubilee guy gonna be here? Why do you think the title is named? It's named that. I believe so. Tired of streaming to 0? Let's change that. I gotta go to that. I gotta go to the Kick fucking bot website. Let's go. Which video is the guy even from? Do you mean like which segment? He's from that Mehdi Crustet loser. It looked like he was gonna cry. I don't think either of them necessarily. I don't think either of them like crushed one another. I think Mehdi is more correct, but I do also think that he had a I mean, Mehdi's not an economist. I'm not an economist, but I maybe not as confident as Mehdi is at pretending like I am. Yeah, see, I changed it for the IRL stream, but we're good now. He's on the newest one. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, he's from this one. This insane. This has been going fucking viral because it's like, literally like the most insane fucking people ever. Like they are just like openly. I haven't seen the whole video, but I've seen clips. I've seen the guy who I'm going to talk to, what he said. It's like literally like the most insane. People who openly call themselves fascists, people who openly like just want essentially white nationalism. It's interesting. It's interesting. Dude, I'm worried if I even play like a little bit of this, I'm gonna get fucking concentrated. I have preventative measures that I can deploy, but it's really annoying. Also, what's up, Paul Marley? Welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
And backwards cap, no less. Yeah, I know.
Nice to meet you. All right, so first, before I start, I need to know what you mean by good. I can talk about the economy, I can talk about culture, I can talk about all those things. I need to know what you mean.
All of them. I'm saying immigrants are good for the economy, they're good for culture, they're good for society. Where's the lower wages?
What do you mean, where's the lower wages?
Where's the lower wages?
Yeah, so you can
What's
look
the
at
basis for saying no lower wages?
Sure, so you can look at like...
Thanks for the sub, the Rizal 15. Hell yeah.
Been in like a complete and total recession.
Yep, seen a clip of that guy openly saying he's fascist, and then everyone around him started clapping. Yeah, I know. Generally, I've never been more disgusted with my life, dude. Yeah, I know. It's I don't even know how they found all these people. And thank you, I don't know how to pronounce that one. Tacked off of for the YouTube sub as well.
There's been tons of studies like from the Economic Policy Institute that shows that like companies like Tesla, companies from Silicon Valley,
we have the horseshoe theory is real. Okay, guys, we have the right. Well, it's kind of weird to call I am 15. That's for him. So it's kind of weird to call Economic Policy Institute or this guy. Sorry, right wing, I guess. But this guy's chopped as holy fuck shit. He looks like Ninja Turtle. Stop making fun of his Jewish heritage. Okay, I have no clue if he's Jewish, but I think he'll probably be mad if I call him Jewish. So anyway, we're about to get started here. What's up?
Hello. Hold on. Let me change my audio set.
Sure.
Okay, what's up? Okay, what's up, man?
Not much. Not much. Having a good time.
Me too. Let me grab a. Are you on? Are you on Twitch? Are you live right now?
Yeah. I'm live. I'm live like everywhere. Yeah.
Can you send me a link so I can send it to people? Like what? Send me if you like we have a YouTube link. If you could send it to me.
Yeah. If you look in the, hold on.
Oh wait. I see it. I see it.
I was gonna say, yeah, the stream announcements channel should have basically all my links. Yeah.
So are we? Are you watching? Are you watching the Jubilee episode, or do you want to have a? Or you do want to?
I was planning on talking to you first, and then afterwards watching the Jubilee episode. Although I have seen your clip from the Jubilee episode. Only the
I had two clips.
Yeah, I was about only the immigration one. I don't I don't I don't know how much I care about the Gaza stuff. I don't know what I yeah. Oh damn, he's muted. What the hell? Ask him about veganism.
Okay,
Maybe
okay.
we'll-
I
maybe
just
we'll
grab a beer real quick. Okay, yeah. What's up, man?
Sure.
What are we gonna talk about? What you want to talk about?
Okay. So I've seen your clip. I don't. How much do you know about me? Do you know anything?
I know you're one of those like globe cucks on Twitter. Probably something like a neo-lib. You're friends with someone I'm friends with. They told me I should
Mhm.
talk to you. I was like, yeah, I'll talk to him first.
Oh, who?
We'll
Sam
see.
or
We'll-
Sample?
It was sample text.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm buddies with Sample, obviously. Yeah, I'm a globe cuck. So like, I'm 19. I don't have an econ degree, but I like learning about econ.
Right.
And I don't want to speak over confidently about things I don't know for sure about. I think it's possible you know some econometrics I don't. But I have issues with almost every claim you made in the Jubilee thing.
All right, sure. What's the contention?
Okay, the first thing you said, I wrote them down. One, you said you were questioning Mehdi Hasan about whether immigration was good for the economy, and he said, "Oh, you think lower wages are good for the economy?" I think that one, obviously, there's a question of how much immigrants lower wages, and then two, there's a question of if they are net negative, even if they do lower wages to some extent.
Okay. Would you agree that there's winners and losers to immigration? Would you agree to that?
Yes, but that's less clear to me long term, but I think it's an overall benefit.
In what way?
It seems like the evidence we have shows that like the long term wages, even with even in like the same occupation that or even with people immigrants are directly competing against, like it doesn't seem like the effects are that pronounced. But
it matters what data you're looking at. I mean, so usually what the claim is immigration has a negligible impact on wages, and in the long term, it might even turn positive. Because I think usually the argument is like immigrants are going to force up people, right? Like if you're like a native working, and the firm you're working at like hires an immigrant, what they'll do is they won't displace you or lower their wages. They might even promote you to a managerial position. That's like the argument Perry makes. I'm not convinced of that. But you can look at like I think it's Price, 2020, and then of course there's the occupational study I sent or that I
Right.
referenced in the debate. There's a couple others too that don't look at like occupational wide approach, but they'll look at like a very specific sector. I forget who the author was, but they looked at construction and they found a pretty significant negative impact from immigration on construction wages.
so
I mean,
so I think for one, I think Mehdi's claim is about wages overall, and I think it's obviously I would I think most pro-immigration people are going to say it's likely that the immigrants or the native workers who are directly competing against immigrants might experience some negative effects in wages, right? But like if we should probably care. I think what's more relevant for policy is probably the overall effect on wages, and it doesn't seem like that is that big. And I don't think
immigrants aren't going to lower the wages of people they're not competing with, right? But if you expand the
right.
amount of immigration into the country, they're going to be competing with more and more people. And then there's also one thing you got to realize here is what's the counterfactual if we don't have immigrants? Now, this is something I didn't get to mention. I mentioned very briefly, but it's actually a much larger point, which is that immigrants essentially cause white flight. And what I mean by that is when immigrants come into an area, and usually they migrate to very wealthy areas, it calls people to leave those areas, but it also
Mhm.
causes less people to move into those areas. And the problem is immigrants go to very wealthy areas. They go to big metropolitan cities that have a lot of wealth in them. So, and so the point here that I'm making is immigration disrupts internal migration a lot. And so if it is the case that they're going to these very wealthy cities, and this is causing not only people to leave these wealthy cities, but it's also causing people who probably would have moved to those cities if there was no immigrants, then you're looking at a counterfactual situation that maybe can't even be measured. That is probably going to significantly lower wages, lower people's living standards if they weren't here to begin with.
Well, I think it's not clear that it's not clear to me that would represent sort of an overall decrease in living standards. So I agree, like to some extent, and this is, I think, part of your issue with like the spatial analysis that the Mehdi guy was citing, right? Is that it doesn't necessarily account for the type of internal migration that happens.
Yeah, because
But like,
right.
yeah, right. But I
Well,
think
immigrants only go into very specific low skilled sectors. That's why I mentioned aggregation. It probably wasn't clear what I meant by that. They aggregate in very specific sectors, usually agriculture, construction. A lot of them are maids, and they don't touch a lot of other sectors. Now, the problem is when you're doing something that like maybe Perry does, where you just look. The most famous situation was the Cuban immigrants in Florida.
right.
I'm sure you're familiar with Borjas and that debate that
Yeah.
caused that. And what they did was they just looked at the marital boat lift, and they looked at these Cubans went in here to this area, and then they looked at the area, and they might have done a different indifference with compared to areas that immigrants didn't go to compared to that area that they did go to, or they might have looked at the area before and then after immigration. But they're just looking at that area and seeing how wages reflected. And the only problem is that when immigrants go into a given area, competition, they only go into very specific sectors. And so if you want to actually see the real impact that immigrants have on wages, you want to look at the people they're actually competing with. You don't want to look at the people they're not competing with. Obviously, there's going to be a very negligible effect on that. But if you want to increase the amount of immigrants coming, then you're going to see more and more immigrants competing with more and more people. That's the contention I'm having here.
Sure. So I think, again, what's probably relevant actually, number one, it might take me, I think it would take me a lot more research to determine who was right about the effects of wages on, in the case of like, the Cuban, the Cuban, what's it called?
The only thing I'll say about that is Borjas offered publicly to debate a couple people who rebutted him, and they did not take him up on that challenge. That's the only thing I'll say about that.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've seen good written responses to Borjas.
I was just briefly referencing that. Yeah, Borjas makes a lot of silly assumptions you shouldn't make.
Okay. Isn't Borjas' sample size also like really small in some cases? Like, isn't it like very simple?
Biggest issue is that he assumes perfect substitution, which you
Sure.
should not be. You shouldn't be doing.
I think that's actually. I think I was reading another paper earlier that I think actually argued that's a problem with a lot of skill cell analysis is that spatial analysis don't necessarily have actually, but so I think obviously the Montreal boat lift research is like at the very least like mixed, and I would say mixed. I would have I would probably on a balance of evidence just based on like intuition and based on like the people who I respect what they say, like I would on balance say, right, that it seems like the evidence points to that even for people who face direct competition, their wages did not increase that much and seem to have rebounded relatively quickly. But I think obviously, like if we're concerned that like, certain, sectors of the economy are going to experience slightly lower wages than they otherwise would have. One, I think, obviously there can be like benefits to that. Like for one, the immigrant obviously benefits, but the company that hires them also benefits, right? There may be spillover benefits if we see
we love lower wages, right? We love we
well, look,
love
I think
people
if
getting
you
paid less money, right?
well again, so now we have to distinguish between the total effect and the effect on certain sectors. So like
Pull up something
all
cool.
all else equal, I might not think that lower construction wages are like good, but if lower construction wages means that companies build more plants, which means that more workers are employed overall, like that's a good thing. That could, increase wages in other sectors too, right? Like I think that's an overall benefit.
I disagree. I disagree with this point. I don't think what. Hold on, I'm gonna DM you this study real quick. This is called "The Winners and Losers of Immigration" by it's by Price and colleagues, 2020. It's a more recent study. Well, I I don't think what's the barriers to building more stuff, more homes, is because the cost of labor and construction is the issues. Most of the reasons why this is a critique that Bruneg made of Kamala Harris's housing policy. What's burying people from building more things, particularly more homes, is not the affordability to build these things. It's like due to like zoning laws. It's due to like
Hmm.
like what people are actually able to build. I don't think paying construction, like we need immigrants to build things, that is contributing that much to the lack of building of homes. It's more so like it's literally illegal to build homes in a given area.
So yeah, I kind of agree with that. What I'm trying to, I think obviously I think zoning laws are the primary issue. It's not actually the marginal cost of building homes, right? I think there's
Right.
good research on that. Like from New York, we have that good study, but or from Manhattan, I guess specifically. What I'm trying to get is that like obviously like it's not like always bad or it's not always bad on net for a certain sector of the economy to experience wage decline if other sectors benefit. So, for example, construction, I agree that, housing might not see a big benefit because it's illegal to build housing. But if companies can build factories easier because of lower construction wages, that clearly would have a positive effect on not only businesses, but other workers and every consumer.
Well, there's two things here. Number one, I don't think that businesses are not like I don't think factories and whatnot are not opening up shop in the United States because labor is a big issue. Or they might be trying to increase profitability with like all onshoring and whatnot. But like I don't think excuse me, drank the beer too fast. I don't think lowering wages is a necessary for factories to open up shop more. But even if it was, let's say there was, I think there's like very easy ways to mediate that. For example, we'll take a brief example. We'll use Biden's Chips Act, right? So what happened is we subsidized a lot of factories and semiconductor manufacturing to come to the United States. One of the most successful ones was Arizona, and they're doing pretty well. So even if it was the case that labor costs from, let's just say, immigration restriction would prohibit factories from being able to produce things, I think there's just ways to mediate that with government policy. I don't think the answer is we'll just bring in all these immigrants, and so that will
So I
solve the
think
problem. I think there's other ways to mediate that.
okay, so what I'm trying to get across is mostly like just the conceptual benefit of like of certain like cost savings being passed through to consumers or businesses being able to invest easier because of things. Like I agree specifically, it's unlikely that like immigration is going to have such a significant effect on like labor cost or whatever that the U.S. is actually going to see more like factories being built. Obviously, we're mostly a service sector economy, but I do think it's likely that there are indirect effects or like second order effects from lowering wages to the extent that it happens that can obviously outweigh the cost to the individual's experiencing wage decline.
Well,
Like,
this just seems like an empirical question. Does immigration lowering wages cause like an increase of employment or a decrease in consumer prices? I'm not convinced that it does. But also,
well, I mean, I don't think
I,
it's you agree conceptually, like
conceptually,
that is it.
yes,
Like, sure,
I do
okay.
agree conceptually, yes, but I don't think just because you can abstractly conceptualize things and like that justifies letting in like a bajillion
Well, it
police.
seems
I don't
like
really.
I mean, like I don't like very. It seems very plausible that like if the price of labor goes down, there's going to be more labor demanded, right? And that companies would, if their marginal costs decrease, at least sometimes pass that savings on to consumers. Like I think there's probably good reasons to believe that.
Yeah, but now you got to realize though is that a lot of the people now, because you've decreased the cost of labor, i.e., decreasing wages, that even though the cost for the consumer is going to go down, now a lot of people are getting paid less. And so like
Well,
is their purchasing power own net increased? And the answer to that would seem to be no. Actually, I actually have a study about this. Let me find it real quick.
okay. Well, I think it's hard for me to imagine that if one or very few sectors of like low skilled workers are hurt, it seems unlikely that on net like you'd actually see a decrease in purchasing power, especially because there seems to be I believe there's evidence. I think I have some studies on that. I can probably find them.
You can check that out real quick. So,
that find that like low skill immigrants actually probably increase wages for high skill workers in the U.S.
That's definitely true. That's true, but that's just like do we really want to have a policy where like we're doing like redistribution of wealth from like the bottom up, like, and then like what's the utility of that? Like obviously that's going to be.
I don't think
like,
that's.
You can do a utility calculus on this. Like that's obviously going to lower utility.
I'm not sure that's the case. So for one, I don't think it's really a redistributing policy, right? Like I think it's arguably more redistribution for the government to actually, restrict immigration to prevent that from happening than it is for the government just to sort of let market forces, do their thing.
No,
right?
You misunderstood what I said. I said if we're going to have a policy of open immigration and then you go higher skilled natives are going to benefit from this because now the cost of their goods is cheaper. It might be true, but the reason why the cost of their goods are cheaper is because there's a decrease of wages from lower skilled people, and so I said that's like a redistribution policy from the bottom up.
Okay, sure. So I think the reason, so on the price point, I think obviously if price goes down, that benefits everyone, and presumably that would actually benefit.
It just matters because now people have less money to spend on the prices, right?
Well, certain sectors would have less money. But I think I believe.
Right, and the prices of that, it's going to be the prices that are going to go down are going to be the people of that specific sector, right? Like the prices of a good in that sector that's producing the good, that price will go down, but so are the wages of the people in that sector.
Yeah, but obviously we would imagine there's more people buying most of these goods than there are people hurt by.
Right, but you're advocating to increase the amount of immigration coming into the country. So you're going to see more immigrants going into more sectors.
Well, I mean, I think for the most part, sort of the proportion of immigrants going into each sector would probably hold. There'd just kind of be more overall immigration.
The proportion of immigrants? No, they're going to go to more sectors.
I mean, I would imagine. They might go to more. I think they might go to more sectors, but I think you would probably see like essentially the same proportion of like low skill immigrants versus whatever other immigrants like coming into the U.S. I think that's probably likely.
I mean, you're seeing the proportion of foreign born people in different sectors like rising, like, and you're seeing like the foreign born population of different states rising. Like it's kind of obvious. The more immigrants that you bring in, the more.
Yes, but part of that is also just because the U.S. Part of that's also because U.S. birth rates are lower, right? Like, so that's not necessarily indicative of increased immigration. That's also indicative of our own birth rate falling.
No, well, no, not really, because if it's both. It's really both things. But if the foreign-born population of something's increasing, that's because for the most part, the foreign-born population is increasing. Like even if like the native-born population's decreasing, you're still seeing an increase of the foreign-born population, at least on that.
Well, yeah, sure, but I think isn't the from my understanding, like the percent of the percent of the U.S. population, or the number of immigrants as a percent of U.S. population, like coming over every year, has been like relatively like stable, right? This isn't because we've seen like a huge increase.
Not really during Biden.
I'm pretty sure even during Biden's term, How many immigrants do you
There's an
think came
explosion
over?
of foreign-born population during Biden's term, but I mean, yeah, there's been a year-over-year increase of foreign-born population into the country. Like you're letting in all of these people, yeah. I mean, that's tallying up the amount of foreign-born people that are in the country. Fuck, drop my babe.
Damn. I don't think it's
Bad
I think
about
it's basically. I mean, this is what I've seen. Yeah, like we basically reached close to the same levels we had in the 1900, like under the evil Biden regime. I'm pretty sure. So
Well, that's because there was an explosion of immigrants from Ellis Island coming in the 1900s. If you look at 1924 and onwards, there was like a sharp decline in the foreign-born population
well,
because
that's
of the
because. Well, I mean, isn't that mostly because that's when we started doing immigration restrictions? Like that was when the populist era kicked
Yeah.
off, and we started. Well, yeah. So like there,
which was
there wasn't
great. I mean, that was
some
great.
there wasn't some like shock that caused a bunch of immigrants to come over in
Well, I
the
mean, that's not really speaking
1800s.
to
It
your
was
point. I
more.
mean, yes, we're reaching the levels of a percentage of foreign-born population in the country when we had the biggest increase of the foreign-born population in the country. Like, you see what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
well,
yeah,
look, my point is like obviously, like the birth rate falling matters too. This isn't like just because we've seen huge increases in immigration. This is because immigration levels have returned to where they were historically, while our own birth rate is falling.
Well, first of all, when you say where they were historically, you got to add in a little bit of context here. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like 1776 to Ellis Island to immigration restriction, and now we're returning back to that. No, we're returning. We're not really returning to that. There was an explosion of immigrants in the late 1800s, early 1900s from Ellis Island, which was a historical spike, and now we're during the Biden administration we saw another historical spike.
Was that a historical? It looks like it was pretty stable from like the 1860s all the way up until the 1920s when we started restricting immigration.
Send it to me. Let me see.
I mean, I'm just looking at. There's got to be better data on this. I'm just looking at the Pew Research stuff that came up when I Googled it. Like,
I mean, it was at 9.7 and then 14.8, and then it started going down. I mean, what percentage? I
Right.
mean, 9.7% to 14.8%. I mean, how much of a large increase is that? I mean, that's like a what?
well, that's a
That's like
pretty. I agree. Like,
roughly
that's a pretty big
60%,
fall
like
off
a
because we
like a
started.
roughly like a 60% increase, like roughly around that at least, I think.
Well, but that's returning to. So, like in my view, like we had like like semi-open borders like in the 1800s. From my understanding, immigration law was like pretty lax during that time. And then we started in the like populist era, 1920s, we started doing more immigration restrictions, and that obviously caused immigration rates to fall. And then in the like 60s and 70s, because of the asylum process and a bunch of things, we made it easier to immigrate here, and now we have a bunch of asylum seekers coming over, which has pushed the rate back up to kind of where it's been.
Right. So
in the
the
past.
Ellis Island period started around early 1890. And what you see is 1850, it was 9.7%. And then in 1892, I believe, is when Ellis Island started. You see like a pretty sharp increase. That's around a 60%. I don't quote me on the 60% number. Whatever 9.7% is to 14%, 14.8%. That's a pretty large increase. And then we do an immigration moratorium, and it sharply decreases. That's best period in America's history, and then it rises again to. This is 2017. I'd like to see it during Biden's administration from like 2020 to 2024, but
I can probably find it if I look hard enough. But I guess
anyways, yeah, birth rates going down. That is going to increase the amount of foreign-born population into the country. But the reason why is also because you're adding on top of it a million over a year people coming into the country. Plus now native-born people are having less babies.
Right. I mean, my point is just that obviously the having less babies point is also relevant to why the foreign-born population is increasing. It's not just because we've seen a huge, incredible increase in migration.
Right, but the large.
But I guess
Let's try to steer this. Let's try to steer this back.
right.
If the percentage of the foreign-born population is going up, then you're going to see more and more immigrants going into more and more sectors of the economy, basically.
At what point? I I guess so. I think again, you'd probably see. I think it's more likely you basically just see higher proportions of immigrants in or of foreign-born people in the lower skill sectors, right? And I think it's less likely that you would see.
Then it just depends. Then it just depends on like the policy that we have. Like I know a lot of people want to. I know Trump. There was a huge stuff about like increasing H-1B visas and like stapling a green. Like I remember during the campaign, he said something like stapling a green card to like the back of every diploma. It's just gonna depend.
So based.
That's so retarded. Holy shit.
Okay, we'll get to that. But I do think like that.
As long as we agree, and I don't think you're going to disagree, that immigrants with the people they're competing with, those people they're competing with are going to drive down wages. I think you agree to that.
I think like I said, I think I'd have to do more research because most of the research on it is very controversial. I would say it's likely that you would see.
Even Noah Smith, when he wrote his article on H-1B visas, he had a caveat that said, when you're looking at occupations, the given occupations that immigrants go to, yes, that is going to decline wages. Like if you look at the occupational literature, there's a pretty broad consensus that the occupations that immigrants go to, those guys see a decline.
Sure.
In their
so
wages.
I think it's. I think it's likely in the short term, especially for low skill work, that you're going to see at least slower wage growth. Like I said, I think there's obviously other benefits, right? Like there are jobs that probably wouldn't be done otherwise. There's more work done, just more fundamentally.
Disagree with that.
You don't think companies would probably hire more people if wage rates went down? It seems like that's probably
historically what we've seen is that the jobs that immigrants would do, natives would fill it at like a literal 1-to-1 ratio.
Based on what? I mean, I think it's obviously likely that, as I mentioned earlier, if we saw construction wages go down, you would probably see more construction work being done. I think that's.
I don't think that's true. I would need to see some evidence for that.
The law of demand. I mean.
Well, I'm a PK. I don't really accept this law of demand stuff.
That's true. I don't know. I think I don't know. We might have very different frameworks for trying to analyze.
Well, I mean,
that,
have you read Strafa?
No, I haven't. I mean, I will probably one day.
Well, there's no need to get a little too autistic here, but you got Kalecki's wage-led growth models, right? And so it's just
I mean, I'm not. I'd have to do a lot of reading. Like I said, I'm gonna be a little hesitant to.
I'll get Sam to talk to you about that stuff. But yeah, I'm not convinced that lowering wages is gonna make people make more things. I'm not convinced of that. But
do you think that just generally, you'd probably see the PPF curve shift outwards?
No.
What's the justification for that one?
Wait, PPF.
Production possibilities frontier curve, like the basic
Well, yeah. Once again, I'm gonna need to see empirical evidence for this.
I'm sure you could probably find some.
Let's see that.
I don't think I have.
Well, what
any
about
on
with
hand,
unions? Right, we agree.
very...
Unions increase wages, and presumably, I've seen pretty good evidence unions increase productivity. So it's
what? I mean, I think. I think there's probably the mechanism by which unions increase productivity is probably they secure benefits for workers that improve their overall health and make them more productive or whatever.
Immigration restriction would do the same thing. The role.
No, I don't see. I don't see a clear mechanism there, but
it increases labor's relationship to capital. Workers are going to have more bargaining power because the labor market's tighter.
I think you might. Well, I guess if you say if you restrict the supply of labor and they have more bargaining power, they might be able to utilize that bargaining power to secure better better deals or whatever. I think that's I think that's
by the way, immigration decreases unionization. By the way, that should have been an important caveat. But
based.
Based. Oh my god, dude! How much of a fucking I almost said a slur, but
I could be like,
so, I mean,
I'm not gonna I'm not like totally anti-union, but like I'm not gonna like base my opinion on immigration on like how badly like unions are affected. I think I care more kind of just about like the aggregate impacts of
well,
you
it
know,
calls like
prices on.
it calls like a 30% decrease in union density. Cato has a study about this. And what else? I mean, I don't know if you'll agree to this. I don't. I know that's all I talked about with Mindy was like the impact immigration has on wages.
Mhm.
Um, but I think that's a pretty big obfuscation when people's opposition to immigration is mostly not based on economics. It's mostly a social cultural issue. It's mostly people don't want to be around brown people. Um, and I do think when it comes to economics, I just want to be clear. It does seem to be that there are going to be losers to it, and the people who are going to lose to it. Oh, I got a phone call. Hold on, give me a second.
Goddamn.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that seemed to be good. People are going to lose from it, and the people who are going to lose from it are going to be the people who are already not doing too well in the economy. And I don't want to see the people who aren't doing well, them continue not to do so well because we're bringing immigrants in. And the potential drawbacks you can see from restrictions of immigration, like maybe higher costs of consumer goods because now the cost of labor has risen. I think there's ways to mediate that with government policy. I don't think the solution is we're
I
just
mean, I
going
would
to bring
also say the same thing about any concerns for like, oh, people are going to be left behind because of their wage decline or whatever. Obviously, government policy on welfare can mediate that as well.
Yeah, but the pragmatics of that, the practicality of that is going to be much lower.
I'm not sure that's the case. You think it's what's so non-pragmatic about like welfare? Like, what's the
Oh yeah, this was like Richard Hanania's whole argument. Diversity does cause a decrease in social cohesion, and that's a good thing because when there's a decrease of social cohesion, there's less likelihood of a welfare state to emerge because you need social trust for a welfare state to happen. So when you bring in all of these people, and you're like, yeah, people are going to be left behind, but we'll create a welfare state so there's a social safety net for them to fall back on, and so we can maximize the gains and minimize the costs. The pragmatic problem with that is that people are going to be less likely to support a welfare state when you're bringing in immigrants into the country. That's just this. That's just the case. I got a couple studies on that if you want to see it.
that wouldn't like necessarily surprise me, but I'm not convinced the effect would be so big such that like you would actually see people or you'd
No,
actually
I
see
mean,
like a net loss.
there's been estimates that oh my fuck, I forgot the way it went. I'll try to find it, but like literally around like 50% of the variation between like the Nordic, like having like a Nordic. I believe the paper was called like why doesn't the United States have a Nordic style welfare system or something to that around effect. And they literally said that like the biggest contributor to that or contribution to that was because of racial diversity, and because of that, that explains a huge reason for why America doesn't have a system like that. And that seems to like generally be true. Like the most red states are the ones that are most diverse. People usually don't support, and I mean we can
I
get
mean,
into this if we want.
I think I find that intuitively not very plausible. Like I'd have to do more research on it, but I think like obviously there are other
Send it to you.
candidates that would that would probably have a bigger effect. Like we probably just don't see their governments are more democratic, more transparent. They have
Yeah, but why?
they I I doubt it's because of uh social cohesion caused by ethnic hegemony. Like I don't know how well that
I
holds.
definitely do. I mean, immigrants are low human capital. People don't want to create a welfare state when they perceive these people coming into the country. They're going to be the ones that benefit from it. Like, there's a reason Denmark like heavily cut down the amount of immigrants that were coming into the country.
Right. I mean, I think well, I think for one, like if you are really concerned about that, you could exclude immigrants from welfare. Although maybe,
Yeah, but
democratically
that's just going to cause
hard
a
to do.
selection bias
But
of less immigrants coming into the country. Like Sweden did something like that, and the result was like
well, I
net
think
migration out of the country.
well, maybe, but I think I think like you could argue like the immigrants who would come in that scenario are probably the ones who expect to make it by themselves. So you're probably
Yeah,
gonna
right,
get higher.
right. That would be like the net result with that would be probably less immigrants coming into the country, and then the type of immigrants that are coming in would be different from the ones that were previously coming in. They'd be much higher skilled, higher IQ, whatever.
Sure. So I think like I don't know, like I think I've seen like plausible stuff from like Sweden that's like, oh, they accepted a lot of Syrian refugees, and
And
they,
the rate fucking skyrocketed.
I don't know if that's true. I don't think I've seen good evidence of that. I've seen people fight about that, but I don't take a stake one way or the other.
Usually it's England what they're fighting about. The other countries like Germany, Denmark, Sweden, that's pretty accepted.
Okay. I mean, like, accepted by who? Like, accepted by.
The
It's not
data.
accepted by. It's not accepted by a lot of people that
See if I can find some. Let's see if I can
seen.
find some stuff
But-
about rape in Sweden.
But I mean, you'd also have to, actually find some causal link there. Which maybe there are studies on the causal.
Wait a second.
What?
It would be like it would be the immigrants who got arrested. It would bear out in like incarceration or like arrest rates.
Sure, like that. I agree. Like that could be evidence. I'm just saying, like they're probably you'd have to do more work than just like showing me that rape in Sweden has gone up.
I didn't. Oh no!
Like,
when I said rape skyrocket, I didn't mean just like the fucking average rape rate went up. Like I meant like there were literally more Syrians raping people.
Okay. But I will say, like this,
it.
obviously, I don't know. This probably gets into another conversation. But I will say, like, it doesn't seem. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the U.S. has a lot of the same issues with like extremist immigrants as like Europe does. Like, I think we, for whatever issues you think that
Mexicans who do that more. We just have Mexicans who commit much more crime.
do you think much more crime compared to who? Compared to the Muslim immigrants?
White people.
I mean, I think you probably.
No, bringing in more Hispanics. Hispanics account for like 50% of the population growth since 1970. And Hispanics they have an incarceration rate like around 2 times that of white people. Like it's pretty clear. Those guys.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Very important question from chat. Are Puerto Ricans better than Mexicans?
Fuck. No, we'll say no.
No, okay. Good to know.
Mexicans are much more admixed. Mexicans are much more admixed.
Okay. But like, look. So I don't think we have particularly good evidence on, the effect of illegal immigration on crime. But I think the evidence we do have suggests that illegal immigrants probably aren't committing more crime, or especially violent crime. The natives do, which would actually, as the percentage of the illegal immigrants in the population increases, that would actually, you would expect that to reduce relative.
Some data on that from Texas that contradicts that, but
I think but I've seen I think Cato revealed that they were like literally double counting in that.
Yeah, the Jew.
Right, like I've seen that whole. They were, from my understanding, maybe they corrected it and the effect still holds, but they were like literally double counting some immigrants from Texas, right?
No, they got the data. They got it from like, oh fuck, if I'm remembering correctly, they got data from some government agency, and then Alex accused them of double counting, and then CIS released a statement from the government agency they got it from, and basically was like, there's no double counting in this. It was something that effect. I don't care that much about that because, in my opinion, native and immigrant is an irrelevant distinction.
Mm-hmm. So I think
because the native crime rate's heavily inflated by second-generation immigrants and black people. There's a very specific reason why I said white people and not natives. Obviously, immigrants
I think
less crime than natives.
Yeah, right. So I think I was gonna say like the reason you might see like Hispanics committing more crime or whatever is part of that is because like obviously like second and third generation immigrants commit more crime than first generation immigrants, but that's more just them kind of matching the level that native born people have or whatever.
They don't match. They
But I
don't
think
match. They don't match white crime rates.
I was saying native born people, and I was not like specifying
But there is
white
no.
or anything.
I
But
got into an argument with sample text over this.
oh no.
So, yeah, I agree. Um, well, do I agree? Yes, second and third generation immigrants commit more crime than their parents or grandparents do, and it starts to reflect the national average a little bit more. But you got to remember something: national average is the way it is because around 13% of the population heavily inflate the national average. Now, if you look at Hispanic compared to white, compared to black, compared to Asian, Hispanics fall somewhere in the middle between significantly less than black people and significantly more than white people. The point I'm making about crime is white people were around 90% of the population in 1965 or 1970. Since 1970, there's been a huge explosion of Hispanics. Hispanics have around 2 times the crime rate of white people did. If we did not let the explosion of Hispanics into the country, the crime rate would be lower than it is if white people if there wasn't this huge demographic shift from more to less white people.
Well, I think you obviously also would have seen, like, I think, like if I, like to some extent, I'll accept that, but I think obviously part of that, I'm sure you've had a lot of conversations about this with people. Like, obviously, I would intuitively think part of that is because Hispanics are probably disproportionately poor and white people are disproportionately rich, and you do
Well,
probably
I
see
don't
some
think
variance.
poverty
But you do also,
has a cultural. I don't think poverty has a cultural role in
I'm not sure
violent
if
crime.
just poverty does, but don't we see that like just generally lower quintiles commit more crime, even if
Yeah,
you.
but that's you do see that. That's core. I said causally. Not. I do agree that poor people are more likely to commit crime. I don't think that's causal. I think that's just a correlation there because I mean I don't see why being poor would make you more likely to rape or murder someone. I might need to say unaliving or grape. I don't know,
No, you can
but
say that, but yeah.
right. I don't know why growing up poor would make you more likely to rape or murder someone. It's just probably the case that rapists and murderers are sociopathic, antisocial, stupid people, and that same demographic's more likely to be poor. The way you can test this is simply seeing do increases of socioeconomic well-being decrease or increase the likelihood to commit a violent crime, and for the most part, it's statistically insignificant. I actually just had a conversation about that.
I mean, I
This
could
is
see, sure. So like, I could see like plausibly that poverty would
you can
increase
check the
crime just
study. Well,
because.
I sent you a figure from a study. The study is just called "Does Nothing Stop a Bullet Like a Job?" This is figure one from that,
Mhm.
and then you can look. Uh, Property crime. The specific claim was about violent crime. Property crime, yeah, poverty probably does play a cultural role there, but
Sure.
most of the racial disparities in crime are driven by differences in violent crime. And you could look at figure one of that, and then you could go to the right hand side of that figure, and you can look at violent crime. And what you see is the 3 lines of evidence they use is a job program, macro level evidence, or a transfer program. And what you see is the vast majority. This is a literature review. The vast majority of the studies find basically a statistically insignificant impact on the likelihood to commit a crime.
Of violent crimes. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
This is a pretty low quality thing, but yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, I can read it. Yeah.
So
I don't know. Like, I think it's so. So I agree. It's definitely like more plausible that poverty might cause property crimes, but not violent crime. I think I probably agree with that. I just, it would just come down to, it would come down to like weighing, obviously, like, is there like the benefits that we've probably seen from Hispanic immigration that you might not think are there versus, versus how much crime we think they cause. And then it's a question of, obviously, is there a better system where we can mitigate whatever increased crime rate we might expect.
Let's just think about this for 2 seconds. The increase of Hispanic immigration has led to uh, probably less innovation. It's led to more crime. It's led to a decrease in social cohesion. It's led to a significant change in the cultural way of life in America. And the benefit would be maybe cheaper goods, increase of GDP. And
Well,
the increase of GDP
obviously,
per
I think those
capita.
are Yeah, obviously, I think increasing GDP and GDP per capita is a good thing. Increasing the tax base as well is probably a good thing. I think I'm curious what the justification for less innovation is. I think
Yeah, I
think
got that. Give me a second.
Food's on the table.
I heard you. Sorry, my dad popped in. Give me one moment.
sure.
Fuck, where is this? Give me just one moment here. Smartest Nazi you're ever going to talk to, by the way. That's a joke, not a Nazi. Not a Nazi.
Well, yeah, how close are you? You know, do we think Hispanics have higher crime rates because of genetics, or do we think it's like a cultural thing?
Probably.
How probably. Okay, so we're
Yeah, that's why
We're not-
you know
we're
I'm
not-
not a Nazi. I actually believe in. That's why you know I'm not a Nazi. I actually believe in genes. Nazis weren't really known for that. Now, since you that, you can go to figure. What's the figure? Table 7. You can go to table 7. And what you see is percent of innovation sample. Hispanic makes up around 1.4%. And the percentage of the United States population is around 11.5%. And so the rate of representation is around 0.1.
well, you would probably, but I mean, the counterfactual there would probably just be a smaller U.S. population overall, right? And it, like you wouldn't see if you totally like banned Hispanic immigrations. I don't think the counterfactual would be like a higher U.S. population with U.S. White people that have more innovation. I think you just see
proportionality of the country being more likely to innovate.
I think yeah, but you'd still probably have overall less innovation, right? Because the total population would be smaller. You'd see less people overall coming up with new ideas.
No, you could have an immigration system because, like you said, the counterfactual is you don't have any Hispanics in. Well, if you don't let the 1965 Immigration Act happen and you keep a national quota system, what you see here, which heavily favored Europeans, you see the European sample. Is much, much more likely to innovate. So if you allow more Europeans in and less Hispanics in, you're definitely going to get a country's more likely to innovate. And plus, you also got to remember here, Hispanics are replacing white people. So you're replacing people who are less likely to innovate with people who are more likely to innovate. That's the biggest thing.
Well, so obviously, I would, again, like the thing I would take issue with is that they're replacing white people because it seems like they're probably not doing that. Unless you...
Wait, what do you mean they're not doing that?
I mean, I don't think the U.S. would have like higher birth rates if we didn't have Hispanic immigrants or something. Like, I think it would just see an overall smaller.
It's going to be more Hispanic and less white due to Hispanics coming into the country, and so due to the fact that there's less white people here, that means there's going to be less people who are.
No, I don't. I don't think that.
I'm talking about I'm not talking about total numbers here.
Right, but if you have if you have a smaller total population, but the U.S. native born percentage of that is higher, like you would not see more. I don't understand how we're seeing more innovation from that than if you had the same absolute number of U.S. born people, but additionally you had Hispanic people. I think you would just see more innovation.
I'm saying, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying due to the fact that Hispanics are proportionately increasing in the demographics of the country and white people are proportionately decreasing, that's going to correspond to the country there's going to be more people in the country who are less likely to innovate compared to if you had more white people in the country, you would have a country that's more likely to innovate.
Hold on, sorry, repeat that.
What's this?
So repeat the last thing. Okay. You would if you had more white people in the country, you would have more innovation.
Yeah, you'd have more people who are likely to innovate compared to people who are less likely to innovate.
I just think like it's unlikely. Obviously, to be fair, you did mention the like European immigration, but I think you would still see absolutely more innovation, like in total terms, from having the same U.S. population with additionally Hispanic people.
Probably not in the next 30 years when white people are going to be a minority, and as the Hispanic population,
but I think white people
grow,
but I think like our birth rate is probably going to decline essentially no matter what, right? So I think you would see just a declining.
Say about it.
That's true.
No, the point. Listen, the point is very simple. Hispanics are less likely to innovate, and they're becoming the. Bro, who the fuck keeps adding me? God damn, leave me alone. You know, I tell people I'm gonna go on a live, and then that's when people decide they want to talk to me, right?
Damn.
Anyways, let me get back to the point. Hispanic population is less likely to innovate, and they're becoming more of a percentage of the country. The logical conclusion of that's going to be, you know, this is kind of just like modus ponus. If Hispanics are less likely to innovate and are increasing in proportionality of the demographics of the country is less likely going to innovate.
So I don't think that follows again for two reasons. One, obviously, I like the total number of people matter as well. You can have you could see the share of, you could see the population of white people rising still, but the share of Hispanics as a percent of the population increasing because, you know, they're just growing at a faster rate than white people. And if there are more white people, you would still expect, you know, more innovation overall. You know, even if even
but
under
is the country
these
less
numbers,
likely
but
to innovate though? Is the country?
No, I
less
don't think
likely
so.
to
I don't think
innovate?
so. Especially additionally because
yes, it is. There's less white people as a percentage of the country. The country's less
but
likely.
There could obviously still be more white people overall. Again, I think the counterfactual here.
Oh my holy shit! Yeah, but the total number of Hispanics is increasing in comparison to the total number of white people.
Yeah, I understand. I don't think that makes.
Okay.
We would expect.
What did you eat for breakfast this morning?
Well, that's complicated because I got 3 hours of sleep from 2 p.m.
No,
to.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah.
Listen, if Hispanic people are less likely to innovate, okay, and the proportion of the country is becoming more Hispanic, the country is less likely to innovate. Okay, that just that has to follow. And I think it does
because again, you could see if white people are doing all the innovation and the white population increases still, you would not see more innovation.
But the white population's not.
No, I agree, but it doesn't. You understand? It doesn't follow from what you said at least, because you could see the proportion of Hispanics increasing, but the total population of white people still increasing.
No, the country's still less likely to innovate because the country's becoming more Hispanic. If Hispanics are becoming more likely to be in the country and the proportion of the country is becoming more Hispanic, even if the total number of white people is increasing, that's just going to mean that the total number of Hispanics is also increasing faster than the number or larger than the number of white people in the country.
I agree. That's what I agree, but that doesn't mean
so America
you wouldn't expect
more Hispanic and less
but you
white
wouldn't,
is going to mean America's
no,
it
doesn't follow that there'd be less innovation because again, if you're saying white people are doing more innovation or whatever, if the number of white people in the U.S. increased, you would still expect innovation increase.
The likelihood of the country to innovate is going to go down. Not the total number of innovations happening.
The likelihood
of the country innovating is going to go down.
How would we? I don't know how we're measuring that. Are we ideas per capita or something? Like, are we? You might have less. You might have less ideas per.
You can look at files for. Well, I don't know how good of a measure patents are. You look at something like that. You can see like the amount of people like cited in like a research paper that leads to innovation happening. You can look at just things like that. The likelihood of that happening due to the fact that there's more Hispanics than white people, it's just going to happen less. It has to.
No, I don't think you would see less total innovation. I think total innovation is the thing that matters. Because you could still obviously like see what?
What'd you say?
Obviously, like you would still see more total innovation, and I think total innovation is probably the thing that matters.
More total innovation. No, I mean. The reason, okay.
I don't know why we would care about like per capita innovation. That seems like a silly metric to me. But
what we want to know is Hispanics becoming more and more of a percent of the country? Will that lead to more or less innovation? And the answer is probably yes, because Hispanics are less likely to innovate. So the more Hispanics you have around,
obviously,
the less likely the country is to innovate.
Obviously, it doesn't follow because the total size of the population matters as well. Obviously, if you had more, if white people were responsible for 100% of the innovation and the white population was increasing, you would still see more innovation, even if the Hispanic population was increasing as a percentage of the total population,
Yeah, but the
just because
proportion of the
Hispanics
country
were.
that is innovating, okay, is the proportion of the country that's innovating going down? That would be true. Has to be.
And that,
Um,
yeah, sure, but I don't think that matters. I think what
okay,
matters is
so
total
now
innovation.
living in the real world, the total number of white people is also going down.
Sure. I think at least in the U.S., yeah.
Okay, so what I said was true.
No, I think you would still. I think you probably still see more total innovation, especially because. Well, first of all, I think what matters more importantly is you arguing it follows that there would be less innovation before, and I don't think that's true. But second of all, I
It
think
is true. It has to be. Hispanics are less likely to innovate. They're becoming
oh my
the
god,
total
we just
number
agreed
of
that I couldn't.
Hispanics going down. I don't understand what's so hard to not follow about this. Like I can literally like, come on now. If P implies Q and Q is true, P is also true. Like, and that's exactly what I followed here. Now,
But you would follow like per capita innovation would follow, but not total innovation.
holy shit, dude. That total innovation wouldn't go down. That would just depend on the total number of white people there are, and the total number of white people is also going down.
Okay.
All right. So what I said
Wow.
was true. TRVE. Now,
No, I don't think. Okay, regardless. Okay. But also, like, obviously, I think there are actually increasing returns to scale from ideas, right? Like a an idea has a larger benefit when there's a larger population, right? And there's a fixed cost to develop ideas. So it seems like we'd actually probably like expect more innovation from
yeah,
an increasing
but no
population.
offense, but immigrants are like retarded. Like they're not coming up with ideas.
I'm not convinced that I don't think that's true of all immigrants. I think
Average immigrant IQ is like 88.
Right, but I think so. Obviously, they're like H-1B visa immigrants are like way more likely to like get a patent than the average like.
That's actually not
US
true. That's
citizen,
actually
right?
not true.
That's not true.
Yeah, I got a study on this.
I'm pretty sure I have evidence that it's the opposite. So I don't know. It'd come down to.
Hold on.
And like we do see like we see just like generally that like upward mobility among immigrants is higher than like native born people. So I think that's like obviously they seem to do fine for themselves.
Okay, you can check out the study I sent in the chat. Firms that win at H-1B visa lotteries, like the likelihood of innovation is at most moderate, and for the most part, it's not that big.
But I believe there are like studies that say the direct opposite. I think it would just come down to, I think it would just come down to.
Hold on. Did Parker respond to my tweet? Give me a second. Sorry. Holy shit, dude! Fucking. Just give me a moment. Hold on. Sorry to do this live to you. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Did he delete the fucking tweet?
What, Parker?
Or no, he
It'd be
didn't.
really funny.
Let me. Someone said he responded. No, he hasn't. What a fucking. Sorry. What a dumbass.
Can't say that one on Twitch. Yeah, they don't like that one. Most other things are accessible, not that one.
Anyways. What were we talking about?
We're talking about innovation and immigrants, essentially.
Yeah, immigrants innovate less than white people. Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me if the average immigrant innovates less, simply because, like the average immigrant probably is relatively low skill. But like I think it seems like if you look at high school immigrants, I think.
Well, listen, I'm not for a moratorium on immigration. I'm for a revert to the national quota system, which I think would for the most part select for higher skilled, high IQ people who are going to contribute to innovation. Yeah.
Well, didn't you just say like Trump's policy of like looking at or like attaching a green card to every diploma was a bad
I'm not
one?
convinced
that
that's
seems.
going to fucking increase innovation.
I don't know if that would.
The average postgraduate IQ is like 102. So like if you're just like giving out people who he even said like junior colleges. So like if you're like stapling a green card to people who like did literally the bare minimum of something that like midwit average intelligence people can do, like that's probably not going to have that big of an impact on intelligence. Oh, I mean on innovation.
I think it would. Hold on. I don't know. I think you would I think on net you would probably see an increase in innovation, even if obviously there'd be some people who would just go to college for like low skill degrees or whatever, or average IQ nitwit degrees. Like I think
yeah, but for every let's just like every green card you give out to someone, like the likelihood of that person to innovate is like I don't know. I would have to run the math on this. But like, given what I know about the IQs of people who graduate and like just the likelihood of them to innovate, plus looking at like the IQ of immigrants, is the impact on innovation is probably going to be marginal. And I would say another thing you got to deal with here is while it is true, like economic thinking isn't zero sum. For the most part, geopolitics and foreign policy is. And I mean, you run into a pretty big problem when you have like Indians and Chinese people working in Silicon Valley. Like they are heavily colluding with like their old boys in China and in India.
Is there any? I don't know if there's any good evidence of that, and I think that obviously
100% there is.
I don't know. I've not seen. I have not seen. I've not seen good evidence of it, and I also, to the extent that skilled immigration matters for national security. Like I think China just has like a higher population overall, right? They're always gonna have like a higher skill pool than the U.S. does. So I think it makes sense for the U.S. to pull from other countries for its skill pool as well, right?
Yeah, but let's do it from Europe. Let's do white people. We ain't got to do fucking Chinese.
Well, I mean most. Well, I mean
for example, this is from Bernstein and colleagues 2022, and that whole study was saying that immigrants do innovate more than the average native born. But in I think either the last page or the second to last page, they state, quote, in surveys of Silicon Valley, 82% of Chinese and Indian immigrant scientists and engineers report exchanging technical information with their respective nations. So that's definitely something that is happening. That's something you got to worry about and focus on.
Wait, sorry, repeat that. Sorry, repeat that. Repeat the last.
Oh my
sentence.
Jesus. Yeah. In surveys of Silicon Valley, 82% of Chinese and Indian immigrant scientists and engineers report exchanging technical information with their respective nations. So that is something you got to worry about.
I think that might be pretty. That seems pretty broad to me, but all right. I think like obviously it's more. I think because of how broad that seems, it's more likely we see a net benefit to national security from skilled immigration than a net loss for national security from skilled immigration. Like I don't know what technical information means, and I don't know like what colleagues mean. Like that seems overly, like way overly broad.
They're sharing the shit they find with their homeland. They're like calling up their cousins, fucking Pajit, whatever the fuck one of their names would be, and just be like, "Yo, we got this. Here's what you need to know. This, and this." And it's
right, but like that could it could be like it's some guy working for
benefits of national security when like all the benefits that you're getting, they're literally like exchanging what they got with their other countries. Like,
but like I don't like it could be people like saying like telling their friends who don't work for the government or anything that like I did this at work today or whatever. And they're having a casual conversation, or it could be like some evil fucking spy for the Chinese government sending information on how F-35s work to the Chinese government.
But that's probably what's happening.
I think
been tons of.
I don't think
there was a whole court case in Canada about this very issue. Like, yeah, that is something that happens.
I'm sure that's conceivably. I'm sure that that has probably happened more than one time. But like again, I think it doesn't. I have not seen any solid evidence that happens like at remotely a scale that we should be concerned enough about that we shouldn't have skilled immigration, considering the other national security benefits that we probably get from it.
What are the other national security benefits?
Yeah, I mean, I think like obviously, so like I said, China is always going to have like a higher pool of skilled workers than we do, considering that they just have like a fuck ton more people. So I think if we want to have the same number of skilled workers in China working for, you know, military, or maybe not necessarily military companies, because you might have issues with that, but, you know, working for strategic industries, at least like advanced semiconductor manufacturing, working on solar or whatever, like we would want skilled immigrants to come here and participate in that.
Okay, so two things. Number one, we can do that, but we don't need Indians and Chinese people to do it. Second thing, we can definitely take people from Europe to do it. Second thing to that is, would you be okay with tariffing these specific industries to become less reliant on like global supply chains?
I think like strictly speaking, like subsidies are probably almost always going to be better than tariffs. But I think it like in very specific cases, like maybe. But I think like it's a weird, like need is a funny word. Like we probably could conceivably do some of these things without immigrants, but obviously for one, the opportunity cost would be higher.
Let's not get it fucking twisted here. Like most people on H-1B visas, they're not innovating. They're not doing the things that they're talking about. They're going and working at like fucking Tesla. They're going and work like something like 40% of software developers are on an H-1B visa. Like there's another type of visa.
I think software developers are pretty beneficial for us, but sure, yeah.
Well, you got Americans who can do that.
Well,
work on.
Yeah, but why wouldn't we want? Right, but we'd obviously like things.
Why would you want immigrants to do it if you got Americans who can do it? Like I don't.
Because Americans could be doing other things. Because one, there's an opportunity cost to an American doing it, obviously, and like two, we could at least imagine situations in which
Americans can be the ones working. You could work at McDonald's. You don't have to. You don't have to do these much more higher paid, higher skilled, higher paid jobs.
Well, I think. Well, it could be the case. It could be the case that Americans go on to do like even higher skilled jobs. But obviously, like I would prefer, like if my choice is between like, an Indian immigrant working at McDonald's, an Indian immigrant working in software, and just no McDonald's worker at all, and an Indian immigrant working in software. And an American, the initial example should be an American working in software and no McDonald's working at all, versus an Indian immigrant working in software and a McDonald's job. I think obviously the second scenario is probably preferable, considering we just have like more overall like work done in society. We have a higher.
You're assuming here that either it has to be an immigrant that does the McDonald's job, or it has to be a native, or vice versa. You can have natives do the McDonald's job and also do the higher skilled jobs. You can definitely do that.
I think there's obviously like an opportunity cost to having natives work in sectors they like otherwise wouldn't be in because of immigration. Like
you can just automate. You can automate like these shitty sectors.
Well, there'd be an opportunity cost for the investment needed to automate all these things. Like,
not really. I don't see so. And also, but hold on, just to be like more grounded in reality, most of the fucking immigrants are not working in these higher skilled jobs. Like that's just not happening.
Well, we were talking about H-1B. I mean, I agree. Obviously, like the average immigrant is like relatively low skill. I still think that's probably valuable, but yeah.
Okay. Well, on the H-1B visas thing, they're probably yes, there's more economic benefits for higher skilled immigrants than lower skilled immigrants. But I think there's more cultural problems with that, though.
Wait, what's the justification for that? I'm really curious. I don't know.
Yeah, because for example, like 40% of Harvard's like graduating class was like East Asian, like 40% of it. Now, Harvard's graduating class is a pretty good proxy for like elite. And East Asians just have like really shitty opinions. Like I don't want them being the elite.
How do they? Okay, first of all, if they're presumably one, if they have high enough IQs to go through Harvard and graduate, I would imagine in most cases, their benefits would probably outweigh whatever ideas we think they bring. But I don't think like the average Asian immigrant is really bringing particularly harmful ideals to America. Like what do we like? Are they're going to spread they're going to spread
100%.
Confucianism? We're going to be they're going to impose Confucianist law. Like what do we?
They're much more collectivist. They have much more authoritative opinions. They're much more in
Aren't
favor
you
of
a
freedom.
collectivist?
Huh?
Aren't you a collectivist?
No,
Like,
I'm
what
a
do you mean?
communitarian. It's kind of different, but they're much
Okay.
more ethnocentric. That might be a better word. They're much more ethnocentric. They're much more left-wing authoritarian. They want to pass more, freedom of speech regulations, gun control regulations, whatever it may be. And I don't want fundamentally a foreign class having such a high percentage of elites. I don't want that. I think that's going to be harmful, and I'm not down with that.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like. I would have to see a lot better evidence that they're imposing
Aporia
like such
magazine has a lot of good evidence on it. It's called
like
the Case
such
Against
harmful
Higher Skilled
ideas.
Immigration.
Okay, I mean, I think first of all, I don't even think like all those ideas are bad. Like we're obviously both like somewhat like left wing. I don't know how I feel about like gun control, but like I'm not gonna like hate. I'm not gonna be like super. Like I fucking hate these immigrants because they just care about gun control so much. There might be like other issues I care more about.
It's a foreign population becoming more and more percentage of that elite class, specifically a foreign-born population that's a much more ethnocentric. Their interests are going to be not aligned with mine. They're a completely different race. They're completely different people, and I don't want those being a higher proportion of who's going to be basically the new people in charge. I don't want
I mean,
that.
I honestly don't.
That's much more important to me than like the national security benefit. I mean, I'm more so kind of cringy to say this, and I don't like the term, but I've been called a third worldist. I'm not too fucking interested in America's national security. I think we should play less of a role in that stuff. But anyways,
Well, I think like obvious, like I don't think it's likely that foreign-born elites are going to have interests like significantly different than yours, or significantly like at least relative to American elites.
Well, American elites are a bunch of Jews. Yeah, they're
Okay.
also they're also not me. Like both of these groups have negative opinions about white people. They have a net bias against white people and a net bias for themselves, and I don't want those people governing me. I think that's a pretty reasonable thing to say.
You don't think it seems like you have a net bias against every other race, but maybe I'm sure you have
against me. Only because they have one against me.
I'm sure. I bet that
it's a completely reactive thing.
I mean, I think obviously, like we just have like such. I don't know how to begin divulging disagreement over like whether or not like Asian elites have like an anti-white bias that's like gonna fuck everyone over.
Not even close.
Not even close. What?
Not even close. They definitely have an anti-white bias.
Yeah, I just don't.
Steve Saylor
it's gonna be very hard to prove that to be. It seems like a very fundamental.
Oh no! Hold on.
Okay.
Steve Saylor has a good stuff on this. Aporia magazine has a whole article written about this. The data's definitely there.
All right.
I accept your defeat.
Seems very unlikely, but okay. I think okay, what here's some other claims. We basically talked about H-1B stuff.
Can you agree that Mehdi should get the hell out of the country? That's the biggest claim.
No, I don't think so. I don't
Dude, he's a piece of shit. Fuck him.
Why is he a piece of shit? I think
he was very rude to be around.
In fairness, they stuck him in a room. They stuck him in a pretty hostile environment, and they wanna get content for it. Well, did he?
Yes. See, you saw the edited version. You weren't there for 3 hours like I was.
I think certain people there might have had an brown people bias in general. So I think it's likely
a lot
that
of them were brown. What are we talking about here, dude? What are we talking
yeah, a
about?
lot of them were like open like fascist
A
and
lot of them were groypers. I mean, Nick. I mean, come on
yeah.
now. We know Nick's a little Hispanic. We know how these guys get down.
You know, he doesn't like to admit it. You know, he thinks it's only 9% Hispanic or whatever. But
No, he's white. He's white. No, I love my groypers. I love my groypers.
but like I think the fact. Obviously, I think the fact that like Nick Fuentes has to do some bullshit math to determine that he's not 25% Mexican or whatever.
That's 100% valid.
Okay, 100% valid, true race realism math that he's not Mexican and is in fact 98%
if you want to get into the
white.
race realism math, that's going to be easy cooking.
I don't like. I'd have to prepare a lot for that. I think you could have much better conversations about that with other people. I don't know, but
yeah, bring me Sasha.
Obviously, Sasha. The reason he has to do that is because the Groypers seem to have a anti-brown bias, as you would say, seemingly.
No, we love.
And probably anti-Muslim bias too, right?
Mehdi acted like a complete piece of shit. Okay, like he was an asshole, and they edited out. See, the funniest part about me and his interaction was I cited the Ludwig Institute, and he mistaked that for the Mises Institute.
I was told by Sample, yeah.
That was fucking priceless.
Okay, also about that. That's a pretty stupid measure. Like I think obviously it does not capture what people think of as or what a useful definition of the term unemployment is. Like I think
Sure.
it's so why are we why are we setting that to Mehdi when it's not a very useful definition of unemployment?
It appeals to his intuitions as like a progressive LARPer. Like, oh yeah, there is a shortage of good jobs. Oh yeah, the economy isn't doing too well. Like, yeah, it appeals to him.
I mean, it probably appeals to his intuitions. I don't think it's a dumb. I think it's a dumb measure, and even to the extent that it's a good measure, like it's it's at an all-time low right now. I don't know if it's like literally at the all-time low, but it's like really, it's lower than any time other than like 2020.
Are you talking about Ludwig? What are we talking about? Are we talking when you say it's
the functional, the true
right.
unemployment rate? Like since
it's definitely low, but like it's still like around 1/4 of the population. It's about 24%.
Yeah, because you're just taking U6 unemployment and then adding like a constant to it. Like yeah, obviously you're gonna get.
Yes.
Yeah, that seems kind of dumb.
To do what? To measure unemployment? Oh yeah, probably. Unemployment's just like voluntary, like who has a job and who doesn't. But the larger point was that like he was like I forgot even the reason I brought it up. Yeah. Well,
you said we have Americans that could be doing these jobs or whatever. Like,
yeah, right. There's a lot of people are working shitty jobs and they could use a pay boost.
I mean, I think it's unlikely that. I mean, we talked about this earlier that we'd actually see like a net increase in wages from like any immigration moratorium and deportations.
You probably would in the people that are counted in the functional unemployed, though, right? Due to
only some of them, because some of them are like probably don't even really count as like in the labor force or whatever. But I think
that's more of a small.
I think some of them, because these are probably disproportionately low skill people, and you would probably see disproportionately low skill people benefit from any type of like immigration moratorium, but like you would or any immigration restriction in general, but you would probably see like an aggregate decrease in wages because there are other sectors that are hurt, and high skilled workers are probably hurt as well. So like I think not to, and again the opportunity cost, but
okay.
What do we like?
I mean, I don't really care that much. I'm not here to defend that whole thing. It was just something that was mentioned.
Okay. Well, at least you don't defend that. Okay, but you did defend the cringe EPI. Okay, you said the EPI has all their stuff on
listen, there's some things in the EPI is good for. There's some things they're not. I don't believe in the lagging. I don't believe in the decoupling stuff. I don't believe in their stuff on trade deficits.
Okay. Ooh, at least we got that. Okay. You're not. I don't know. Do I want to? Would I take
I'm
a
well-read guy. I'm an all-around guy.
I'm a well-read Nazi. Right. Exactly.
I'm not a Nazi. I prefer the term social nationalist, not a national socialist. There's a difference.
Right. I mean, I think it might be hyperbolic to call you a Nazi, but obviously, I think you fit the definition of far right, far right that was used in the title for the Jubilee
I
video.
already told you.
But
far right Strophian.
yeah, you did, yeah. Seems weird, but
Seems weird. No, it doesn't.
you got it.
Like,
That's an odd ideology to
let's
come
be a little
across.
fair here.
You don't come across many
there's
like post Keynesians who are also like race realists, right? Like that's not a typical.
Who's the most infamous PK on the internet?
Lord Keynes, maybe.
Exactly.
Is he a race? I know he has anti-immigration
Yeah.
stuff. I don't know if he's a race realist.
Yeah, he's a race realist. Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, I didn't know that.
He's
New
me.
lore.
No, he's literally me. No, he's literally fucking me. No, I mean, Koletsky praised the Nazi economy. Robinson praised the Nazi economy. Keynes had very high praise for Mosley's thing before he formed the BUF. The New Deal was basically copied off of Mussolini's economic system. Like Hugh Johnson was like passing around like fascist corporatist literature at the White House. Like there's always been a pretty big overlap there.
I mean, I guess I don't know the full history of post Keynesians praise of the Nazis. I guess. I guess like one maybe last thing. I don't know if other people want to talk to you, they can. I know. I'm pretty sure Sam and Sample are watching. They might have issues with whatever. I think chat
I got
wants
a beef with Sample.
that makes sense. Chat apparently wants Sam, or at least one person wants Sam v Seth. But I think you mentioned like you're that apparently you mentioned like you were a third worldist earlier. I would hope we
Sure.
not that this exactly maps on, but I would hope we'd acknowledge like the utility for immigrants and people from the third world probably do matter, right? To some extent.
Utility from the immigrants.
Utility to the gains to the immigrants. Like
Yeah, but I think there's a much better policy than Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, okay. What's sorry, before I answer this, Nonfon, what's your background?
He's
Ethnic
Jewish.
what do you mean by that? Oh, like
What's your
ethnicity?
ethnic-
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm actually an Ethiopian Jew.
He's also Jewish.
Is he
I'm from-
Jewish? Are you actually Jewish?
No, it's not. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish.
Well, hey,
He's-
despite making up 2% of the population, they're 33% of this voice call right now. So, but anyway, no, I think there's a better way to address the immigration thing. There is going to be a decrease of utility from immigration, but I think there's a way of solving this.
To the migrants, I mean, like don't we think the migrants probably gain a lot from immigration?
Yeah, they do. But I think
Right.
there's a way we can maximize utility here without having immigration.
Okay.
That'd be to colonize the area.
Right. Sample, what was your what do you want to?
No, he said we have beef. I mean, I debunk you on everything we talk about, but like, what's our beef?
No, he doesn't. By the way,
I believe it.
Absolutely,
I believe it.
no.
No, you absolutely don't. I thought we came to the conclusion yesterday free trade was AIDS.
No, what? When did we
Yes,
say
we
that?
did. Yes, we did.
No,
we looked
no.
at the
We did
model.
not.
It was AIDS. We came to the conclusion free trade was AIDS.
Yeah. Okay, non-fun. So remember the paper? What was it like? Unequal gains from trade or whatever. Where they like free trade is good for the poor, or
Yeah.
whatever. So they had something like, something adjusted, something demand, whatever, and the title, like the acronym came to AIDS, and he dismissed the entire paper just because the acronym was AIDS.
Based.
Look, funny guy, that was funny. And I said, like, look, your paper is a harmonized instrumental variable, so that's HIV, but you don't see.
Right, but
No,
obviously
that's a joke, that's a joke.
full blown AIDS is worse than HIV.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, you would know,
Um,
wouldn't you?
Simple. I'm curious.
Oh,
You gotta have like some evidence on the innovation in immigrants, right? It seems like I don't think I have that much stuff linked. I thought I did in my fucking notes section, but it like I swear I've seen evidence in the past that immigrants do tend to be relatively innovative compared to native borns.
They do. They are.
Even Hispanic. Well, you said
Once you
Hispanic immigrants
no
weren't.
no once you account for race, though, that's not true.
Okay, so it's based on right. It's based on race. That's right.
Yes.
But I think I mean, you would probably see. Do you think
Why
Indian
did
immigrants?
you join?
Do you
Why
think?
did he join? Did
I
he
don't
just
know.
have?
We
What's
have
with
beef.
Israeli?
You said
You people
we have beef.
colonize everything. You can't even keep your hands off the VC. You colonize
This
everything.
VC, this VC was promised to me way before you were born. Okay, I don't. Not even getting
Yeah,
into that.
2,000 years ago. All right.
Very true. 3,000, I heard. Okay, I'm gonna. Well, you say we have beef. Whatever.
No, I was just joking.
Yeah.
I was just joking, Sample. You know I love you. The beef was that I'm Aryan and he's Jewish. I love Sample. Are you still there, Nonfon, or
Yeah. I'm reading the abstract of
how
the
many
study.
people?
Someone like me.
How many people are watching the stream?
A few probably left since we started, or since we stopped like really going at it. We have 12 on Twitch. We have 21 on YouTube. Although we were at 30 at one point, and then I don't know if anyone's watching on Kick. Yeah, no one's watching on Kick.
Dude,
No
I'm
one cares
trying to
about Kick.
debate fucking because Parker literally was like, "I want to debate the guy in the white hat," and I replied, and he hasn't replied yet, but he's tweeted since that. So that's a
Damn.
dodge, right?
I wouldn't say it's a dodge yet. I mean, I think can't you just join his thing when he goes live?
I don't want to fucking do that.
Why not? You did it to Destiny.
Yeah, yeah, and look how that went. He constantly fucking talked over me and acted like a retard.
Oh well, I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess. It
Come on,
might be better to try to
he
set up
looked
a.
stupid. He looked stupid.
I think Destiny has really bad arguments for immigration. I think. I think.
Like, dude, he's like Phillips curve.
The
posting,
natural.
bro.
I know.
Like,
Yeah,
what
I
the fuck
agree.
is this?
Listen, I think it's very annoying to me that to see every single fucking time Destiny talks about immigration, he talks about the Phillips curve and the natural rate of unemployment. But I don't think that I think both of you were wrong in that debate, obviously. So
I was right. I was right. Yeah, so I think I won this debate. I think I was more substantive. I think I was more rhetorical. I think I won this debate. I think it was a very good faith conversation. I think I did very well. I think you lost.
wow,
No,
incredible.
I'm just janking. I'm just janking your chain.
True. I mean, I think like I think like like I said, I feel like for most of these things to be like more confident on it, I would just need to do like way more research that I have on like exactly what fucking immigrants are more innovative than natives and what immigrants are and what blah 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 blah. But I think like just generally, maybe it is my Econ 101 bias that you or that I have that you might not hold because you're a post Keynesian. Like we have, I would just say like generally seems
Well,
like
you can
immigration.
read. I wrote a paper for Ubersoy.
Our
which is-
Irish, the New Mexicans or whatever, like the
No. I wrote something about like post Keynesianism and immigration. You can take a look at.
oh, I mean, maybe I don't know, but like I said, I think I just have like broadly like Econ 101 brain where I'm like immigration increase, shifts out the
Oh, you
PPF.
definitely do.
It probably, probably to the extent it decreases wages, like those gains are captured by other people. So they probably probably still leaves.
Yeah, but it's captured. It's captured by people who are higher up on the totem pole. Like it is a regressive policy.
I mean, I've had a lot, I've had a lot of disagreements about Economy with this. I just don't care about inequality like that much, and I think
I don't either to a certain degree. Like for example, let's like use like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, like that was that was unequitable, but that boosted well-being for everybody, and that's okay. That's okay. But
Mhm.
if there's a policy that causes inequality specifically because there's a people on the lower side of the totem pole, they're having their livelihoods decrease because, and then that causes a increase of the people who are higher up on the totem pole increasing, then that is going to be inequality I care about.
I mean, I think. Well, yeah. I mean, I think it seems like at bottom you're still just like kind of valuing the utility there, not really inequality. But I mean, I can understand. I guess I can understand that. Obviously, there's obviously just a disagreement about how big the benefit is from immigration,
Right.
even if some are hurt.
Well, on the economics point, like I said, like I do think it causes a decrease in wages. I do think the benefits to immigration are overblown. But my biggest gripe is like a cultural thing. That's my biggest gripe. I don't.
The anti-white bias. Okay, that the Mexicans
Yes,
have an
that is a
anti-white
huge
bias?
problem.
Do any races not have a anti-white bias?
Yeah, white people.
Well, any non-white.
No,
What about Jews born in the
they
U.S.
have
like
the
white
highest
passing
anti-white bias. They have the
even
highest
even white
anti-white
even
bias.
white passing Jews like
Yes, like Ben Shapiro, that bitch.
Ben Shapiro has an anti-white bias. That's true, actually.
He
That's true.
is. Like Mark Levin said it was in Europeans' DNA to be anti-Semitic. Like, yeah, that is anti-white bias. Fuck you. And it is in my DNA.
Okay. I don't know what to say to that one. I have for whatever reason I have someone who wants me to talk to you about veganism. I don't really debate veganism that often.
I'm considering going vegan. Just not right now. I'm in the middle of a bulk. I don't want to rapidly change my diet when I'm trying to put on as much weight as possible. But after that, yeah, I am probably going to go vegan. I have motivating reasons to.
Okay. I mean, I guess there's more agreement there than I figured there would be, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Well, I mean,
I'm Twitter space.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll probably talk more in the future. Like I'm sure you'll be in the server talking to Sam and Sample and whoever, whenever. I'll probably do. I need to do more reading on immigration, but there's like 5 other things I want to do reading on as well. So we'll see whenever I reach my final form.
Are you a protectionist?
No.
You're wrong.
Okay. But I think what are the like big benefits from protectionism that we think we're gonna see? I guess.
Oh shit, dude! I have to go over this. Do you know about like Caldorian growth laws?
Didn't you tell me about those on Twitter once? I feel like I'd have to.
Okay, you know what? I don't feel like doing this right now. No offense.
Sure, that's fine. I think you told me about them on Twitter. Isn't that? I mean, I think from what I saw, it seems like they would not necessarily apply to the U.S. anymore, and probably apply better to industrializing countries. But whatever, you can go. You can do your Twitter.
Thank you. Well, it was nice talking to you. I think this was a productive, good faith, linear conversation. Yeah.
Hey, listen. I got some new followers, some new viewers because of this. So that's a W. I'm sure
You're welcome.
We'll talk more in the future. Like I said, about protectionism,
course.
about immigration, about whatever. So
I'm gonna JQ pill you if you're interested in that.
see, I don't even know if I can have that conversation on Twitch. So I don't think I'm very
can't.
I don't think I'm very interested in that.
Sure. All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, see you, buddy. Thanks.
See you, man.
Incredible. Oh, what's up?
Hey, that was the first time I've watched a stream for longer than like 30 minutes. That was great.
That's true. It was great.
That was a really interesting conversation. Chat was very engaged. I was very engaged with chat. Nobody was really responding to me because I was just kind of saying nonsense. But
I mean, I think typical woman attention span. That's true. Actually, that's true. Yeah, I think I need to do an immigration arc. I need to do an everything arc. I need to do more. But
Yeah.
What do you mean typical
Funny, he
woman
said- he
attention
said-
span?
He said he's gonna JQ pill you. I'm already doing it. Why? I don't need your help. Okay. It's very true. Yeah. No, I thought you did well, but I think you need to hammer home like with examples and stuff, and you need to be more aggressive. But I
Sure.
guess it was a good faith convo. I don't know. Hopefully no like crazy lefties are watching, and then like every time you debate someone, it's like you were chill with this bad guy, whatever. Hopefully,
yeah, can't wait.
but I
Non-fun. You
think
were
you should
chill
have-
with
wait,
this
wait, just
guy
very
on
quickly, very
stream.
quickly. No way, cancel. No, but I think you should have
I'm
gone like with
following.
numerical examples. For example, I said to you, like just ask him like directly, which country does more good or is more preferable? Country 1,000 whites and they all do innovation, or 1,000,000 whites and they all do innovation, but like we also have 2 million Mexicans. Like which one
Right.
is doing more good? It's like it's like it gets the point across very well. People can understand this. And the difference between that and other stuff like crime rates or whatever is that like crime affects directly.
Let's
people
fucking
and
go!
directly,
Thanks for
like,
the
not
sub, Bert
many people outside of it.
Stein.
Innovation affects everyone.
Hell yeah.
If I innovated,
By the
like,
way, I will
phone or
grift.
something, the person who invented the phone
Exclamation point TTS in chat.
impacted a lot more people than just him, or like the people involved. So like the crime
Right.
rate there is a rate.
Smash
and it's
that like
important because that's
button,
how
hit
safe
that
people
follow.
feel in your country.
Donate.
Innovation, you just want the aggregate innovation to be as high because that affects everyone
Prime
in your
sub.
country. So that's my logic for it. But yeah, I don't know. Just
Yeah.
I thought that's a point that's annoying because like I've talked to him before about like necessarily if first generation immigrants commit less crime than average and their children commit about as much crime as on average,
Mhm.
you know that graph, right? So
Yeah.
that then therefore necessarily import like more immigrant. I don't like saying importing. It feels so rough, like objectifying. But like having more immigrants reduces the crime rate, and I said like that's mathematically correct, and then eventually I got him to agree on that. But like I don't know, I feel like he tried to do that with the innovation, but it doesn't matter anymore. Like the crime rate is what's important. not the innovation
it
rate,
was
like,
weird that we're
who gives a
doing.
fuck.
I
Yeah,
mean, a
exactly,
good way
so-
to visualize it is: would you rather have like 1,000 people who are pretty strong pushing a cart, or would you have like 1,100 people with the 1,000 strong people there, and then the 100 people that are there also are just a little weaker,
Yeah, exactly.
but they're still
Yeah.
pushing
No,
the
but on
cart a little
average,
bit
bro.
more.
On average, bro. That's why people need to be
Yeah.
total hedonic utilitarians. Like unless they're
That's
that,
true.
you cannot trust them. Unless
Dude, I
they
did
say,
talk
I
to-
am a total aggregate hedonic long-termist utilitarian, you cannot trust them. Okay, what?
I did talk to a convoy a bit about that today. Eventually, when he got through his dumb shit, but like I don't know, like I was he just he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. Like I was trying to do some like intuitive examples of like obviously if you
Let me
lived.
guess, let me guess. He was like, well, listen, Nonfon, with his smirk, it's just a vibe. Is that what he said?
Yeah, basically, yeah. But I tried to do like my own vibe back, and I was like obviously I did basically that like Beth and Silla. Oh, a convoy, you can't. Oh no, a convoy is here. Oh no. But I did my I did my
Boy, you debate me. You're wrong on everything. You're wrong
Look,
on everything. And I was like, Econo Boy, I hope you're listening. I read your third article. I was like, okay, yeah, whatever. He's doing cringe money and politics stuff in the beginning, and then like, oh, okay, well, he talks about the wealth stuff. Okay, that's not a socialism, obviously, whatever, but whatever. And then I get to the end, it's like, wait, oh my God, he's addressing my objection. Is that really socialism? And he's like, first doing the fallacy of like government wealth equals socialism when no one thinks that before, like Brunig, like decided to abuse the word. But then you said one thing that made me not move on. I was like, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna read the wrong thing Econobo wrote. I'm gonna take a deep breath and move on. Then I read one line that changed my mind, and I'm not moving on anymore. It was that, okay, you can quibble about if it's socialism or not, but you said it only socialists are gonna quibble about it, right? You said, oh, I don't care about like if other socialists want to quibble and consider me not a real socialist. Well, motherfucker, I'm not a socialist. I don't consider you a socialist. So you did sample neoliberal erasure, and that's such a heinous thing. I'm not moving on. I'm gonna I'm gonna still be mad for the next month. Okay, the articles
Is
are
that even
stopping, but
permitted under
the hate
the
is
Geneva
keep coming.
Convention?
Guys, what one of
It's
you
not. It's not.
favorite?
I'm disproportionate. I'm disproportionate. I'm giving more hate than is dialectically necessary. Okay. I am a debate criminal.
How much do you need in reparations after that?
I don't know. We'll see. The ICD will decide. The International Court of Debate. They'll decide. We're gonna see what they say. But
Perfect.
Econoboy called out. I just had to lash out. I had to lash out. I had to. And I know. You know what's frustrating about Econoboy is that he'll tell
I
you,
just did.
"Oh, it's just a vibe. Oh, it's just a vibe." And then I look like the fucking soy obsessed nerd. Well, he's like the Giga Chad. It's a vibe. So he can make the retarded argument, and I look
I
bad.
know.
You know how unfair it is. You know how abusive that is. You know, I'm abused. It's abusive. It is. It is abusive.
You know what they say? Ignorance is bliss. I mean, like, there is nothing more true than that.
That is true. That is true. That is true. I wish I was ignorant.
Dude, I think we
Alas, I was
have
cursed with knowledge.
what I try to get through to Econoboy. Like at one, I think if you just take the Bethlehem syllogism and like think like, oh, if I were truly impartial and I achieved that by living the life of everyone, experiencing everything everyone experiences, like I would want to maximize total utility, right? Like I would want the best life possible for the collective entity that is myself experiencing everyone and everything. And like, in that case, like even like the utility monster becomes like pretty intuitive because it's like, well, if I get to be the
utility monster,
right? Like if I get to be the utility monster and I would necessarily want everyone to be eaten by the utility monster because by definition, the utility monster gets much more utility out of eating people than humans suffer from being eaten, right? I think it makes like most things very intuitive. And then like we have like pretty good reason to believe that.
What
like
was his response? I think that's a really good syllogism. I think that's a really good frame of mind.
He was like, it's just a vibe. Like, he was like, I don't really know, like, if I would want to be like a slave and then like the slave master, if the slave master just had like such high utility or whatever. And it's just like,
what's up with people doing like intonation pumping with like stuff that is like obviously not usually slaves are not the ones that are like massively benefiting more than massively suffering less than the slave master benefits. Like that's not the case. That's the reason why slavery is so important. But like, yes, you would, right? Like you would recognize
exactly.
I as a slave suffer X, but then once I'm the slave master, I get more than X. So overall, I experience, and then, so right, you get the experiences from the slave point of view. They get the experiences from the slave master point of view, and then you see that the slave master gained more. But again, like what's important here is that slavery is in fact a big net negative. So I don't know why people give hypotheticals with stuff. Like I don't know, you can say like literally anything with this, and like you just lose the power of the reductor. You just say, oh, X, if X gave more utility. It's like oh look, Econoboy, would you do a genocide if you found the genocide to be morally compelling and intuitive? Yes. What? Because that's your criterion? I guess you're a monster then. Well, like, no, you cannot. I don't know.
At
I
that
feel
point,
like
it just
people
becomes very like, trivially true. Like it just doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah. Well, another thing I don't like is when people give a name to their moral theory when it's just intuition. So if your criteria for deciding what's morally relevant, like inequality or like the amount of white people in a country or whatever the fuck, and it's just based on intuition, just call yourself an intuitionist. Don't give yourself a name. We don't need a name for you. Just call yourself an intuitionist. That to me, utilitarianism is like a mathematical fact. It's a pill you swallow. It's not a thing you wake up and intuit. And ethics is like that, and the globe Earth is like that. Reality is like that, and so. I don't know.
Excuse me, the globe Earth. Hold on.
The globe Earth, yeah.
Yeah, that's contested. That's obviously contested.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe. I didn't look into it. Nonfon be like, I didn't look into it. Maybe I need to do the research. Maybe you're more relevant than me. I don't know.
You've read a little bit
flat
more
Earth
about
isn't more
the
relevant.
flat Earth theory than I have. I might need to research that.
I'll ask Sample to give me citations.
There you go.
I would never do that. Never do that.
You would never, ever, ever do that. Yeah, I don't know. the paper I sent you, I think it does find like reductions for low wage workers, which is the only fucking person Steph cares about. But real ones know you only care about the elite. We only care about highly skilled immigrants.
And
We
like,
only care about elite.
I mean, I think he like clarified his position like a little bit. I think it was kind of weird, or maybe the format makes it weird. It was kind of weird seeing him talk to like Mehdi Hasan and like arguing about like the occupational data, and it's like literally everyone agrees that like you're very likely to see at least some occupational wage decline for people immigrants are directly competing against. But like obviously, I think what matters more for policy is the total wage. And there's a good paper. I haven't read all of it. I've read like the first 5 pages because I just found it while looking for this, talking about the different ways that we estimate the effect of immigration on wages and why they have different results and why they tell you different things. Okay, it's a good paper. Hold on, let me.
Oh,
could it also be the case that with immigrants kind of taking jobs over here, that they'd be making more money over here relative to actually working in their country of origin too?
Oh, of course, that's a given. But like they're brown, so I don't give a fuck about them.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
yeah, I
like,
did
I'm
ask
pretty
him
sure
about
like
that.
like going back to the utility thing, like that's just overall more utility, and that would also just incentivize like other countries to develop even more to the point where they can raise the wages of their own people as well.
Yeah, I've seen
get those
this. I've
people
seen
back.
this paper. Yeah. I think I downloaded
I
it.
don't know the name of
I
it, but
didn't read it now.
yeah.
Wait, also, just very quickly, Seth call out. Okay, Seth call out. You asked him, like, is there any race that isn't biased against white people? He said white people. Motherfucker, white people are the biggest haters of white people, okay?
That's true. That's true,
we
actually.
all know. We also had that one like survey or something where they asked like each race group how proud you are to be or a thing, and it's like they all are basically like a net positive, and then with like white people, it's like a big negative. Like white people are the least, are the most biased against themselves. Okay, just very quick, but yeah, I just wanted white people call out. Okay, we all know what that's driven by. Okay, we all know who's like unnecessarily counted in the white sample. We all know who that is.
True.
Yeah. That survey looks 2% too inclusive. I don't know about that. Okay, let's see. What is this?
I just sent the paper and I sent a screenshot of some of the things.
Yeah, the AEA paper. Okay.
Yeah.
Or whatever that's called. Well, where was it? Yeah, AEA. Okay. When using variation, so what's basically the finding? TLDR.
Basically, they like the thing that they mentioned is like what measures for policy should probably be the spatial studies that measure the total effect on wages and not the occupational studies, and basically that the occupational and like spatial studies are like not like measuring exactly the same thing. Like they're well, I mean by definition they're not, but like they're not they're not necessarily like comparable when it comes to just determining the effect of immigration on wages. Like you shouldn't
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think. Well, I don't know. I don't necessarily know what I support. I would love to see like. I'm not familiar with like spatial analysis versus occupational analysis and all that too deeply.
Mm.
Just give me I don't know difference in differences papers or whatever. So like I sent you the difference in difference paper about like the housing market. I know there's other evidence. Cato even talks about it. Funnily enough, that like immigrants are bad for housing, but like I've not seen something as convincing or like robustly causal as like the difference in difference. So I don't know, but yeah, I don't know.
Like, wouldn't it just be the case that they would be bad on housing short term, and then like long term it could
Maybe.
even out just because they could be occupying those fields anyways?
Construction jobs. Yeah. So there was
Yeah.
a paper.
And
What they did is they looked at like I'm not gonna go into the methodology too much because it's just regular difference in difference. You can watch a video about that. But basically, it just like investigates areas that had deportations versus not, and it basically finds like actually having the mass deportations. This is back in the 2008 days. Um, so like yeah, it finds like yeah, the deportations led to like an increase in housing prices, a reduction in employment for natives, and whatever. It's just like, yeah, it's like not good. But like apparently there are other papers that find opposite conclusions that Cato talks about. I looked, none of them were as like good causal design as difference of differences, which is a pretty okay one. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Econoboy, debate me about money and politics. Put aside socialism. That topic is already what do you call it?
I know.
Torn to
Dude,
death or
Econoboy should
whatever.
debate Benson's Bulldog, though. That's what I want to watch, okay?
You
That's
you
what
should. You should really debate Matthew Edelstein. Although he's like nasally. I don't know if you would survive. He'd be like, well, okay, well, let's stop and think about that. Okay, well, so if I was everyone, right? So presumably, yeah, so that's interesting. Like that's how he talks. I cannot listen to him. He's just insufferable. That's okay. That's okay. We love Benson's Bulldog. I just love reading him. That's it.
Right.
But yeah.
Also, Nonfon, why are your icons so massive? You just clutter the screen.
Yeah, well, because I didn't have very many of them initially, so I made them big. But now I do have quite a few of them, so now they're
This
in a way.
is
But I don't like
disgusting. I think
I
this
don't-
is the worst sin you could have ever had.
I don't like use
I'm gonna
my
have to
desktop
cancel you.
icons like ever. Like I think I just like search what I need, or I like,
You gotta have the
Steam open.
aesthetically pleasing, like animated screensavers.
You know what you should have done when you debated Seth? It's like you should have traced your lineage in the United States, and whoever is like more generations in the United States.
Dude, I
wins
bet,
the
dude.
debate.
I probably am fucking more white than him. I don't know how white he is, but I'm 99% European. I'm 99.8% European and 0.2%
I'd get
undefined.
He told me, I forgot, but yeah. No,
When
you're
you said
European. I look at
you would-
Nonfun and I'm like, I get like genetic like flashbacks. Like Nonfun's that area. He's that area.
When you said you were Jewish earlier, it reminded me of when my grandpa found out your last name and almost didn't let me go to your house because he thought you were Jewish.
So sad. So sad.
That's amazing.
That's true.
Very true.
Yeah, I'd get cooked
But yeah.
at 2 generations in on my mom's side. I'm a mutt.
I'm not even 100% Jewish. Well, genetically.
Yeah,
I'm
be
like
the one drop theory.
80%. No, I'm like
the one
80%.
Yeah, one drop.
If you have even
true.
one drop of Jew blood, you're a Jew.
Very true. But not fun. We got to do that. We got to trace your family lineage. And then debate stuff like that. It's like,
Wait,
well,
title of the
you're
stream is Nonfon a Jew. And then
maybe.
Dude, I have
just come
many.
running in.
I do have many chatters who think I am a Jew. So
I'm Jewish. Nonfun isn't Jewish.
I'm Jewish in spirit.
If Nonfun was Jewish,
Hey,
I would not need to give him all his talking points. He would just like it would come naturally.
That's true,
like,
it'd be-
with the program.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
True. It would come with the program.
Yeah. It's programmed into him.
Until
like hardware, not
until I see his ancestry.com tree. Like,
Oh, I also need
I
to.
can't believe
For
it.
me, like neoliberal anti-white talking points are the hardware. For Nonfun, it's the software. That's like the difference. Yeah. Okay.
By the way,
I
sample
think the
sample
better
text hates the
corollary
poor.
would just
No
be the
ideas.
firmware. Like,
Maybe.
just built in.
By the way, I do need to. Speaking of me taking talking points for you, I need to look more into in their Conaway's article. He uses the distribution of wealth or whatever from the Federal Reserve like survey things. I need to I need to know what that includes. I don't know if it includes everything Austin Splinter includes. I'm curious, but
Sample
Yeah,
text
I
hates
think-
the poor from Econoboy.
I do hate the poor. Well, no. I love the poor by hating them. It's like an abusive thing. It's like by hitting you,
That's true.
I'm teaching you. But by shitting
It's
on people,
it's
I'm
hard
encouraging
love.
you. It is. It's
hard love.
tough love. It is. The problem
Tough
is,
love, yeah.
Econoboy, you hate the rich. That's the real indictment. You hate the most productive people in society. That's the grave error in your views. Okay, that's Econoboy hates the rich guys. That's how I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell
of
people not to
course,
like him.
someone like Sample Text would say that.
Yeah, I thought about it. And I agree with progressives. On one thing, I agree with progressives. Problem is that we have socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor. If we just had capitalism for the rich and we just unshackled them from all this burdensome bureaucracy and regulations, we would have utopia by now.
If Israelis could
And
prove
guess
their
where it
utility
came
was
from.
sufficiently increased by genociding Palestinians, he would support it pretty economically. If you were the collective entity, you would support it. Okay? Fuck you.
No, again, this is like a bad intuition. Econoboy, if you found genocide morally intuitive to do, would you do it?
That's true. Also.
And if the answer is no, then how do you determine your like ethical view if not by intuition? Because it seems like you just go based on intuition. So I want to know what's your moral standard.
Regulations actually harm the poor, not the rich. I don't actually know which one they harm more. I mean,
No, I was memeing. I was not making it actual.
well,
Econoboy,
I
join
know,
the VC. Join the VC. Just stop the slop. Stop the slop.
doing sample
The
text.
objective
I'm gonna
moral
I'm gonna
standard
go to
for
sleep
me
in
would
like 5
be
minutes.
what increases the pile of bones sitting in my closet.
That's true. That's in your name. No, I'm gonna go to sleep in like 2 minutes. So
Wow.
but whatever. Yeah. What do you want? I'm a tired guy.
Well, it's probably late for you. Yeah.
You can only shit post
Yeah,
so
I
hard
gotta-
for so long.
Well, I already slept a bit, but
I gotta get through this
whatever.
Jubilee video. If YouTube lets me, we'll see.
Oh, maybe. I mean, Destiny did, and they didn't do anything.
Yeah, but Jubilee like grants exemptions to bigger creators. So like, they're like they literally have like a list of people who don't get copy striked, and it's I don't think I make that list quite yet, guys. So smash that like and sub button so we can get there. But
Yeah. Econoboy, here's a question: if the government prints quintillion dollars tomorrow and just put it in a fund and they don't touch it, so it's not increasing inflation or anything in the economy because it's not circulating or whatever, then government would own 99.999% of wealth. Is it socialism now if the United States just does this one simple trick? Is that socialism, you think? Because I was under the impression that socialism is societal control over the means of production, not just like, oh, you own wealth. It's on your
No,
budget.
socialism is when the government does stuff.
Well, that's
basically
unironically Econoboy's view. Like,
yeah, that's
wealth
basically.
is the government doing it, and therefore it's socialism.
Socialism is
Mind you,
when
that's the
production
only
is
reason.
collectively
No one
owned.
ever thought government owning wealth is socialism. Like, except for Bruning, no one ever thought that ever in history ever. Yo, can I join? Caldor fan asks. I'll send Caldor fan an invite.
Who is Caldor? Oh
Caldor
shit.
fan.
Caldor fan is in the waiting room. Same with Bert Steen.
Oh yeah. Oh, he was in Hang. Why was he? Whatever. Okay.
What's up, Caldor fan?
Yo, what's
Are
up?
you a fan of Nicholas Caldor?
Yeah, I am.
What do you think of the Caldorian growth laws?
I think they're based, okay?
Actually based? No. The
Yeah.
manufacturing one was soy.
Manufacturing. So I think I take Setterfield's approach. I think it's broadly applied to service sectors too, probably.
Okay, good. Then protectionism sucks.
True.
Let's go. Let's
I
go.
mean,
Total-
I had this
total
conversation with you an
neoliberal
hour
government.
ago, bro. Come on.
And I debunked you. No. You were fun. You were fun. Look, I destroyed this MAGA guy. And he was there. He was helping me. That's good. But
I've had, dude, that guy. Patrick's teaching me how to debate, but like, he's the most bad faith interlocutor you could ever meet.
yeah.
He act like
You
he's
should study
so
his
dynamic
skills.
with his premises. Like, he's I don't
Is
know.
he the Prince guy? Maybe it's another guy. I don't know.
Should
know
use him to
that.
rage bait people that you don't like.
Maybe a bit. Yeah, I don't know. But either way,
It's my favorite thing to do at bars.
not fun. You should write more Substack articles, okay?
I know, dude. I think I might.
Yeah,
actually...
I need to read more about antitrust. I never read anything about antitrust. It's just not an interesting topic. Wait, if Econoboy is still watching,
Oh, yeah, I was
Econoboy,
gonna-
you, out of all the stuff you wrote in your articles, I read all of them. I was like, okay, whatever. This is soy. I cannot believe you're this sympathetic to unions. So unjustified. So unjustified. I look. If you don't hate unions, that's okay. It's not okay, but whatever. But like, I don't accept people saying, "Oh my god, I fucking love unions. I love unions. Oh, I love unions." I don't accept that. We don't accept. We make fun of these people now. That's my policy. That's what we're doing now. But yeah,
All I'm hearing is that Sample Text is Econo Boy's biggest fan.
that's that. Yeah, that's the problem. I was complaining about this. This is the aesthetic problem. I will like make truth nukes. I will make like correct point after correct point, but because I'm like sprigging out about it, then I look bad, and that's it. People are like, oh yeah, Econo Boy is the Chad. Like, oh, I'm intuiting my moral philosophy. Meanwhile, you were like talking about syllogisms. I don't care. You're a nerd. I ignore it. I read this socialist slop. It's not okay. It's not okay, and I'm not here for it. I'll find a
Conway
way to
says
combat it.
unions good. Probably it's intuitive that unions are good, so therefore we.
Oh, I'm about to intuit. Oh, I'm intuiting. Oh, the intuitor with two O's. Oh, the intuitor. No, thank you.
Yeah, I liked Steph's argument that immigration is bad because it
I had a-
decreases it decreases union density.
That's double.
I had a phase
Or-
where I was like, yeah, all unions good. And then I realized police were a part of those, and I was like, no, I
Exactly
can't
right.
support unions
Exactly.
anymore.
Meat
Exactly. Right.
tasty.
People love unions
good.
until it's police unions, right? Like it's just
True.
that's the problem.
like unironically, that was the path that I took. I'm like, wait, let me just think a little bit more about unions as a tool.
Very true. Very true. Very true. No. It's just cops bad, bro.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Very true. Guys, can I give you advice? Whatever you're
Sure.
doing in your life, do not open Google and type, do more powerful unions generate better pro worker outcomes? Do not look it up. Do not look it up.
I mean, there's got to be at least mixed evidence for that, right? I would imagine.
There has to be.
No, there is, but I think the best evidence is against unions. Otherwise, I would not be.
What about like Northern
Against
Union?
unions.
What do you feel about those? Like the
They're
like
okay, whatever. I mean,
like
they're
red and minor
okay.
mob.
They're okay, but they're like very sectoral. They're very like not mandated by government, and not like I think they have. I could be wrong, but like so for example, there's literature on right to work laws. They find good effects from what I've seen. Pretty much every study. So right to work laws minimally is something we should have. I think Economy is against these.
Do I need to get my stance on
But I don't
Gaza?
know
I have the Benny Morris
specifically about
take.
Norway unions. I think I've seen a paper that finds that they're
Well, while
good,
you're
that they
interested,
increase
I have
wages and
the
productivity, but like it wasn't the
my
best
take.
design.
Read this article.
Um,
His
I
take.
think the evidence
Just
is
a
mixed
record.
on like
His take is my
productivity,
take.
but I think it's overall a benefit for wages. That was clear, right? Is it not?
Yeah. Well, for wages, I think the paper controlled for selection effects.
Mhm.
But
Yes,
there
I
is
did,
a lot of
Tyler.
selection
I
effects
did.
like union and stuff. Yeah. Well, for
Mhm.
I did.
I don't know. I'll need to review the paper.
It seems like sectoral
Again,
bargaining.
I'm not the number one union hater like King of the Coast or something. I just think people are like, I fucking love unions. I would want almost everyone to be in a union. I think that's no. But
How do you feel about
Oh.
tax-based income policy to control for their wage price spiral?
Tax-based income policy to control. So price wage spirals. I don't know how often they happen. Oh wait, what was the policy again? Tax what?
Like you, I don't even remember. I remember like I think Weintraub, if that's even his name, Sidney Weintraub, and something Walrick wrote about this a while ago. Like in the
Maybe I'll
70s.
read it. I'll read it if you have it. But yeah, I don't know. My tax policy is not because it's cyclical or anti-cyclical. It's mostly because it's in accordance with the principles of tax theory or whatever. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I found it a tax-based income policy. can't find it. Never mind.
Either way.
True.
I'm gonna go to
I don't even
sleep. I'm
think.
tired. My brain's fried.
All right.
But
Gotta
yeah,
watch
good debate.
job
I've watched
on
like
Franklin debate, by the way.
20 minutes. Yeah. I watched like only 20 minutes of it, or like the 20 minutes of the end. So I don't know the entire debate, but yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah.
talk to Seth for a while, then I'm gonna sleep. Bye bye. Oh my God, Seth is talking
Oh
tonight.
shit! I forgot I
I
was
gotta
muted.
watch that.
Wait, he's talking to who? I know he said he was going to
Nightclot.
join it.
Nightclot.
I have no clue who that is. Okay.
Some guy on the politics server.
Oh, okay.
Basically, a really beefy schizo.
Let's go. All right, I'm gonna get through
Best way I
the
can describe it.
rest of this or the Jubilee video now, so I can upload that as well for free content. So appreciate you stopping by. You guys are gonna be kicked out now.
All right, see ya, Nonfon.
I'm being
Yeah.
silenced by the deep state of Nonfon.
Yeah. Wow. Didn't even have to disconnect all of them. Eventually, they voluntarily left under threat of, expulsion, obviously. Okay. I don't know why Twitch stream crashed, but we're back now. YouTube gonna crash. Am I even have anything unusual to say? And after this shit, I feel like all these people are gonna be insane. I feel like probably the most readable person there was Steph, who we just talked to. I think everyone else is probably gonna be even way fucking worse. We need tier list and Jubilee performances. I don't think I've seen all of them. I don't even know how to judge them. I think Destiny did well. I think who else has done it? Destiny did it. Ben Shapiro did it. I remember. I don't think Ben Shapiro did that well. Oh, Charlie Kirk did it. I don't know. Honestly, I don't remember how Charlie Kirk did. Dean did really well. Dean is probably S tier. Dean's probably the best. In fairness, though, that is partly because they kind of matched Dean with a bunch of non-debaters. So, which to be fair, they did to Charlie Kirk too, except for Dean and Parker here there. The guy you talked to is not the most reasonable one there. But I did the best, maybe Buttigieg. Oh, Buttigieg did good. I hate the politician speak, but he did good. He did good for what a politician can do. So let's see how the fucking rest of this goes.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s.
Also, if the YouTube stream goes out, that's because YouTube drone striked me, and you guys can go to Twitch or Kick if you still want to watch. But we'll see.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
You don't
colonials,
look
yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are you
Sorry.
talking about? What are you talking about?
You're a little bit more than a far right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Listen to me. I'm
Incredible.
an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like. I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
I'm Mehdi Hasan. I'm a journalist. I'm the editor of Zeteo, and today I'm surrounded by 20 far-right conservatives. My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal.
But these people aren't even gonna care about Donald Trump. They're all like Roifers, aren't they? They're probably like all anti-Trump anyway.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mehdi.
I would just like to ask, what makes someone pro-crime versus, anti-crime?
I think when you're soft on criminals, when you let criminals out of prison, when you pardon people who've assaulted police officers, you're pro-criminal. Donald Trump pardoned almost 1,600 people who were involved in January the 6th. I think 600 of them have been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 had pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. 70 had pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said, we're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned all of them. Are you okay with that?
I would say...
But I didn't quite understand the assignment. He thought they'd be typical Republicans. Yeah.
January 6th is a very special case. I would say it's almost a
Saw that.
climax point in history. I would just phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, if they were to, just for example, they were to rush the capital of LA, I mean, they'd have to move over all the homeless people living in tents on the steps of the Capitol. But if they were
Incredible.
and
Need to throw that at one
they were
there.
just
Let's
protesting,
go.
peacefully, let's say police officers were rushing them in. They were letting them in and saying, hey, you guys can go in.
Oh my God. Yes. Police. Yes. Let's go. Not only do we get the fucking, we really needed to throw in the fucking homeless people in California just to get to actually the J6's rule led in by the police. Let's go.
We have many testimonies that say.
What about
And
the violent ones, though?
Okay, violent ones like What?
Why wouldn't you? I mean, you should obviously dispute that the first people who entered were violent. They broke in by breaking a window.
Named David Dempsey, a judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, sentenced to 20 years in prison. He stomped on police
Yeah,
officers'
bound
heads.
to,
The
yeah.
judge said his conduct was exceptionally egregious. He attacked police officers with flagpoles and pepper spray. Donald Trump pardoned him. There's a man named Daniel Rodriguez. He got 12 years in prison for taking a stun gun and tasing a police officer in the neck and giving him a heart attack. The judge said he was a one-man army of hate. Donald Trump pardoned him. Does that not make Trump pro-criminal? He's letting violent criminals out of prison.
I would say no, it doesn't make him pro-criminal. One,
You're okay with that?
I did not say that. I said that one pardon against somebody.
It was 1,600 pardons. 600 of those were
yes,
people
one, I guess
charged
one
with...
example that you just gave me.
I can give you more. Should I keep going?
Fine.
Shane
And I'll say the
Jenkins.
exact same thing every single
Then
time.
your argument will fall apart because it's not just one example if I keep going.
Go for it then.
Okay, Shane.
Dude, what type of fucking what do I even I don't know what to call that. That's not like cognitive dissonance. That's like God, I don't know what to call that. What type of like a hole in your brain is there that like you're like, oh, but one example doesn't change, and anytime you give me one additional example, I'm just gonna say, well, one example doesn't change anything.
7 years in prison for 9 criminal offenses, attacking police with a deadly weapon, destroying government property.
How
Trump
do
pardoned
pardons
him.
that probably shouldn't have happened turn into pro-crime?
So you
Oh,
agree
at least we admit that.
that they shouldn't have been pardoned?
Sure, but that wasn't your claim. Was January 6th? Your claim was Trump is pro-crime.
Yes, because he pardons criminals.
Okay, I
He
would say
pardoned
that's a
not-
fault.
Let's talk about non-January 6 people.
Okay.
He's pardoned people like Paul Wolchak recently, who took millions of dollars from his own employees, was sentenced to tax crimes, had to pay back $4 million. Trump pardoned him. He bought himself a $2 million yacht. Why is he pardoning criminals like that?
Well, I don't know. I don't think you should. I don't think really presidential pardon should be a thing at all. But I don't think.
agree.
I don't think that.
All right, Bob.
Incredible.
That means something.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to
Mehdi,
your
my
seat.
goat.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, Mehdi?
What is it?
Mehdi.
You're from northern UK, I guess?
I'm from London, North London.
Okay, fair enough. What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind asking?
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to
The
say
premise of Donald Trump being pro-crime.
No. I want to concern myself with why you care about what's happening in the U.S. First and foremost. Secondly, I want to say this: with the
Should
argument,
US should people who live in the US not care about?
Let's not interrupt each other. Because I have this thing, like people know, I have this thing. I have to stay calm. Okay, so
Okay.
here's the thing: I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't.
Okay.
So when you say, "Are you okay that he's pro-crime?" Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is. First and
You don't
foremost.
think stomping on police officers' heads is a crime?
I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're
Really?
arguing, no, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years?
Yes, I've
BLM
lived
protests.
there
Have
for a
you seen? Okay, I myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you
Let's
can't even
go.
imagine.
Let's deflect. Yeah.
So we
Being
have no
done to
rules then?
conservatives. It's not about that. It's about tribal warfare. That's where we're at in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the U.K.
True.
You're from India, so I don't really.
I'm not from India.
Oh, you saw your
What?
parents are from India, so
I'm an American
you have
citizen.
your own states.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen. Okay,
Yes.
fair enough. I don't know how you
Yes.
got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
I'm gonna what are like see, this is why there's not a good reaction video. Like, is it, like what the fuck am I supposed to like say? Like, this is a British accent, British debate tactic, and Mehdi perfected it. That's true. That's true. It's like, what am I supposed to? Before we get into this conversation, I just see a DNA test. That's true.
Absolutely. But here's the
Not
thing.
sure how you got that. Okay.
Born here.
Okay.
Born here, and my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have some stake in the
Okay.
claim here. Okay.
But you're
a little different.
But you're a
than yours.
descendant of immigrants, settlers,
no.
colonialists.
Yeah,
you don't
colonials,
look, you don't look
yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are you
Sorry,
talking about?
you're not.
What are you talking about?
You're not.
Whites are
Oh,
Native
everyone's
Americans.
laughing. Let's go.
I think
What was
you're-
happening before the 1500s?
I think you're getting confused with it.
I don't mind going on a tangent.
I
But
think
what was
you're
happening
getting
before the 1500s?
calm down. I think you're getting.
What was happening before the 1500s?
There was indigenous people here that
Yeah.
came here
Do
from
you know what
Asia.
indigenous means?
Listen, before
Indigenous
America,
people
Let
can't come
me
from somewhere
finish.
else.
Why do you ask a question if you're going to interrupt?
I'm not sure if you know what the meaning of indigenous means.
I do know what it means. It
Doesn't
means
sound
they
like
came here first, right? They came here from Asia by way of land bridge. Have an argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody
Okay,
else.
we
about
got that
I
at
don't care.
least.
I
Let's
genuinely
go.
Don't care. Yes, he is.
Okay,
So
just checking.
my point is, okay.
Nothing to do with crime. So far, you've agreed with me that these
Because
people
you're
are criminals.
derailing, dude. I'm trying
You
to stay on
literally
track.
sat down and asked me where I'm from. I think you derailed
think
this
I'm
Oh,
conversation.
Mehdi's been the one trying to steer this conversation back. You're the okay,
offended by
dude.
that, but I'm, because
I'm
I'm always
offended. I'm
curious.
just wondering what it has to do with
I'm
crime.
always curious.
We're going to talk about
why-
immigration. Don't worry. Later on, you can come back.
I hope so.
Right now, you're doing a very bad job of making the case that he's not pro-crime.
I just
and
got a
pro-criminal.
round of applause. I could probably get another one actually if I asked for it.
Wow.
So
I just gotta. This is a conservative mindset. Okay, I'm winning in a debate if I say the popular line and get a line of applause. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
I don't think I'm
is this
doing
how
as
you
bad.
get rounds of applause? You sit in a room with 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing. Amazing. That
well,
must
wait
make you
till
feel
Yeah, exactly. You are Indian.
You know what? I'm
20
actually
people
glad.
agree with
I'm
you.
winning.
I'm
Emotionally outraged right now.
Wow.
This is great.
I love it.
Do I have to say anything at this point, or are you just
Please.
going to keep going?
Please. Make your claim.
Well, my claim is that I don't care if it's pro-crime. You
Okay,
want to go back to the
so-
topic
so-
of
so-
conversation?
that's fine, we agree then. He's pro-crime,
But
you
I have
don't
a
care.
question for you though. Do you care on the opposite side of the spectrum?
Yes.
Do you care about law being administered
Yes.
to the opposite side
Yes.
of the
I
spectrum?
think anyone who assaults a police officer shouldn't be pardoned. I think that Donald Trump shouldn't have pardoned 9 Republican members of Congress who were convicted of crimes, and I don't think Joe Biden should commit. I don't think Democrats should pardon Democrats.
Fair, but I don't
We
think
both
you understand where we are in the U.S. I
think I do.
No, because you're
I
arguing
think
for the
it's
position of like a U.S. that doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
We're headed towards
So nihilism, no laws, nothing matters.
It's not about
Everyone's pro-crime.
It's not about that. It's that
That's
conservatives
convenient.
conservatives for too long have been playing it safe. They've been playing by the law.
Really?
They've been
They've
playing
been playing by the law?
Yes,
Oh
they have.
my
Maybe
God.
just the Bush presidency. Did you read President Bush?
Conservatives are
Didn't
so
play by the law,
concerned.
George W.
Let me
Bush, nor did
finish.
Ronald Reagan.
Let's be respectful to you. Let me
I'm
finish.
not sure you've been that respectful, but okay.
I'm trying to bring it back, so let's both bring it back.
That's
Okay.
good.
I'm conservative, okay?
Really?
Let me tell you this. We do play it too safe. We've been playing it by the book for too long. At this point, gloves are off, right? The left has made their point. They're willing
Are
to
the
do...
police force in Washington the left?
Yes.
Why
are you kidding me? The left? Are you
police
insane?
officers?
Look at
Wow.
LA right here. Do you think those stand down?
You think the LAPD are a bunch of liberal Marxists?
No, but I
Really?
think they listen to liberal Marxists who tell them what to do.
okay.
I think they
That's
listen
true,
to who
buddy.
signs their paychecks at the
Can
end
I
of the
just
day.
check,
who are
because you're
liberal
doing lots of
Marxists.
little diversions. We both agree Donald Trump's pro-crime, you're just fine with it.
No,
Is that
I
the position?
don't
That's what
agree
you said
with
so
your-
far
I
for
don't
about
agree with your
5
That is literally, this is crazy. It's literally the entire time that's what he's been justifying. It's
I don't agree with your definition.
What's
of
your
crime.
definition of crime?
It doesn't
Stomping
matter.
on a police officer's head is not a crime. That's
no,
your
what I'm
definition of
saying-
crime as the
He keeps getting
Native
down.
American.
I am Native American.
If you say so.
So going back to the topic at hand, we have different definitions of crime because you're
That's
talking about.
convenient. There's a
It's not
criminal
about-
code
it's
in
not
this
about
country.
what's
It's called the
convenient.
U.S. Criminal Code.
You know what? Let's focus
That's
on
what
what we
we're
agree
focusing
on. I'm
on.
sure you and I actually agree on a
Do we
lot more
agree
than
that
you
people
guys.
shouldn't stomp on police officers' heads? Can we agree on that? If
I'm
you don't
not-
agree on that, then I really think this conversation is kind of
No,
pointless.
because first of all, you're saying what? That the police have the authority, that they're given the authority. I don't accept the authority that's been
It's a
given by
very
liberal
conservative
Marxists.
position. I'm a conservative or pro-police.
you don't even have
We
to
know what a real
accept
hate
the.
You're
We
a
define
real-
crime.
What type of fucking dude? We can't. How many? Mehdi has like asked this question like 3 times now. Of how do we like? Is it? Can we at least agree it's a fucking crime to step on to assault a police officer? And he just he doesn't seem to like answering.
You're
it.
not right now,
We
okay?
redefine
I'm telling you right now,
conservatives.
you are going to be blown
I
open
mean,
if you think
yeah,
that my
if we're gonna
position
struggle
is
with the
all right.
English
You
language
have
for the
no
next couple
idea
hours, then
what
yeah,
you're
we'll
up against right now, okay?
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Newsflash: the conservatives are liberal to me, okay? Neocons, libertarians, all those mainstream people, they might as well be leftists to me, okay? That's how far to the right I am. Do you understand my position? So
I
when you
kinda
say,
guessed it when
when
you
you
sat
say, about obeying police, why would I give the authority to police? Do you know
think-
you're in
do you
America?
think that- Do you think Donald Trump should
you're
be
in America?
pardoning 9 members of Congress
Do you
who
know
committed
who-
financial crimes?
let me see if I can remember
Are you
his name
pro
right, because
financial
it's so-
crime?
Do
Are
you
you
know
pro
Thomas-
financial crime?
do you know
All right,
Thomas
pause.
Timbo's?
Pause.
Oh,
I
dear
think the people who
God.
clapped you voted you out.
All right, head back to your seat. You've been voted out by the majority.
Nice to meet you. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, so I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about
Wow.
being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive.
How am I pro-crime?
So I'll give you an example, right? So your side, not
You
Donald
shouldn't even. Actually, maybe you should.
Trump,
but
has passed a series
I'm
of
gonna
laws
say technically, you shouldn't even have to defend that position.
in
But
California. Let's go to California. It's where we are right now. It's where I'm from. I don't know. Are you from
You are
California?
bad faith,
Okay.
I know.
So in California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years. It was life before. That's pro-crime. The legislature in California, which is progressives again, has passed a law that says the voter-induced 3-strike law is no longer absolute. If someone murders someone, stabs someone on 3 separate occasions, a judge now does not have to give them life. That's a progressive law. That is not. That is pro-crime. You support that, don't you?
I actually don't support sex offenders coming off a list. I think they should be on for life.
Okay, so you disagree with
hold on. You and I both agree that sex offending is a bad thing, especially child sex offending, right?
It seems like you and I agree on that.
I
The
agree on
legislature
that.
of California doesn't.
So I'm not here to debate the legislature of California. I'm here to debate
You're
Donald
progressive.
Trump being pro-crime.
But
I'm
let's
saying
go.
Donald Trump was
Oh, he had the
Sorry,
trap
Elaine.
card. Don't worry, he had the fucking trap card playing the whole time. Why did I doubt him? Why did I doubt him? Why did I doubt him? Okay.
The worst child sex trafficker of our lifetime. She's serving
No,
a 20
you
years.
said-
Do you know
wait,
Ghislaine
wait.
Maxwell?
Yeah, she's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst sex
He's
trafficker.
dead. I'm talking about people alive right now.
It's interesting though you didn't use his name. Right?
Well,
Wouldn't he be the one who did this?
Oh, great. I'm glad you brought up
Okay.
Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, before he died.
Wait, when was this filmed? Was it filmed after the? I think it was filmed before most of the stuff with the Epstein files happened. So it would have been funny to. Would have been funny if they filmed this a little bit later. And Trump has been sort of obfuscating around the Epstein file
I don't know
stuff.
if you've heard the tape. He says my closest friend was Donald Trump. I was his closest friend. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He tweeted recently that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. And Ghislaine Maxwell,
There was that.
who was the right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, when she was on trial for child sex offending, which you and I are opposed to, Donald Trump stood up and said, "Good luck to her. I wish her well." So yeah, that makes him pro-crime and pro-criminal if he's being soft on child sex
Well, you
traffickers
just said they
like
were his
Epstein.
friends. He's
No, I'm
clearly
saying he
saying
was friends. He was friends with Epstein. You haven't seen the videos? They danced together, partied together.
It's a
Epstein
guy,
said I
it's
was
a
his
guy he
closest
knows
friend.
he's not supported the pedophilia part. The only people
Actually,
supporting
that's
pedophilia are the
true.
left.
Trump gave a speech about 20 years ago where he said Epstein's a great guy. He loves young women. A lot of them are very young. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, laugh, laugh. So yeah, I think he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
So you
And I
think
think he's
he's
soft on
pro-crime
sex
having any friends
offenders.
who- Do you have any friends who are criminals?
Not that I know of. Certainly not child sex offenders. No, do you?
If it came, no, of course not.
Okay,
If
so
it
we're both in agreement again.
If
So
it
why are you
came out
defending
tomorrow
Donald Trump?
if it came out tomorrow that one of your friends was a child sex
You know what
trafficker,
I'd do?
you'd stop being friends with him.
Yes.
Yeah,
And I
but-
wouldn't say-
And then I'd go on TV and I would say, "Oh, look, Mr. Hassan was friends with this guy 10 years ago. Therefore, he's
What if
pro-child
Mr.
sex
Hassan
trafficking."
said, "I wish them well when they're on trial"? Wouldn't you ever go at me for
You
that?
wish your friend well on trial?
Yeah, child sex trafficking. Would you mean that?
I wouldn't wish someone well, but that's
But Donald
your
Trump
gotcha.
did.
That's your gotcha.
It's a pretty
He
big
said
gotcha.
He wished
Yeah,
a friend
pretty
well.
big gotcha.
Okay.
How? Okay. What type of? It's not a. How's that a gotcha? It's like I don't like I said. I don't know. I'm supposed to study these videos. Okay. I don't know. Like there's many. A lot of holes in your brain if you classify it as a gotcha, not like obviously direct evidence of, or at least evidence of Donald Trump being pro-crime in a sense that he clearly is indifferent to whether or not his friends are sex offenders. When obviously Mehdi's point was, I wouldn't be indifferent if my friend was a sex offender, but Trump seems to be.
Praise the-
What
praise
you're
the
really
woman
trying to do
for
right now is
Or I mean, Trump's indifferent is being generous there, considering the I wished him luck is more than indifferent.
What about
Getting
the
back
fact
to
that,
Donald
what about the
Trump
fact
on
that
first
Elon
level.
Musk says his
Let's talk
name is...
What's his policy?
You want to talk policies?
Yes.
So when he left office in 2020, he left behind the highest murder rate for over 100 years.
He left behind the highest murder.
Yes.
That is the most bad faith claim you
No,
could
no,
possibly
it's a
make.
fact.
Because
You
BLM.
know what?
Because
Can I
BLM.
finish the sentence and then you can come back in?
You're just lying to people. Donald
I'm
Trump.
lying? Can I finish the sentence?
Donald Trump does not cause the
Can I-
murder rate.
can I-
Murder is a state
Oh,
level
that's
crime.
hilarious.
Gavin
Conservatives
Newsom is
spend-
more responsible for the murder rate than Donald Trump
Okay,
is.
that's hilarious. So Donald Trump's not responsible for murder rate, but other politicians who are Democrats
Yes,
are.
because it's a
Everyone
state
can see
level
how
law.
partisan
That's
that
like
is.
saying no. That's like, no. I'll say Republicans are too.
Let's-
State governors who are soft on crime are the ones that are
Let me
responsible
finish the
for murder rates.
sentence. When Donald Trump left office in 2020, between 2019 and 2020, according to data from the CDC, from the FBI, from Pew Research, there's a 30% increase in the murder rate between 2019 and 2020. It was the single biggest jump in the murder rate since 1905.
And who's
So
doing
he's
who's doing
pro-crime
the murdering?
and
Aren't they
pro-criminal.
responsible? Who's doing the murdering?
All the BLM.
So aren't they responsible
Well, why
for
did
the
it go
murder
up on his
rate?
watch?
What?
Why did it go up on his watch?
Gee,
He's
that's
very
real
bad.
hard. That's
He's
a real
very bad
hard.
at fighting crime
That's a
for
real hard one to
Republicans.
figure out, right? We shut down the whole economy during COVID. We told everyone they couldn't go out unless it was divinely protest. We told people that if a cop tries to arrest you, that cop's probably going to get charged with murder.
No, I think the pandemic had a lot to do with it.
Right,
The pandemic
did it
didn't finish
cause
in
that?
2020.
What?
The pandemic didn't finish in
No, but
2020.
you
And
asked why the murder rate
and
went
yet
up.
we're going to play the
Murder
what
rate
about
went up
game.
because
You
of all
guys
these
blame Joe
factors.
Biden for crime for years.
What, Joe
For
Biden
years.
actively induces policies that are pro-crime. I'm asking
So
you
does
for
Donald Trump.
name
Okay.
Bro.
the policy
I'll
that's
name one right
pro-crime.
now. I'll name
Please,
one
I've
right
asked you
now.
for like 10 minutes.
I'll name one
Please
right
do
now. No, you haven't actually. You talked about
What's the
California legislatures. He pardoned violent criminals who
not-
then went
that's
on
not a
to
policy
commit
he
other
gives-
crimes. You don't think releasing violent crimes into
Pardon's
community?
a one-time thing. What's his policy
Do you
he
know-
has pushed? Name a law he
Hold
has
on,
signed.
a pardon
What
is a
law has he
one-time
signed?
thing. Is a policy is not
I
one
don't
time.
even. Did Biden even sign? I don't think Biden signed any like soft on crime law. There might have been like some. It wouldn't surprise me if there were like some executive orders that were like soft on crime in a sense of like, oh, we're gonna reduce offenses for like he did like Biden, I believe, like pardoned like marijuana offenders or whatever. So it wouldn't surprise me if there were things like that and maybe you could define as soft on crime. But as far as I know, any like all the actual laws that Biden signed were not like soft on crime laws. They were like Biden was like anti-defund police. Like Biden wanted more police funding, and I believe he got not what he initially asked for, but I believe the laws he did sign. Was it the IRA? Did actually increase police funding. Biden didn't exactly defund a police type? Yeah, exactly. I feel like it might not have been an IRA. I feel like it was he did get some investments. Oh, is it just a spending bill? It might have just been a budget bill. Okay. Maybe you're gonna find this is often crime. To improve outcomes for people returning to the communities from prison and jail. This is really authorized in 2009. Reauthorize. I mean, I get like at best. Oh, but this is the fucking Trump. The First Step Act. That's part of that. There's Trump. There's Trump that did that. So if you accept this as soft on crime, you'd also have to accept that Trump is soft on crime in that same way. Plus, Trump is the addition of all the other.
That's like Jimmy Carter pardoned the
You
draft.
guys may want to dodge January 6th, the pardons.
I'm not judging that.
Then
Jimmy
deal with
Carter.
it. Do you
Okay,
agree
I'm
with
gonna
it?
write
Do you
down.
agree with
Jimmy
it?
Carter
Do you
pardoned
agree with
draft
the pardons?
doctors. Does that mean his
I don't-
policy
I
was?
don't-
What is it? Oh, sorry, you sent it. Biden didn't actually do much of anything. He just undid executive orders that were too strict on trumpet immigrants at the border. Truth nuke. NPC president. True. There's an auto pen president actually.
Don't support Jimmy Carter. Do you support the pardoning of people who went on to be prosecuted for sexually abusing a 7-year-old child, illegal gun possession, reckless homicide?
Now, see,
These are
there's
people
more
who
bad
released-
faith.
these
There's
are
more
people
bad
who
faith.
released from
He
prison.
didn't pardon someone for sexually abusing a
No, but
child.
they went
He
on to be
pardoned
convicted
someone
of it.
for rebelling against the government that they believed had rigged elections. That's what he pardoned for. He didn't pardon them for sexual child abuse.
But they were criminals who committed those crimes. He let them out, so that means
Now,
the crime rate goes up.
so you say they're criminals because they did the crime,
Protecting the free trade is more important, in my opinion, barely over what? Over.
right?
Yeah.
Would you extend that to illegal immigrants that they're all criminals because they committed a crime? I have a
No,
feeling your
the
position.
Supreme Court, we're going to talk about immigration.
That someone who's illegally entered the United States, not a criminal, but
Not
someone who
according to the
illegally
Supreme
entered the
Court.
capital
Not
is.
according to the Supreme Court of the United
The
States.
Supreme Court has said that anyone who enters the United States
The
illegally
Supreme
is not
Court,
criminal.
and we
What's
can
the case
jump
like?
to
People don't even know what they mean by illegal immigrant, by the way, because most of the fucking illegal immigrants they talk about are just asylum seekers. Asylum seekers. There are a lot of asylum seekers who make fraudulent asylum claims because that was the easiest way to get into the U.S. under Biden. Even if you just wanted, even if you didn't actually have a valid asylum claim, you just wanted to be in the U.S. for economic reasons. But okay, but that's not a. It's not like a. That's not a. It's not an illegal immigrant, really.
Case site? Can I get the
We
case
can
site?
jump to 20. You want to get the case?
The case site, please. You said the Supreme Court.
The
said-
citation of the case.
Yes, the entering
It's
the United
called-
States illegally is not a crime.
It's called Arizona versus United States.
Although it's a civil, technically, isn't it a civil offense actually?
2012. Go look up.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Sorry, what was that?
The case.
Yes, the entering
It's
the United
called-
States illegally is not a crime.
It's called Arizona versus United States 2012. Go
Arizona, U.S. 2012. Nonfon, is there anything the Great White Hope could accomplish for you to endorse him for a third term? Maybe if he crossing the border itself is a criminal one. Oh, overstaying visas. Okay, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Crossing the border is bad. Crossing the border is goated. Okay. As discussed previously on the stream. Create a state law crime for being unlawfully present in the U.S. Create a state law crime for working or seeking work. Will not authorize to do so. Due to federal immigration laws, preclude Arizona's efforts of cooperative law enforcement and preemptive forward provisions. So wouldn't this still... Couldn't you still have it be federally legal? Maybe I'm misreading this. Yes for 124, no for provision 3. 5-3 majority, first part, part. Supreme Court held that provision 1 conflicts with the federal alien registration requirements and enforcement provisions already in place. Provision 2 is preempted because the method of enforcement interferes with the careful balance Congress struck with federal laws and unauthorized employment of aliens. Provision 4 is preempted because it usurps federal government's authority to use discretion in the removal process. This creates an obstacle to carry out the purposes and objectives of federal immigration laws. Okay.
Go look it up.
Pause. You've been voted out by the
I think
majority.
if Trump donated 10% of the U.S. budget to the shrimp welfare project, I think I'd have to vote for him.
Please return to your seat.
Hey, how's it going?
Very good, sir.
Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. I really just more want to get an understanding. When you say pro-criminal, what do you mean?
I mean that when confronted with people who've committed criminal acts, Donald Trump has been either soft on them, friendly with them, pardoned them, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left, I'm surprised it hasn't come up earlier. He's a convicted criminal himself sitting in the White House.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand you correctly, because I don't want to strawman you.
No,
You're saying
I appreciate that.
every time that he's been confronted...
Not every time.
Most times.
Every time.
Most times.
A lot of the time.
A lot of the times.
Yes.
He's leaned towards criminal activity.
I didn't say criminal activity. He has committed crimes. He's been indicted for 88 different criminal offenses in 4 different jurisdictions by 5 different grand juries. He was convicted himself on 34 different criminal offenses by a jury of his peers. But let's park that for a moment. Separate to his own crimes, when confronted with the crimes of others, or the alleged crimes of others, for example, a Chinese crypto billionaire called Justin Sun, who was being investigated for market manipulation, Trump dropped the case, invited him to the golf course, invited him to the White House, and the guy invested $70 million in Trump's cryptocurrency.
So what I want to ask you
That's
this.
pro-crime in my
so
view.
is it possible, because remember, the burden of proof's on you, right? You have to prove. Is it possible that all these things that he's done that supposedly make him pro-crime, is there's another reason for the doing it? There's other justification. For example, let me give an example, and then you can rebut it. The J6. Is it possible that he could have done this to unite the country, to move past, to go to a new chapter? If it's even possible, I think you would have to admit that there's another possibility. Therefore, he's not pro-crime, at least in possibility.
So let me agree and disagree.
Yeah, okay.
So
obviously, consequentially, I would say it's still going to be pro-crime regardless of his fucking intention. But
I agree with you that the intent could be different. I don't think Donald Trump was sitting there saying, how can I increase the level of murders? Let me release some murderers. Right. I'm not saying he did that in 2006. I don't think he was trying to unite the country. That's where we disagree. That's bullshit. In fact, he divided the country further. But intent doesn't really matter to my claim. If he's releasing violent criminals, it doesn't matter. No, he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
No, but that's a big indictment to say pro-crime. That means he's for crime.
Well, he is, because I gave an example.
No. It could be possible. Forgive me.
Your friend earlier, your ally, said, where has he done stuff that's increased the crime? I'm telling you, people have been pardoned who have been convicted on multiple other crimes. These people who we pardoned had previous criminal records. They were not just some folks chilling around and go, we're against the takeover of our country, we're opposed to rebellion.
Trump just
A lot of people already hardened criminals, militia
not.
members. He looked at those people and said, you know what? They've been convicted, in many cases, by Republican judges, but I'm going to let them out. Yeah, that makes you pro-criminal.
Is it possible?
And if Joe Biden had done it, you'd be attacking him.
Sure. Is it possible that their conviction was part of a plea? It's like, oh shit, I can't get out of this, so I got to take a plea deal.
Some of them, maybe.
That's how. What do we think? But you get a better deal if you do that. What's the problem with that? That's how 90% of our court cases go in the U.S.
Lying eyes on tape, battering police officers. Did you watch live on January 6th? What happened?
To be completely honest, I'm pretty novice on this. I'm more trying to target.
Wow.
You're saying he's pro-crime. In my head,
I'm
just
saying,
thinking this logically. Let me finish. If I can finish 1 second. If thinking this, there's a possibility that he might have had other reasons. For example, unifying the country. Next chapter, right? That could be the reason. Therefore, it's not pro-crime. There was other reasons. I'm just saying that's a possibility. And if that's
I'm saying it's a possibility, but I'm saying it's irrelevant, because if you're knowingly releasing violent criminals out into the community, pardoning, not just releasing, then yes, you are being pro-criminal. And I've interviewed police officers.
I don't know about that case.
I've interviewed police officers who have been assaulted, beaten, had to retire from the police office, broken bones.
Can I move really quickly?
I'll finish very quickly. I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they've then seen walk off the streets and then carry on threatening them. Yes, when Donald Trump is responsible for that, you're definitely pro-crime.
Okay, I doubt
All
a lot
right,
of the sources,
pause.
but
You doubt police officers who testified to being assaulted.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks.
You have video footage of some of it too, right? But
hey, how's it going?
Good.
Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
So you claim that your main claim is that Trump pardoned some people from January 6th. By the way, I was there. I saw it all firsthand. Got a football through the way.
Let's go.
Smoke in my eyes. Bloodied. It was a crazy day.
Were you convicted of any crimes?
No.
I wonder why was there smoke?
Because I didn't enter the building. Stay very peaceful. But your entire claim is that he.
Bro.
That's basically you keep bringing it up. All you do is bring it up. Well, let me say this.
Are you okay with his pardoning of Paul Wolchak, who stole money from his employees?
You keep talking about pardoning.
Members of Congress. That's my claim. He keeps pardoning criminals. That makes him.
You know who else pardoned a big criminal?
Go on.
Hunter Biden was pardoned by
Joe
his father.
Biden, yes, let's go, Joe Biden, yes, yes, yes. And all his family. Don't forget the rest of his family too. They were criminals too. They just hadn't been indicted yet. Don't worry. Fauci was part okay, and it wasn't even a. You know what you know what's even crazier? All auto pen pardons too. All made up.
Too.
I'm with you all.
But then why don't you claim that Biden? Why don't you claim that
I think Joe Biden in that instance was pro-crime. He shouldn't have done it.
Well,
He
so
shouldn't
he
have
was
done it.
overall pro-crime
shouldn't
just
have done
because he did that
No,
one.
but Joe Biden didn't just. So if it was just a pardon, then you'd be fine. But I already mentioned there's also the fact that Joe Biden wasn't actually a convicted criminal in office. Trump has committed crimes. Trump hangs around with criminals. He spent much of the 80s hanging around with the New York mob. He hung around with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, that's
I can keep going.
Jeffrey Epstein lived in West Palm Beach, the area, and that's the closest golf course you can go to.
Do you think
He's very
Donald Trump is in the
Epstein?
Wow, what a wonderful excuse we got that.
Found out.
Do you think Donald Trump is in the Epstein file?
No, I do not. Here,
Why is Elon Musk
let
lying?
me explain this. Okay. He lived in the area in Mar-a-Lago, near Mar-a-Lago, so he bought obviously tickets to go in there.
Yep.
As soon as Trump.
Nonfon, would you debate that fucking dude on your radical beliefs? What do you want? Maybe I don't know what he would want to talk about.
Found out that
I don't think. I don't know.
Epstein had done all this bad things. Immediate ban from Mar-a-lago. Immediate ban from Mar-a-lago. Yes, it is.
That's not
Yes,
true.
it is.
In fact,
100%.
Ghislaine Maxwell recruited some of the girls that were abused from Mar-a-Lago.
So listen to this.
From Mar-a-Lago. That's pretty outrageous, right?
Elon Musk tweeted that out in a fit of rage. Okay. Do you
Sometimes
really
people tell the
think?
truth when they're
Do you
angry.
really
The
think?
truth comes out when people are angry sometimes.
So Cash
we might see that today.
Cash Patel literally said that Musk had no access to the Epstein files. So
Cash Patel said that Epstein killed himself. Do you agree with that?
Whatever he says goes. Then yeah, I don't care.
You do?
Dude, no way, dude.
He knows more information than I do. But here's the actual claim.
What a
you said you agree with Cash Patel.
incredible.
He knows more
All
information
right,
than I do.
pause. That's time. Please return to your seat.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, take care.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation.
Don't care. Okay. Oh Jesus, skipped it.
My next claim.
Nonfon, would you wear a furry hat if someone asked you really nicely? First of all, I don't have a furry hat, but second of all, no, you'd have to you'd have to get you have to donate a decent amount of money. What do you mean by sorry, funny hat, not furry hat? I thought you said furry hat. I thought you meant like a fucking fursuit.
Is that Donald Trump is
A funny hat? I don't really have a funny hat, but if I did, then maybe.
the Constitution?
Nice to meet you, sir.
Oh no! Oh
so I
no!
would say that
Clip
with
incoming.
Trump being anti-constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frank, because
I don't really care about your claim. I don't like to
in regards,
because Democrats evil imported invasion.
in regards to the Constitution
Very inner thoughts coming through. Yeah, Freudian slip.
should seek to serve us. And when it fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can be changed. And quite frankly, the fact is, we're defending
Wow.
things in this country that shouldn't be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children and women be victimized.
It doesn't, right? I don't. Hold on. I probably don't want to look it up on stream. Doesn't it already not do that? My understanding, it already does not do that. Most pornography is considered. This is the Google summary. I don't know if I care about that. Two types of pornography receive no First Amendment protection: obscenity and child pornography. Okay, but what is it? What's the definition of pornography? Test for obscenity. Whether the average. Hold on, I can show this on the stream now that I'm sure no porn is going to come up. The average person applying contemporary community standards, dominant theme, material, taking a whole appeals to their prudent interest. Wow. The military is now. Porn is not cool. Wrong. Inaccurate. You don't have the gooner mindset. Penally offensive, hardcore sexual conduct. So, depending on what you mean by porn, it's not protected.
Making women and children be victimized as a result of that. I think things like blasphemy shouldn't be allowed.
Gay porn should be fully illegal. True. Oh, blasphemy shouldn't be allowed. Let's go.
Frankly, there are a lot of legal processes that are enabling criminals and bad people to fully enact their will in this country in the name of the Constitution or following the Constitution. So, quite frankly, if Trump is anti-Constitution, good. And I think he should go further.
So this is wonderfully revealing of the modern conservative mindset. So I appreciate you spelling it out so openly. Just checking. Do you support the Second Amendment?
I do.
Okay. Surprise! I was shocked to hear that.
That's the one good amendment.
I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and include
whenever
the
it's in your
Second
favor.
Amendment. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So can Democrats do the same when they're in office?
No, absolutely not.
So you don't
it's the
believe in
friend enemy.
democracy?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
By who?
Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
Donald Trump is not Catholic.
Of course, he's not. I
So-
completely agree.
so
and
you
that's part of
support
the problem.
Trump? You don't support Trump?
No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John Pork or someone. I can't even remember.
Let's go. Okay, you know what? You know what? This guy, I'm starting to like him, actually. Maybe he's right about the other stuff, too. Okay, maybe.
You don't believe in democracy and you want autocracy.
Well, because quite frankly, I voted. I kind of voted just to
I came with this
troll
argument,
a
but I'm
little
bored of my own argument. I'm much more interested in this. So
yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact local
Who is
leaders,
the we, by the way?
I
That's
think,
so
quite
great,
frankly, these far right conservatives sitting right around
White
me.
people?
Yeah,
No
absolutely.
problem. So,
well,
some of you
actually,
guys,
I have quite.
some of the people in this room
quite-
don't make the cut
no,
from what I can
actually,
see visually.
Actually,
Okay.
hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you. I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white.
So
It should stay that
How
way.
does the United States? I mean, we've gone so.
Oh, Steph really liked that one.
So what's your name?
My name is my name's Connor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Took a little bit of a doubt there.
Oh, well,
Saying,
I use a pseudonym online,
Fair enough.
but fair enough.
How would Connor's America look? What would it look like?
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
No, that's not
whether-
deporting. What does the government look like?
What does the government look like?
Yeah.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader, such as
Where does he come
Franco. It could be a kind of aristocratic class. Could be someone who
picks them?
Oh, my
Not frankly, the
God.
people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings
Isn't that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote to get to that
And
state.
then no more votes afterwards.
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
Well, I'm not. going to
Well,
be
was
part
my
of the
family Christian?
group that he kills? Because
How do
that's
you
the
know?
whole thing.
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt
Autocrats tend to kill everyone,
Carl
even though they're
Schmitt makes
supporters.
this point very well in his work. It's the friend enemy distinction, right? You
Carl
liberals,
Schmitt, the
you-
Nazi theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi.
I
at
didn't
all.
say that. I
Doesn't
didn't actually
matter
say
to me.
that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
What about the
you know,
persecution of the Jews?
That was the one bad thing they did.
well,
Everything
I mean,
else was
I
good.
certainly don't support
Let's go.
anyone's human dignity being insulted. I'm a Catholic.
But
And
you
so
don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews.
I think that there was a little bit of persecution.
We
and
may
stuff
have
like
to
that,
rename
which is-
that.
Little bit,
You're a
little bit.
Far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
Let's go.
I'm just checking
I
who's
love this
clapping just to
country.
get my set of where everyone
Because
is on this.
in
Because you know
during-
that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out
Yeah,
who the fascists and the
absolutely.
Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that
No,
whatsoever.
clearly you're not. Clearly you're not.
During the pre-war period, prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they won. The conservatives were fat
Are
cats.
you
They
in
were
favor
aristocrats.
of,
They
are you in
didn't care.
favor of killing people who aren't like you?
Quite frankly, I'm not.
You
if
mentioned
they-
Franco earlier. Franco killed.
Are you
a lot
going
of
to be
innocent
both pro-Catholic social teaching and autocracy at the same time? Explain that, liberal. This guy's insane.
Oh,
Wait,
well,
like, what do you want me to explain?
Yes, he killed people who raped nuns and killed
people.
priests.
What about children who he killed and women who he killed?
What are you talking about? He never killed any women or children. He was Catholic.
He only
dude.
killed combatants. Is that what you're
Yeah,
claiming?
he only killed
Never
combatants.
killed any
the
innocent people.
the white terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And again, are you supporting like?
I have no. Hold on, let me read the fact check. Franco and his forces killed and executed 150,000 people. That include members of the Catholic clergy who were deemed either liberal or loyal to the Spanish. Okay. Wow.
Only kill combatants.
Never killed any innocent people.
The white terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And again, are you supporting like raping innocent women? Nuns, dude. Killing priests? I mean, priests don't brandish guns and kill
You just
people.
refuse to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone any questions.
I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi
And
and
the
being a
feeling
Nazi,
is mutual,
and
so-
being a Nazi,
Listen, at least you're white. That's true. At least we gotta, I think technically, like, if you're like really truly convinced of your religion, like, you should technically probably want it to be imposed on other people, right? Like, it's hard to see. It's hard to see, like, if you just really truly think that like Catholicism is just like objectively true, and like everything that's not like Catholic ethics is just like is fucking horrible, evil. That's what defines morality. Then like technically, I think it actually does make more sense to try to force it down everyone's throat than it does to say like, oh, I'm a Catholic. Yeah, but I just I don't talk about it. I don't want people to. I don't try to make other people Catholic. So at least I can give them that. Dude, it's about a Holocaust, an event which 6 million Jewish people were tragically brutalized. Believe it or not, localist. Gonna come with the hot take. Holocaust. Bad.
Nazi means upholding human dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't, in a state that I was
with the
running,
greatest of
I wouldn't
respect,
want to hurt
I
you
don't
or
debate.
anything like that. But
What are we
quite
doing here?
frankly,
I don't debate fascists.
okay. So do you concede then? I mean, why?
Do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazis?
Yeah.
Yes, I concede that.
Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing
Wow.
here? Because I mean, you just
don't
seem
know what
offended.
you're doing here,
You
to
just
be
seem offended, to be quite frankly. Like,
I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am.
okay. Well, I condemn the evil
Cancel
that they did, but I
Nonfon.
don't really care
Against the
about
Jews?
being. Yeah, sure. I don't care though about being called a Nazi
sure.
is the whole thing.
I never called you a
I
Nazi.
care
You
about
called
doing the
yourself a
right
Nazi,
thing.
a fascist, and a General Franco
Well,
supporter.
yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole
And
thing.
you don't believe in
Let's
democracy.
go.
I don't believe in
Dude, what the
democracy.
fuck? That guy was fucking
Well, yeah, I am a General Franco
mogging
supporter. He was
people.
awesome.
What the
He was
hell?
super cool, quite frankly.
What the fuck?
Because the whole
And you
thing.
don't believe in democracy.
I don't believe in
What are
democracy.
you doing here at a televised debate? This is democracy.
Because,
Not debate and
because
disagreement.
it is the means to support an end. The reason we
Wait,
have
Nonfon said his opinion right away. We need 5 research streams. That's true. Actually, I am not that well read on it. I probably need to look into the
free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean upholding free speech.
I actually, there's a, I think Bethan wrote this post relatively recently. It was called like horrifying ethical truth. It was like, is there a Fred chart for this? That's a good one, Localist. I think I don't know if he mentioned specifically the Holocaust, but I think he has this post about like, oh, ethical things that like might be true, ethical truths that could be true that would be like horrible or whatever. I think one of them is like, oh, like maybe most of the things that society did bad in the past actually were like long-term good. Not just saving lives. Oh, fuck. I don't know where it is. Oh, here we go. A second disturbing truth, and this one I accept, likely a sizable portion of historical atrocities didn't actually turn out for the worse. Every action has countless ripple effects. The primary determinants of our actions and effects is their consequences on wild animals. Given the staggering number of wild animals, wild animal actions are actions of fact, with the average human preventing about 14 million insects from coming into existence annually. It would be pretty surprising if almost all brutal atrocities turned out badly. Their consequence of wild animals likely swamp their first order effects.
We win. Again, I mentioned
the only good thing about this fascist moment we're in is that you guys are so open about it.
The whole reason.
So we need a study on the Holocaust effects on animal suffering, wild animal suffering.
The whole reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, and you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me,
obviously, a sort of like fundamental part of liberalism is tolerance, and that doesn't really seem to exist in non-liberal. It is certainly your conception of non-liberal society, you know.
Power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple.
I'm not sure what he said.
Hey, it is what it is.
All right. Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
I can't say the same, but thank you.
Oh shit, the guy who's
Good
mogging.
to meet you, sir. All right, so I kind of want to start at the basics or the foundation. I want to see.
Can I just check?
Yes.
Are you a fascist?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I describe myself as I think just a Christian. I'm a devout Christian.
Good to hear.
So.
So you know, 2 steps away from fascism.
I want to start like, what is your connection to the Constitution?
We'll get there.
Why,
we'll get
why
there.
Do you love it so much? Like, what makes it so important that Trump would defy something like the Constitution to you personally?
Great questions. My first connection is I'm an American citizen. I naturalized American citizen, took a pledge to this country, to the Constitution. As a previous speaker has said, the Constitution's not perfect. A lot of things I don't like about it. I don't like the Second Amendment. There's various amendments. I don't like the way the Senate is set up. I'm sure there's things you don't like about the Constitution. The difference is, I don't think you can just illegally defy the Constitution. I think each and every one of us can make up whatever we want. Certainly presidents who are elected with an oath, right? Donald Trump took an oath to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution. And now when he's asked on television, isn't it your job to uphold the Constitution? He said on NBC, I don't know, which goes against his oath. And I'm identifying specific amendments where he is violating. He's only 6 months into his presidency, defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He wants to defy the 22nd Amendment and be president for a 3rd term. This is the problem we have right now. Free speech
And
is
he's on
under assault.
originals
The
constitutional
free press is under
scholar. You
assault.
don't know, Localist. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. Okay. Maybe he's the ultimate originalist.
Due process is under assault. The right to be in your home and not be invaded by federal agents, the Fourth Amendment, is under assault. So that for me is a problem.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start to say I really don't find the Constitution that important. I find it to be like a 300-year-old document. And it was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestors in India. And then your parents moved from India
He's
to
never
Britain.
considered this
and then you
before.
move here to tell us that we should listen to a piece of paper that you were never even connected to begin with. So I want to say, like, if I don't care about it, why do you care about it so much?
How do you run a country without any kind of laws or due process? And by the way, you do care about it, because without the First Amendment, you wouldn't be sitting here.
Well, I agree with the First Amendment. I think
so do you agree with Donald Trump's crackdown on the First Amendment? He's imprisoning people for their speech. He's threatening free speech media organizations. He's threatening peaceful assembly. These are all rights under the First Amendment. Why are you bothered by that as a conservative who claims to love the First Amendment?
So I don't like the First Amendment. I like free speech.
Okay,
so,
the First Amendment is what guarantees free speech. I'm from the UK, by the way. I'm from the UK, which is a democracy. We don't have the First Amendment. No, that's one of the things I do like about the Constitution. I wish the UK did have a First Amendment.
So people
are
journalists arrested for praying outside abortion clinics and stuff like that. Right?
So you're opposed to people being arrested for speech crimes. I assume.
Well, it depends what it is. If it's like the people.
So you're like one of the previous speakers. You don't, as long as it's someone who agrees with you, you don't mind the crackdown.
No, I support.
Either we consistently support principles or we
free
don't.
speech 100%.
Okay.
I don't think
So
anyone.
do you think Donald Trump is defying the Constitution by cracking down on the First Amendment?
So I think he's cracking down on free speech, like the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, who's
just released.
Mehdi Hasan defending Islam in the debate, not defending Islam. I've seen him defend like just Palestine, but not like. Is he even like a practicing Muslim? I don't even know if he like actually practices Islam or not. I think he does, but I could be wrong.
My judge saying his First Amendment right to violence.
And I agree with the judge, and I disagree with Trump deporting him, but I think that's more a matter of free speech and not the Constitution.
I think that's pedantry at this moment. I think you've conceded that he is cracking down on free speech, which is the First Amendment, so he is defying the Constitution, so it's a pleasure to be in agreement with you, sir.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you very much.
Sir. Mehdi, great to meet you. My name is Kai. Do you, Mehdi, believe that the Constitution is important and good?
Overall, yes.
Do you believe that that Constitution can be eroded through democratic processes?
What do you mean by erode?
The original intention of the Constitution being destroyed through a purely, democratic.
No, we have localists here. I don't know. He's gonna say usurpation. I don't know.
I agree with that. Okay. I think if you're democratically amending the Constitution per the rules of the Constitution, that's fine. If we could find a constitutional way to get rid of the Second Amendment, I'd be pro that.
So let's pose a hypothetical wherein the entire population of the United States has drastically changed, and the population now has completely different intentions about what to do with the country. Let's say it wants to give it all back to Mexico, dismantling the United States of America. If that's the case, then what's the use of the Constitution? It hasn't defended the country. In fact, it's allowed for its destruction.
I don't understand the premise. How did the whole country change?
Demographic replacement, mass migration. I mean, we're
great replacement.
We're seeing a change in demographics.
Invasion.
What is the?
One might
I
say.
do want to talk about immigration today. Everyone's itching in this group to get to immigration. I've saved it for you all. But given we're on the sense of the Constitution, and you asked the question, what is the proportion of immigrants in this country? What proportion of the population is foreign born?
It's very difficult to measure because the actual projections of the number have been changing more rapidly.
What is currently?
Oh my God.
The best estimate,
I think it was about 15%.
Yes, just under 15%.
Which is, by the way, more actually than the original estimate was. So
but 15% of the people are going to change the.
What is the original estimate by who? There's a ton of different people who try to estimate it.
Country change the Constitution.
I mean, there's an official census estimate. I'm assuming he's.
It's actually a nightmare. As someone wants to amend the Constitution and get rid of things like the ridiculous way.
It's only done every 10 years, though, obviously. So, like,
Senate is set up, or the Second Amendment on guns, or various other things. It's really hard to change the Constitution. They made it almost impossible. You know, last time we had a constitutional amendment, 20, 30 years ago.
I understand, which is why
I think members of Congress pay.
Which is why
it's impossible.
I get it.
So where are you getting this scenario where 350 odd million people all become foreign-born migrants or the children of migrants, immediate migrants, even though America is a nation of migrants, and then abandons the Constitution and gives the country back to Mexico? Outside of your
Steph didn't like that one. I can see him shaking his
Back
head.
to the actual discussion. What you did is you entertained my hypothetical, but then instead of sticking to the point of the Constitution, you said, well, how would you bring about your hypothetical? And then when
you missed out the part where the Constitution is quite hard to change.
Hold on. I understand that. I
also wanted to get a sense of where you are, and you're a great replacement guy.
Okay. Yeah, and you're a real good journalist because you don't talk to people who identify as like a political ideology. I mean, that's
no,
a very liberal idea.
I don't debate fascists. I'll talk to them.
And frankly, that's upsetting. I think there's a big problem when we value freedom of speech so much, but any real journalist is not going to talk to somebody because they identify with a politically incorrect ideology.
Just talk to the guy in front of you. What are you talking about?
You literally stop talking to him, and then everybody
debating versus talking is very different.
Okay.
It's pointless.
Okay,
he doesn't believe in free speech. Okay. He doesn't believe in democracy.
He was freely speaking with you. You're the one who
shut
shut up.
No, he said very clearly. He said I support free speech so that I can get one election. After one election, my guy comes in, and after my guy comes in, nobody gets to speak or vote again. Why would I debate that?
We listen to your conversation.
Well, I'm reminding you what it said because you just
Let's bring it back to the Constitution.
Please do. First, Fourth, Fifth, 14th Amendments. Those are the ones I'm saying Trump is defying. Do you support that or do you deny them?
I believe that the Constitution is valuable because it represents particular interests of the founding stock of Americans who made this country great.
Do you think due process is important? Someone said that's at the very core of American Constitution.
And
Fifth Amendment.
And what I think makes
But not of due process people around. Okay, they don't. Only reason we have due process is for the founding. What do you say? Founding stock of America. Okay, that's the only people that we should be. Let's go.
Function. What allows it to save this country and to actually make it work are the people who are.
I'm not sure where you're going with this argument. Hold on. I'll show you. Trump defined the Constitution. That's my claim. You can have these weird hypotheticals.
We're taking it into a different manner, which is what's the function of the Constitution?
I'd rather not have your.
You already did.
Yeah, but now I don't
just 5
want
minutes
to.
ago when you took the immigration.
Now I don't want to.
Okay, let's bring it back.
I want to bring it back to the first, the fourth, the fifth, and the 14th Amendment and the 22nd Amendment. Either you say you've got two very good positions. One is to say I don't think he's defined them, and I'll say why you're wrong. Or you say I don't care that he's defined them, as one of your colleagues said. In which case, I don't know where this conversation goes because you don't believe in democracy.
That's fair. Do you think it's wrong to dismantle the Constitution?
So there's two options ahead of you. Do you agree?
This is important.
Do you
What I'm
agree?
doing
So
is
is Donald Trump?
Oh my god, dude! Why is he allergic to answer the question?
The basic point.
Oh
do you
my
think Donald Trump is
god!
dismantling the Constitution? Can we agree that Donald Trump is dismantling? Because I'll agree with you on that. I think he is dismantling the Constitution.
I think he's
illegally, unconstitutionally.
I think he's interpreting it in ways that are more.
Which judges do not agree with him on.
Okay, hold
which
on.
the Supreme Court has not agreed with him on.
And the judges don't agree with
It's not a reasonable good faith interpretation, like obviously, but
who wrote the Constitution?
Support everyone but the 100 people of pure 1776 Anglo-Saxon heritage. That's true. Yes.
How do you know that?
Okay, let's take your example of the Second Amendment. Let's say that a bunch
I
of
didn't
judges.
give the Second Amendment.
No,
I said
hold on,
first,
hold on.
fourth. You don't want to talk about the ones I've given.
You're interrupting me.
You're ignoring me. First, fourth, fifth, 14th, 22nd Amendments. Those are my amendments that I came with today. If you don't want to debate them, just say so.
I'm trying to understand your
Just say
ideology. You believe that dismantling the Constitution is
talk about
okay
the first,
when it's
fourth,
about parts
fifth,
of the Constitution
14th,
that you disagree
22nd
with.
Amendment.
Oh my god, I love Mehdi so much. Oh
Getting
my
rid of the Second
god.
Amendment.
He's never gonna answer. He's never gonna answer this. He's never gonna do it. He's never gonna do it.
No, because it would be done via Constitution means I'm not the one sitting here like your pal.
Okay, you've agreed. You've agreed. The Constitution.
Saying you just get rid of them willy nilly.
I don't agree.
I don't agree that Joe Biden should come in and say by executive order. If Joe Biden put out executive order saying Second Amendment no longer applies, I can round up everyone's guns. I don't agree with that.
Your result is exactly
the same. I don't agree with them. No, but I don't agree with the method of doing it. It's unconstitutional.
That's fine.
He would have been defying the Constitution, and I would have said so, but you can't bring yourself to say so. We've been sitting here for several minutes. All of your friends have seen me ask you several times. Do you agree that Donald Trump is defying the first, fourth, fifth, 14th, and possibly 22nd Amendments? Your colleague at least admitted that he's defying the First Amendment.
I understand that you came in here. What you are attempting to do is simply frame this conversation like you did with the first claim about Donald Trump. But then when anybody asks you any kind of question that presses you to the least degree,
no, I answered. I said I would dismantle the Constitution, but I would do it constitutionally, not by executive order.
So what I'm trying to get to is to prove to everybody who's watching that what you care about is not the Constitution and what it represents or creates. You care about the Constitution only insofar as it allows you to achieve your
because
political
that's definitely.
We agree on that. No.
I care about
Definitely
the
what Mehdi was arguing.
Constitution.
Okay,
Because I don't
let's
think
go.
presidents should be fascist dictators and violate the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
You care.
And he is. I don't think the president should have the power to lock you and me up if we write an op-ed that he doesn't like.
That's
I
also
don't
my
think the
thing. I agree.
president should be able to crack down on us if you and I decide to go protest outside his parade.
I
I
agree with
don't think the president should be able to deprive you and I of due process or come into our homes without a warrant.
And I
Well,
think-
let's have an agreement then.
All right, pause.
Dude, he never got a good answer to Mehdi's question. Let's
Vote it
go.
out.
Let's go. Let's go.
Good to meet you, Kai.
What a worthwhile conversation. Wonder why this dude doesn't like debating fascists. This is a sound guy. Definitely doesn't care about the Constitution and only uses the hammer to criticize policy he disagrees with. I think he does care about the Constitution. What do you mean by care about the Constitution? Like under your idiosyncratic definitions of what the Constitution means. Like no one fucking cares about the Constitution because you have very unique definitions that are not accepted by almost anyone other than you and the 10th Amendment Center. But obviously, I think Mehdi cares about the Constitution in the sense that he doesn't want the president to be able to unilaterally, through executive action, violate it, right? Like he might disagree with parts of it, and like he said, he would probably change it and legislate, make reforms to it legislatively. I guess you have to, the state legislators have to approve it too. I guess that's still legislative. But obviously he cares about the Constitution. No, he doesn't actually care strongly about delegation and reserve powers. Yeah. Like I said, I preface this entire thing by saying, obviously, if you have very idiosyncratic understandings of what everything in the Constitution means, then he probably doesn't, support the Constitution.
Hey, how are you? I'm Mehdi.
Hi, I'm Jessica.
Nice to meet you.
How are you? So Trump is defying the first, fourth,
fifth, and 14th, and maybe the 22nd soon.
Okay. So I want to focus on the first and the fifth.
Okay.
So you say that Trump is defying the First Amendment. Can you give me an example?
For example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events. A Trump-appointed judge said that was against the First Amendment. He's been cracking down on media organizations he doesn't like over their speech. If they say stuff he doesn't like, for example,
cracking down how?
So, for example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events because
I
they
can't go
said
to the White House
it's the
either.
Gulf of Mexico. That's not how it works. They were already at the White House. He deprived them of access, so he punished them for their speech.
But are they allowed
Why does you think a judge ruled against him? Trump appointee reinstated their access and said banning an outlet violated the First Amendment. Wow.
Which is why a judge he appointed, Trevor McFadden, said this was contrary to the First Amendment. A Trump-appointed judge. He's called MSNBC and CNN illegal. Media organizations are not ipso facto
But that's free speech.
illegal.
He can call them whatever they want.
Attacking the media?
Yeah, he can
by the
attack
president
them.
as the executive?
Yeah, he can
And
say whatever he wants. That's literally the First Amendment.
He can say whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
But the media can't say what they want.
They do.
But he's going after them. He's suing them. He's using lawsuits to crack down on the press.
They
Presidents
used
have not done that
lawsuits to
before.
give him 34 felonies that Hillary Clinton did.
No media gave him a lawsuit.
No, but people
Oh, we're
on the
talking about
Democratic side.
We don't talk about the Democrats.
Okay. So he can call them whatever he wants because that's the freedom of speech.
He's
he can even
threatened to prison reporters.
He
He wants to
absolutely.
he said reporters should go to prison for reporting. He threatened someone.
That's
to go to prison.
protected speech,
Wait, that is against
though.
the First Amendment.
Okay. How is that against the First Amendment?
You don't think sending reporters to prison for
Is he
reporting?
sending-
No, but he can say it. Clearly, it's not a real. Oh my God, dude, Reno does it good. We give Trump infinite excuses for this fucking behavior. We never get the same excuses Biden. I like Reno's article here. Trump is authoritarian, but just as a joke, and he goes through like every single like fucking time like we have. We have examples of Trump saying dumb shit like this. And they're like, it's all just, he's just messing around. He's messing around. He's just messing around, guys.
Did he do that?
He wanted to. He said, so. I would like them to.
I would really like to.
So other people stopped him doesn't mean he's not defying the Constitution.
So
he also said if you turn up,
excuse me, he can want to do something.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he will or he can.
Okay.
And I think he's very
incredible.
That was something he did do to the Associated Press. But okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the Associated Press is allowed in the Oval Office, which is his office. That's his executive space.
Okay.
And they are allowed in the press room, just like CNN, just like The Guardian.
Which he thinks are illegal media organizations.
He
calls the media the enemies of the people.
You called him a fascist.
Yeah.
you can say whatever you want.
Yes. But the president is. I'm not.
How did we get back to the you can say whatever you want so quickly?
The president of the United States with executive power to crack down on media.
The First Amendment only applies to the citizens, but not the
I
president.
never said that. In fact, Donald Trump runs his mouth more than anyone.
Absolutely, he
Yeah.
does.
And he doesn't just say stuff. As I said, he actually does stuff. He actually does crack down. For example, Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
Due process.
Yes,
Judges have actually said you have violated due process.
Yes, except for people kind of forget the Clinton, the 1996 Immigration Reform Act, where you can get limited due process when you have expedited
American citizens.
Why would he? If first of all, okay, one. He's not deporting people under the. I'm sure some people are deported, but he's not deporting people under that act. He's deporting people under the Alien Enemies Act under a bad faith interpretation of the definition of the word invasion. So he can deport people with more than just an expedited removal, without like almost technically like without with a even more limited set of due process that you're supposed to have. But Trump doesn't even afford people the limited due process that the Alien Enemies Act gives you, right? Like he was literally deporting people. You literally have people loaded on planes, ready to be deported before their proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act was even made public. Like that's what like, courts have already had to rule that like there are cases where like immigrants weren't informed of what they were being deported under. There were cases where they weren't able to make habeas claims, right? I believe it's already been in two court cases where the Supreme Court has said, hey, immigrants have a fucking right to make habeas claims, and you have to actually make it reasonable for them to be able to get habeas claims. You can't, for example, I think they said like 24-hour notice of being deported was not sufficient time to, who has a good article about this too? Rainield. Not sufficient time to have a habeas claim. Under these circumstances, notice roughly 24 hours before removal, devoid of information about how to exercise due process rights to contest that removal, surely do not pass muster. So there's that. Have you read what was written about the Alien Enemies Act? Alien Seditions Act of 1798 by who? A lot of people have written about it.
What about American citizens?
Who's getting deported? That's American.
2 American children have been deported multiple this year.
No. Their parents have been deported, and their parents say,
No, the father was
take
American.
my baby.
No.
Was mom legal?
We don't know.
I believe there was a case where a mother wasn't informed of her right to keep her child here. I believe there was at least one case of that. There may have been more by now.
Court and the judge.
They don't have to go to
I
court.
don't know why I would care what they had to say, localists. None of that stuff is that even legally binding? Kentucky and Virginia resolutions of 70. It's not even. I kind of doubt that's legally binding still, but regardless.
Yes,
that's not a part of the due process.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm very aware.
Are you a lawyer?
Do I have to be? Oh, we're making an argument
Are you a
now
lawyer?
from. We're making.
It's a simple question. Are you a lawyer?
Okay, we're making an
I'll
argument.
take that as a no. A Trump-appointed judge in the case, not some Marxist lefty judge, as you people like to call them. A Trump-appointed conservative judge said you cannot. It is illegal and unconstitutional to expel or deport an American citizen without meaningful process. He said that in April. So that was an act that Trump did. It wasn't speech. He got rid of an American citizen from the country without process.
So
That's the Fifth Amendment violation.
Since I'm not up to date on that specific
I'll give you
case,
more.
I'm sure you can. So
well, you weren't aware that American citizens are being deported. It's a pretty big story.
Yeah,
Maybe if you read the fake
probably
news, you might know.
What?
If you read the fake news, you might know what's going on. A lot of American
how would I
citizens
know what's
have
going
been
on if I read
deported.
fake news? I don't watch CNN or Rachel Maddow. Sorry.
That's why you don't know that your fellow citizens have been deported this year.
My fellow citizens.
Are they not American citizens have been deported?
Okay. When a child goes with their.
All right, guys, that's time. Please return to your
Nice to
seat.
meet
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News.
What? You're making me watch
on this
sponsorships. If you're gonna copy strike me, you don't get sponsorship.
Hi, how are you?
Oh wait, what's the claim?
Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is that immigrants overall are good for America.
Oh, here we go. Do I care about this localist? I don't know why I would care about something that's only state law, not federal law. They're the right and duty. Oh, there's no way this is binding still, right? This would have to have been overturned by a Supreme Court case, right? There's no way this is binding. Is it a right and duty to declare unconstitutional those acts of Congress? Constitution not authorized. Wouldn't this have been ruled unconstitutional during the nullification crisis? Influence reverberated up to the Civil War and beyond. In the years leading up to the nullification crisis, the resolutions divided Jeffersonian Democrats with states' rights proponents such as your favorite vice president dude. Years later, passed the Fugitive Slave Act, collectivists. Okay. Regardless, I don't really see how that's relevant to Trump deporting people without due process, but okay. We're stalled politically, not legally. Okay.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, nice to meet you,
Mehdi.
Daniela. So in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this. Do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant and American.
Well, immigrants are not
Oh, come on. I think well, maybe there's a fine answer, okay? But like obviously why are we letting the basically zero sum thinking help or exist here, right? Like obviously something can help both immigrants and native born people. I don't know why we're assuming it can't be a win-win, as most transactions are win-wins, or most voluntary. I have no clue.
Americans are the people that we care more about helping Americans or immigrants.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, nice to meet you,
Mehdi.
Daniela. So
It is, yeah.
naturalized in the process of becoming American?
14th Amendment.
People that were born here.
That's not true. What's the basis of your claim for
Are you
that?
talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
Is she like she cute? Is she like famous or something? What? Got 7,000 Twitter followers. It's not nothing. So
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
I just never forget a pretty face based.
Clause. A person's born.
Oh, my headphones are so delayed. Give me a second.
Born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
Oh shit! Wait, is it connected to? What the fuck?
There's about 40 to 50 million naturalized Americans.
Okay, we're good.
Yes,
Never mind.
but
You didn't seem aware of
Don't
it
worry.
because you said Americans versus immigrants.
So, but are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here for, even also the millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions, it's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would argue.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for.
Oh, because of immigrants. The reason college is so expensive is because of immigrants too. Let's
more
go.
blue collar work, especially in construction, agriculture, and so forth, and the hospitality industry. We cannot.
Oh
get
no, it's just they just decrease their
jobs in those
wages so
fields,
much.
it
Are you
requires
looking for a
us.
job in construction?
I'm
or
not. No, I went to
agriculture?
college.
Okay.
Many people here are in college or went to college. We can't even find jobs in our fields.
Don't like Actually, I don't know what percent of Americans go to college. It can't be that hard to find, right? But percent of working adults with college degrees. I'd say 45%. I got it. 46.5%. This says 54%. Shit, I'm a genius. Apparently. Obviously, you would expect like even if immigrants hurt everyone without college degrees, which seems rather unlikely, they would, there would still be positive effects, and at least about 50% of population. Then, right? And that's ignoring the other, potential, this sort of spillover benefits immigrations might have through whatever effects they have on innovation, and just like the general, you have more people, production possibilities, frontier curve shifts outwards. You can make more things, right? Like, the thing you can explain only in aggregate. The thing is, you can only explain in aggregate and stats why immigration helps, but you can't explain a tangible way in which immigration makes her life better specifically. Why the fuck would I? I'm not. The positive effects impacts aren't on the individual. Why? Look, first, I'm not talking to her right now. The prompt is immigration good for America overall? Obviously, what's relevant to that is stats and statistics and aggregates. You're fucking retarded if you think otherwise. If I was talking to her, I might care to try to appeal to her on some individual basis, but I'm not.
Also because of the H-1B visa program as well. But in regards to just your claim about
True.
immigrants specifically, we cannot even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Well, I'm
obviously.
unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, from what I
I'm unaware of the unemployment rate. Let's go.
Immigrant and an American, and I employ many American citizens, both naturalized and the ones born here.
And
I employ
my
Americans.
parents. No, my parents came
Americans as defined by you.
My parents came as immigrants to become naturalized, so I'm not necessarily opposed
Oh, wow.
to immigrants.
So you're the child of immigrants.
Correct. I'm a child of immigrants. I was
But
born
you don't
here.
accept that immigrants are Americans.
Not at this moment.
So your
because-
parents are not Americans.
Not at this moment.
Hold
No,
on, your parents
they're
are Americans.
citizens. They became naturalized.
You just said you can't be citizens by being naturalized.
No, I was born here, and I'm not
Yeah, you're
opposed
born
to
here, right?
naturalization.
But
I
are your
never said I'm
parents?
against
Are
naturalization.
you against naturalization?
No, I never said I was against
You did. You
naturalization.
began. You're very. Everyone was here. They can play back on YouTube. You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants. You said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However, but
So
I
they
want
are
to make the
immigrants.
claim
You
that
said,
we
I
cannot
came
even.
here as an immigrant. I'm an
But
immigrant.
at this point, when they came,
I mean, I guess their definition, you stop being a fucking immigrant when you get naturalized. Let's go. Okay. You can only explain why it's good for America in vague, abstract concept. It's not vague, locally. I can cite like again, the issue with like you don't care. Like if I cite data at you, right? So like it's not really vague to say that like we observe that immigrants have positive effects in the economy. Like, well, I mean that specifically is vague, but I could conceivably give examples. For example, like X study finds that when certain companies that get H-1B visas actually employ more native-born workers because there are clustering effects, and that actually increases the total amount of investment in certain cities, and it makes them hire more native-born workers. So in that case, we have immigrants and native-born workers are complements, and like that's a very clear like benefit that we can have. But you don't care about any of that. But can I explain why immigration benefits the individual Americans who actually make up the country? America isn't an economy or GDP. First of all, obviously, GDP, per capita GDP, has implications on the lives of individual Americans. Obviously that matters. But like again, I'm not what localist? What case do you expect me to make? Like I'm so confused. What I'm supposed to like I could conceive of an example of like, she has a fucking gardener who's an immigrant, and if immigration was restricted, she'd either have to pay much more for her gardener, or she just wouldn't be able to have one, or there's some type of innovation made by an immigrant that she uses in her daily life. I don't know, conceivably there are ways in which it has helped her, but
The
People
United
aren't
States
happy with the way
economy,
this is going for you.
The United States economy was not at.
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been
Not
for many years.
not from
And
the
I can say that as
statistics
somebody who doesn't like Donald Trump.
We're
Which
giving
statistics do you
millions and
see?
billions of dollars
Which
to
statistics
people
do you see?
of minorities as well as.
The reason the economy is doing badly now is Donald Trump's tariff policy. Nothing to do with migrants. In fact, the
we can't
congressional.
start businesses.
I'm an immigrant. I started a business. In
No,
fact,
I understand because the
immigrants
SBA is
are-
giving people
immigrants-
billions
I
of
didn't take any
loans. They're
loans
giving
from
them
SBA.
billions.
I didn't take any
I'm
loans.
not saying you did, but I'm
Okay, well,
saying that
I did.
statistically speaking, they're giving billions of
So
loans
should we do
to these people.
statistics? According to statistics, immigrants are 80% more likely to be entrepreneurs than native-born Americans.
Sure,
They're more likely to start
absolutely.
businesses.
No, I'm aware.
Truth nuke. I don't know what he's citing for that, but MIT study found that immigrants are 80% more likely to start. I mean, that conceivably makes sense. Immigrants typically have higher upward mobility than native-born citizens. So
higher American.
your concept, local. I understand you don't think America exists. I understand you have an idiosyncratic definition of America. Like I know your position's localist. You don't have to. I don't care.
I'm aware
Right?
of that.
Immigrants
but
are
we
more
also-
likely to pay in taxes than take out in benefits. They're more likely to add to innovation and jobs and wages. This is what the statistics show. The Congressional
I
Budget Office.
understand- I
Let me just finish my
understand
point and let you come back
that.
in.
Okay, go
The
ahead.
Congressional Budget Office, which is bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats both use it. They have said that the immigration surge that you mentioned will lead to an extra $9 trillion
Roots
of
offset
GDP
by like 900 billion. Yeah.
over the next 10 years.
Oh, sorry. Immigration surge and environment administration will add. I'm pretty sure. I don't think they're citing the right thing. I'm pretty sure if you just look at, I know exactly what Mehdi is citing. I don't know what Sand Fact Check is citing. CBO immigration surge, Biden 900 billion. I know Mehdi is citing this, which I don't know the exact assumptions behind this, but you can see 897 billion. Am I late? I mean you're late in the sense that the first event already happened. We already debated, but we're still watching this video. So I know Mehdi is citing this, but I have no clue what the fuck they're citing. There's no 8.9 trillion. Oh, sorry. It's a GDP. Okay. Sorry. Hold on. Mehdi was talking about deficits.
That use it. They have said that the immigration surge that you mentioned will lead to an extra $9 trillion of GDP over the next 10 years.
Oh, sorry. Okay. He was talking about deficits initially. My bad. I thought he was. Okay. My bad. I misheard. Never mind.
That amounts to $65,000 per American household. That's $65,000 for each and every one of you holding up a red flag.
Thanks for following, squad.
All
Hell
right,
yeah.
pause. You've been
Welcome.
voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Oh, the bot. God damn it. Okay, just talk to this dude. So, don't think we gotta watch this for the second time, especially because we just talked.
Right.
No, yes,
surely. So that's wondering how naive you are. You also listen to me. Shit, they are doing jobs we don't want to do. Is what he said as I left to an American citizen. Good to know where you stand on immigration. It's not about immigration, is it? That's what it's not about. Hey, how you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. How are you?
Not bad.
Oh, this
So,
guy's got the
what type of
fucking fit. What the hell?
Immigrants are we talking about?
What do you mean?
Like any immigrants or
Immigrants. That's why I said immigrants
illegal
overall.
immigrants?
Undocumented immigrants also contribute
Illegal?
greatly to the U.S. I say undocumented. Other people are illegal.
So, let's put it this way. I mean, I'm an immigrant too, from
Right.
Iran.
Okay.
There isn't even
How
a
do you
U.S.
feel about the fact that people here want you out? Are you okay with that?
I'm here to debate you, not debate them.
I mean, you're all on the same side. You're part of one group.
No.
You've been clapping each other.
No, I mean, there are conservatives here, there are far-right people here, there are Republicans
How do
here.
you feel about that guy wanting me and you to leave?
But, you know, let's
I'm just
stick-
wondering. Wait, this is the topic of immigration.
It's not
How
about
do you feel
my,
about the
it's
guy?
not about my feelings towards them.
Okay.
It's about staying on this topic
Okay.
and
Immigrants are
talk
good for
about
America, yeah.
it.
You and me, we're good for America. And the
So-
guy over there wants us to leave. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
So I believe that there has to be strict immigration laws.
Okay.
We have to make sure that the people who are coming here have the good intent of the United States in mind.
That's not my claim, but okay.
So
my claim is about immigrants
so
are net
if,
positive.
if you just open our borders to every single person
No
that
one
wants to
calls
be
for
here,
open
you know, that
I don't
claims that
think
they have
he's,
economical
he's
hardship in
claiming
their
that,
country.
buddy. But
I'm just saying, you know.
Oh, it's a straw man. So you're just saying a straw man.
No, I'm saying
You're
that
wasting
if
time with a straw man. No one's calling for open borders. I
I
ain't
mean,
calling for
well,
open
you
borders. I
wasted
said
time.
immigrants who-
You wasted time trying to cause division between me and my friend
Division.
over
He
here.
wants you to leave the country. That's a pretty big deal.
All
I mean, you can ignore
like
it,
I
but that's
said-
your side, my friend.
Like I said,
You
you were
made
the
your
one
bed.
that tried to derail this argument
Derail?
by bringing that.
It's
Even
literally
though we're
caught my
trying to-
argument. I'm saying immigrants are good to America. People on
And
your side
I
are
asked
saying
you what
we
type
should
of-
leave. Not me.
And
me and
I
you.
asked you what type of immigrants are we talking about? Are we talking
Immigrants
about
overall.
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 So,
I mean, whatever.
so
you
you
want
believe
me to get into like particular communities? I'm not playing that
so you
game.
believe that people that come here without
Overall,
any
help the
respect,
society.
without any respect to our laws and our border, you know, are going to be
I
good
don't
for this
think
country?
that. Obviously, I would
So-
say the average immigrant doesn't seem to have that.
You
Or
can't
it
say
doesn't seem to not have that, I guess.
that all immigrants
I
overall.
never said all immigrants. I
Well,
said
you said-
immigrants overall. Immigrants overall doesn't mean all immigrants. Sorry to break that to you.
All right, so
I don't know why. You should probably specify like the median or average immigrant.
you have to make sure that the people who are
Isn't
coming
that
here
positive?
have the good intent of this country in mind. Agreed?
Yes,
All right,
irrelevant
good.
to my claim,
But when
agreed.
you have undocumented immigration going
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
you can't vet that. You can't make sure about that. Let me real quick, you know, talk about my background.
Also,
There's no Iran-
technically
American embassy in
unrelated
Iran.
from if
So
immigrants
in
are
order
not
to come
positive,
here, you have to stay in line for 4 years, and you have to go through some serious vetting procedure to get here. But I made it, and that process has to be in place because I mean you don't want terrorists
But I'm,
to
hold on, hold on, hold
fill
on.
this
I
country.
made it too. I'm an American citizen. I went
We do also, to some like asylum seekers are at least like screened for a criminal background before they claim asylum. So, give a high IQ take on distributionism for all us distributionists in chats. Economies of scale is important.
Vetting. I took my test.
And that's how it should be.
And you fail to properly account for it.
Us to leave.
But
he wants us to leave.
when people
So people don't really care about vetting, do they? It's not really about vetting, is it, my
But
friend?
people should not have
You're in
the
denial.
right. People should not have the right to ignore our borders and our laws.
What about those
to
of us who
come
don't
here.
ignore the borders? Should we get to stay?
Of course.
He says we shouldn't.
Well, I'm not debating him.
You kind of are because you're all together on this.
No, I'm debating you.
Okay. And I'm pointing out to you that your argument is in bad faith because these guys are actually speaking the truth and you're in denial about who's on your side. He wants you gone.
I never claimed that I'm on their side or they're on my side. I'm
Like
here to-
he's nodding. Oh my
Wait, you
All
god.
right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Nonfon is the ignorant economics and translation buff. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Mehdi. Nice to meet you.
The question is, immigration is good for America, right?
Overall, if you look at the net positives to things like our society, our culture, our food, our economy, our general diversity, I know the D word is a bad word in places like this. I think immigrants have been a net positive. I think if you look at your everyday lives, we all benefit from immigration.
And what kind of conservatives disagree with that? Besides the racist
Some of the guys who told me to leave this place and go back to not a citizen.
Do you think all conservatives?
He's raising the red flag
Reagan,
immediately.
Who was the president I wasn't a big fan of until Donald Trump came along. Now people like Reagan look good in comparison. Reagan said in 1986 our country is a nation of immigrants. Our immigrant heritage is our strength. He gave an amnesty to 3 million undocumented migrants. He understood the value of immigration. So I'm with Reagan. Although
I'm
this
with
guy's
Reagan.
putting his thumb down there. So
I'm with
Reagan's not
Reagan.
popular in right-wing crowds these days.
Yeah. Well, he's popular with me.
Good to hear.
I'm a deferred action of childhood arrivals. I was an illegal immigrant myself. I came here when I was 10. I'm what you would call a legal alien now. I didn't have any say on my parents' choices.
Yes.
Do I think that they were well-meaning by wanting to bring me over for a better future? Absolutely. I believe that.
Yeah.
Did they break the law? Yes. Do I agree with people breaking the law? Not necessarily. Do I think
Bold
that there's
takes. We got
a
some hot
situation
takes
where
today, folks.
You can break the law.
Folks,
for
the
the
hottest,
better, for the greater good.
hottest take so far, maybe.
Immigration is it's an interesting issue because I do agree with you that
Good to hear.
It is
everyone's,
interesting.
An immigrant in the sense that. Can you tell me a little bit more about your journey?
I've been here 10 years. I'm a proud American citizen. I'm a dual national. I'm British. I'm American. And I am an immigrant who's contributing to this country. So, yes, I'm very much proud of America's immigrant heritage. I'm part of it. And despite what one of the other people
Uncle
said on
has
the
to
show
always, quote unquote, roast me, but his roasting of me is just not believing in economies of scale.
Yeah, everyone here, unless we're Native
All
Americans,
right,
descendant of
pause.
immigrants.
Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thank you, man.
Nice to meet you.
I don't know what that is, so maybe what the economist scale. You don't know what that is.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Actually, a fan. I see you a lot.
Streamer, why do firms exist? I don't actually know. I don't actually have a good answer to that off the top of my head. I mean, I would just say like, I mean, they seem to they increase utility, voluntary transactions. I don't know. I don't have a good, I don't have a good answer for that off the top of my head. I mean, it obviously probably makes coordination easier between people. So.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah. So my argument is that Americans are what is a nation? A nation is a geographical location full of people who have some things in common. So I think some of the things
This guy's a
typically in
genius.
history are going to be like race, religion, ethnicity, language. These are some of the things that we have to have in common in order to actually have a functioning civilization, especially in self-government. I'm not necessarily a giant fan of self-government. I'm a Catholic nationalist. I'm not a fascist. You have to have at least some things in common in order to actually have a civilization. And the immigrants, especially illegal immigrants that come to this country now, disrespect us. They hate everything that we believe. They don't even speak our language. I watched after Trump got elected, I watched an interview of an illegal alien.
Fairly certain that even I actually don't know the percentage of asylum seekers that speak English, but like it's like over 80% of second generation immigrants speak English fluently. So
woman crying and about getting deported, and the entire interview.
he's a Catholic nationalist. No, he said he's not a fascist.
Spit in the face.
I thought.
Disrespect. They don't care about
Maybe
us.
I
They abuse our
misheard.
system.
Pretty sure he said he's a Catholic nationalist, but not a fascist.
So you've gone from a teleological argument into just a bunch of series of wild, unsubstantiated
Well, I'm asking
claims.
you, what is the-
I don't accept any of those claims.
Okay,
They hate
what's the point
everything we
of a
stand for, and I don't accept. Well, I'm not going to deal with the teleology. I'm going to deal with the false claims that you
Okay,
made.
go ahead.
There's no. What's your basis for saying that all immigrants or all undocumented immigrants hate everything we stand for? It's funny that you said you're a Catholic nationalist. How did most Catholics get to America? Irish Catholics, Italian Catholics, immigration. Much of the people coming across the southern border are
Conquest.
Catholics.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
So it's
that's
really
not-
funny that you say you're a Catholic
Is there-
nationalist, but Catholics came to America via immigration.
Yeah. So there's.
So immigration is good for America. You and I can agree. Otherwise, people of your faith wouldn't be here.
No. Well, we were here on this side of the world, in this continent, from conquest. We came over here.
But
And
the big surge is
Wow.
numbers,
Okay.
as you well know, because you're a smart guy.
Yeah.
Italian, Irish immigration waves, Catholic immigration waves.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not
Are you
even
against
claiming.
those?
I'm not even
Were you
claiming.
against those? If you were
well,
alive
I'm not
then?
even claiming that
Because a lot of
immigration
people
is
were against
bad.
those.
I'm not claiming immigration is bad in all cases at all times.
What is your claim?
My claim is that immigration, especially now, and especially for foreign people that have nothing in common with us,
It's funny
is,
you say,
is a
especially
negative.
What immigrants are not foreign people?
Brian,
Yeah, how many
in every era, there has been a Brian who says, I'm not against immigration, just immigration now. This is what people said about Italians, it's what people said
That's
about Irish
unfortunate,
folks, said about Russians, Poles, and now we're saying
Yeah,
about
why
people
should I
coming across the
care
southern
about
border. Because you're not being, you're being
Why
a
are-
little disingenuous saying,
okay.
I'm only against immigrants now. This is a trope.
that
This
disingenuous?
is a trope that's been used by nativists throughout American history. And every wave of immigrants has come in and faced the same hate and animus and bigotry and lazy trope. And every wave of immigration is ultimately
Well, I think-
assimilated, integrated,
Here,
benefited the
let
country.
me
In
make
fact, assimilation right now, according to Jacob Victor from the University of Washington, assimilation rates based on language and citizenship and naturalization are higher now than 100 years ago.
Okay, let me make a statement first. I think that you in
You
your own
ignored my statement, but-
you in your own person are a complete perfect example of why immigration is negative and why we shouldn't allow people
Wow.
who
Why?
don't have
Oh,
anything in
boy.
common with us. You're pro-abortion, you're pro-euthanasia,
I'm
you're
pro-euthanasia.
True, let's go. Yes. First of all, I don't like. It wouldn't even surprise me if like support for abortion amongst immigrants was lower than support for abortions amongst like native-born Americans. Like I would expect, like your median American is probably like, or there's probably a higher percentage of like Gen Z like woke pro-abortion, either beta cuck men or blue hair woman, right? It's probably a higher proportion of the U.S. native-born population than like and whatever the equivalent would be for pro-abortion immigrants coming over, right? Like I think like a lot of Mexican immigrants are Catholic, right? Like they just talked about that. So like I mean like it wouldn't surprise me if they were not even more pro-abortion than natives.
I've seen your stuff. You've defended euthanasia.
Pro-euthanasia?
Yeah, on Piers Morgan.
No, I've never discussed euthanasia with Piers
are
Morgan
you,
in my
are you-
life.
okay, so my point is that you don't agree
Actually,
with
I'm the
the
guy
founders of
here.
this country.
If anyone watching at home, I'm the only guy here who actually supports American values, democracy, free speech, the Constitution. I've got folks here telling me they don't believe in democracy. They're nationalists.
Why should we care about that, by the way?
Isn't that what America stands for? What does America stand for? So you hate what America stands for, not me.
I'm not even
And in
saying-
fact, all the studies show that immigrants actually are more
So
patriotic
the only reason,
than
the
native-born
only,
Americans.
the only reason why, that's the Mexicans in LA right now burning it down, waving Mexican flags.
LA's being burned
Yeah, let's go. My antidote versus your study. Let's go. Antidote enjoyer versus
I've
let's
been in LA for
go.
a few days. I didn't see anything burned down.
Yeah, I know the
Where?
riots have ended. That's because Trump sent
But if
in
it's burned down, where's it all burned down? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, let's go. Because National Guard. Yes, they declared victory before the National Guard even actually fucking got there. Let's go. Yes.
You said LA's burned down. LA's
Yeah,
500
it's a
square
figure
miles.
speech.
It's
Yeah,
not a figure
I'm
speech.
saying-
It's
I'm
another
saying
false
that they're
claim of
burning.
yours.
No, they're burning
I support
buildings.
euthanasia. LA's burned to the ground.
Bro, just
Immigrants hate
relax,
what we stand
relax.
for.
Okay, so
I'm super
so
relaxed.
you're
But
pro-abortion.
you're just saying one false thing after another.
So you're pro-abortion.
And I'm
right?
standing by my position. Immigrants are good
You're
for me.
pro-abortion. You're an immigrant.
I'm
Where's
pro
the-
Roe v. Wade.
Yeah,
I'm not pro-abortion. If you knew anything about me, you know.
Roe v. Wade is.
All right, pause. You've been voted out.
I was going to say nice to meet you, Brian, but I guess not. You made it.
Great to
Nice
see
to meet you,
you.
Mehdi.
My name is Cyrus.
Nice to meet you, Cyrus.
I am also son of 2 immigrants, came in legally. I'm also Persian descent,
Fantastic.
born in LA.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Tarantulas.
Yes, yes. Well, I am mainly upset, not at the immigrants, legal or not. I'm mainly upset at Wall Street. I'm mainly upset at the elites, the special interests. They are the main reason why we've been having this issue since 1965. And I understand most want to do well. There are a few bad apples we can
Oh no, we got the horseshoe theory. True. Okay, we got the anti-corporate power, anti-establishment. Oh no.
agree. But we want to go after the elites. They are the main cause of the problem.
Love it.
And just like
I'm with
healthcare, trade,
I'm with you.
everything.
Did you
it's
know, Cyrus, that the top 1% dodge $163 billion in taxes every year, while undocumented people pay $100 billion in tax? So I know where my anger is against.
There are issues with.
Incredible. I'm pretty sure, like, that's true. Like, that it's true that the tax gap might be that high, but actually, like, rich people tend to have don't tend to have like much higher like non-compliance rates than most other types of income. Actually, farm income. Farmers are the real enemy, as always. Okay, farm income is actually the most non-compliant. Like this is, you can see bottom quintile tax non-compliance rates. Like the tax gap is smaller because like the top 1% pay more in taxes. So even if they, are non-compliant less often, they that's a higher percentage of the tax base, obviously. But like, we see. Doesn't seem like the rich are actually that evil when it comes to avoiding taxes.
Their tax system on the rich, but in a state like California, some taxes are too high. I used to live here now.
Incredible.
I live in Las Vegas.
Different debate.
Okay,
I'm saying immigration is good for
depends
America.
on the
People
taxes.
like you and me overall are good for America as well.
Okay, but depends on how it's done.
Yes.
It depends on how it's
And
done.
how it's been done to
so
the US,
I'm not blaming the housing crisis on immigrants,
No, and you'd be
not
wrong
on
too.
wages,
And you'd be
but
wrong too.
in a state like California that doesn't build enough homes and they're bringing immigrants in, you have to increase supply of housing.
agree.
Okay,
I agree.
but this is where our anger is at the political class.
I agree.
The Democrat Party used to have a different stance on immigration 15 years ago. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton.
I'm not a fan of that. I'm not here to defend different.
I don't know. First of all, I don't know if like Bernie's position on immigration was ever like the norm for Democrats, right? Like Bernie, from my understanding, did basically flip, or maybe not completely flip, but change his position on immigration to become more pro-immigration. He used to be, anti-immigration to some extent. Like unions are anti-immigration, they fund him and stuff. So like, but like, I don't know if that was ever the mainstream Democratic position. It might have been. I don't think so.
Different Democrats. What I will say is
that's our anger.
what I will say is that everyone here actually does think immigration is good for America. Everyone here uses an iPhone designed by an immigrant, is on Gmail
Fair
designed
point.
by an immigrant.
Gross,
Is on
no.
a YouTube show.
But
You
this
guys all
is-
came to a YouTube show founded by an immigrant. You wouldn't
Fair
be
point,
here.
but that's
if it
a
wasn't
tiny
for an immigrant.
minority,
So you
though.
all love immigrants, whether you like it or not.
Okay, but it's a taboo subject. Should we be concerned about the
It doesn't. First of all, it doesn't even matter if it's a tiny minority, because obviously, like the gains from like one innovation are shared amongst a fuck ton of people, right? So like obviously that can outweigh whatever concerns we might have with other immigrants. Even if for every 1,000 immigrants that come here, only one comes up with a brilliant idea that benefits everyone. That still probably would be an overall benefit, just because of how high the benefits are from certain innovations. But two, I don't think that's actually particularly rare, depending on what type of immigrant you're looking at.
demographic? So
No.
Anglo-Saxon, European American, 0% of America, it doesn't matter.
Are they 0% of America?
Let's say if it becomes 0%, it should not work.
They're not going. Why are you bring weird hypotheticals?
But there has to. They're still part of our country. There's culture. There's.
Yeah.
even Britain. Like it
America's gone
concerns
through
me.
many
But it
demographic waves,
concerns
right?
me when Britain is changing,
Britain
and
is-
it's like they're
Britain's
losing their
changing for
culture.
years.
But it's
Who
losing
said
their
they're losing
culture.
Who
Are
said
they?
that?
Are they going to try to?
I'm
what
from
are
the
they
UK.
gonna-
I'm telling you, no one's losing their culture.
London is going to be very little British in
Who
one
said
day.
so?
What's the plan? That's what we want to know. What's the
You
plan?
just made that up. Have you been
But
to London?
how do we know?
Cyrus, have you been to London?
No.
So then maybe you shouldn't comment on places you don't know anything about.
But what's the plan?
I grew up in London.
What's
London's
the
a very
general
British
plan?
city. I was in London a few weeks ago.
Okay.
It's a very British
I
city.
hope not. I understand that there are people in this
I'm
audience
gonna take a
that
nap. See you, Bert Stein.
don't like me or
It is
you
a
as
W stream.
country,
Everyone's
and I
to leave.
respect that. There's some that don't
W
even want me to date a
donate.
blonde woman. They want to
W
keep to their
stream.
own or ginger
W
or whatever.
like.
I respect that, but there has to be a deal made. There's Idaho, there's Montana. They can go live in a homogeneous society. I don't believe in force, okay? And I believe that there has to be a deal made. And I think there's upsides and downsides to
There's a
diversity.
deal made. People have elections. They vote for elections.
Why is
right?
everyone wrong in immigration?
Now, there's
That's true. Local, not states, local communities should control immigration. That's right.
Trump in the White House, not someone I support, but people voted for him.
Well, why did he get in mainly? Because we had
That's a big subject.
2016,
Not sure we have time to get into that.
2016,
There's a lot
Bernie
of reasons he got
Sanders.
in.
Okay.
Part of the reason he got in is that people in this room want people like me and you to leave, and they voted for him to try and make that
I'm not surprised. One of the Charlottesville marchers doesn't like me, and I've met those people, and I respect their views.
You really shouldn't.
Well, they're once.
Don't respect racists and fascists.
Well, they have their
My
preferences.
goat.
You know, that's just we can't change that.
Preferences.
I tried to come in today, but anyways.
All right. That's time. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Great
sir.
pleasure.
Good. My final claim is that Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You too. So,
Oh, what's up, Mina? Ever heard the fallacy of if you believe everyone is an asshole that you are like an asshole? That's true.
why
actually.
do you say this is Donald Trump?
I don't know. Yeah, localist never seems to think about that one.
It's fine. What do you think?
I mean, he says it's his plan. Have you seen his plan?
When
Have you
did
heard
he
his
say
plan?
it?
He said it standing next to Benjamin Netanyahu in January, February. He said it on Fox News in an interview on Fox. He said it on Air Force One when he
He
was chatting
said
to reporters.
word for word. What's an example of what he said?
Word for word, he said, for example, we're going to clean out the Gaza Strip. He said they're going to leave. We're going to take control of it. He says we'll own it. I would own it. He says I'm not sure under international law how he can own a foreign piece of land. And when he was asked on Fox News, the people, the Palestinians who are being forced to leave, would they be able to come back? He said no, they wouldn't. That is.
I was gonna say probably the most relevant thing seems to be like he has suggested that Palestinians would just not be able to fucking go back to Gaza, and they would like. I don't want to say deport. They would offer them voluntarily to go to either Egypt or Jordan or I think even France, so they would take like refugees. Like
the literal definition of ethnic cleansing, according to a UN definition.
Why do you
of
think that
ethnic
Trump is saying this? Do you think that he has some personal interest in cleansing Gaza, or do you think there might be some special interest group or perhaps religious or ethnic group that's
this is true. Trump is controlled by the Zionist occupied government. Let's go. Let's
that
go.
he received money from them, and that's the whole reason why he wants to cleanse Gaza?
Well,
Why
it's
do you think that
AIPAC.
is?
I don't
It's
see Donald
AIPAC.
Trump's motivations. I really don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing.
Well,
do you agree with that?
I would actually, probably agree, but I'm
Do
just.
you agree that it's ethnic cleansing? You agree with doing ethnic
No,
cleansing?
I don't agree with it, but I agree
Okay,
that's
good to
probably his plan. But I'm trying to figure out, why do you think that is? Because Donald Trump's a white man. He identifies as Christian. I'm not sure if he really is. Well, what interest does he have in preserving a Jewish ethno-state? Why would he have that?
It's a good question. You'd have to ask Donald Trump that question. I've got
you don't-
multiple views.
you don't
I'm sure you
think-
have many views. I'm not sure I like where you're going with your views, but I think Donald Trump is definitely someone who's got financial interests in ethnic cleansing. He's got political interests. He loves the evangelical voters he gets. A lot of Christian evangelicals like to support Israel because they think Jesus will come back if all the Jews are gathered in one place with no Palestinians. I think he's going to make money. He thinks from beachfront property with Jared Kushner. He said something similar in the
You
past.
think that's the real reason?
I think there's multiple reasons. Yeah, I think financial, geopolitical, ideological, evangelical. I don't really care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I agree.
It's against international law under the Rome Statute. So we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not be supporting Donald Trump's plan for
I agree.
ethnic cleansing.
I agree.
Good.
What do you
That's
think?
me
What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure what your
I
stance
would like
is on
to see
this.
a ceasefire in
Ceasefire,
Gaza.
two-state
I would like to
solution
see.
type
I don't really
thing.
get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see the end of the killing. I would like to see Gazans have freedom.
come
I
on.
would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza
Why?
somehow get their land back. 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control or displacement. I would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American. To go back to the core of this show, I support American values. One person, one vote. Free speech.
It really is a religious and ethnic
It is
battle.
not a religious battle.
Well, yes,
No, it's
that
not.
is what it's
No,
obviously
it's
between
not.
Jews and Muslims
No,
both
it's
want
not.
control of the Holy
No,
Land.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What else? What other?
Actually, the founders of Israel were secular. They were not religious. Actually, and I think some
Well, they're
some
Zionists,
religious Jews like Bezalel.
I mean, obviously, some of them are religious. They're different. They're obviously different Zionists within the Zionist early council and shit, but different types of Zionists.
It doesn't really
Israel
matter.
religious
My point
fanatic.
is, my
But
point is,
the core of the conflict is over land.
Just a
It's
point.
colonial. It's historic. It is not about religion.
If you're gonna, I'm pretty sure he almost certainly has committed to the one state solution in other debates or written stuff. I am almost positive of that, which is fair to not want to talk about it here, I guess, but.
People who want to steal the land want everyone to believe it's
my
religious.
point is, why
No,
are we
I don't
sitting
have any
here?
objections
Why are
to
we sitting here? It's
Christians.
like a false dichotomy. We have to argue do Jews get Israel? Do Muslims get Israel? Why are we?
I've never brought up anyone's religion.
How many of
I
us
didn't bring
here?
up anyone's religion.
How
You
many
did.
of us here are Christians
I didn't bring up anyone's
trying to
religion.
pick sides between Jews and Muslims taking over Israel? Don't you think that?
Hold on. First of all, I didn't bring up religion. Second of all, you know that a lot of Palestinians are Christian, right?
Some of them.
You're just
Yeah, it's
reducing it to
very
Muslim
small.
versus
Well,
Jew.
it's majority Muslim. Yeah, it's very.
But there
small
are many
percentage. Yeah, I agree.
Palestinians.
Yeah, but there's not that many.
So it's not worth
I don't.
saying.
It's not that big of a percentage, right? I don't know. It's like 2% in Gaza and maybe like 5% in the West Bank. I don't know. Palestinian Christians, West Bank percent. 1 and 2.5%. It said. 2015, which is 10 years ago, Palestinian Christians compromised between 1 and 10% of the population in West Bank, and about 3,000, 0.13% of the population in Gaza Strip. So.
It is the reason. Why do you think Iran is backing proxies that want to take over Gaza? Back the terrorism in Gaza. It's obviously because they want Muslim control of the land. You don't think that's why?
No, I don't think it's about religion.
Is it-
I've been following this conflict for decades. It's not
Oh,
about religion.
well,
People say it's about religion.
I agree that might not be about religion, but
It's a big part.
or might not be only about religion. I think religion probably does still play a role in Iran's decisions there, but
I think
it's become a big part of it. It's been weaponized by bad faith actors, sure, but I don't think that's the core. The core is that one group of people are dominating another group of people.
What group of
It is
people
apartheid.
is it? But what group of people is dominating another group of people?
One ethnic group is dominating another ethnic group.
What ethnic group?
Jewish people.
Yes, dominating.
Arabs.
Yes.
But I didn't say anything about Christian, Muslim, Jew in a religious sense.
Okay,
Jews
well-
defined as religion and
also
ethnicity, right?
Mehdi Hasan, Palestinian nationalism, denialism. What the hell? He said Arabs. He didn't say Palestinians. What the hell? What the hell?
Why do you think that Muslims want control of the
I don't-
Holy
you
Land?
keep
Why
saying
do you think
Muslims.
that?
I didn't bring
why
up
do you think-
Muslims.
Well, they're Muslim states. Like, what do you think? Like Iran wants to do
I
with
didn't
the
bring
Holy
up
Land?
Iran.
But that's part of the conversation. What do you mean?
No, it's not. The conversation is Donald Trump is doing ethnic cleansing, and you agree
Yeah,
with
but
me.
it's,
So I'm not sure why you're
but
still
it's
here.
part
To be
of the
honest.
it's part of the larger
It's
context
a weird
of the
debate when you
conversation.
actually agree with me.
What I was trying to say is we kind of have this false dichotomy here where we're trying to take the the side of the Gazans, which mostly it's a Muslim majority, or the side of the
human beings
Jews
who are
to try
suffering. I sided
to
human beings who are suffering. You
decide
should try
who
it.
gets control over Israel.
I didn't say about control. I said don't ethnically
America
cleanse.
is a majority Christian country.
I
Should we be
said-
deciding Christians should have control of the
I
Holy
agree. Donald
Land?
Trump should not. Nothing to do with religion. Donald Trump should not be deciding what happens to Gaza. That's my claim. If you agree with me,
So
great. Let's shake hands. Give a seat to someone
so
who
are you
disagrees
saying,
with
do you
me.
think that America should just cut ties with Israel altogether?
What's your definition of cut ties?
Like stop funding them,
Yes,
stop being a
yes,
military
yes,
arm?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm on
great.
record saying
Okay.
that was an easier debate.
Incredible.
Whoa! Welcome back, Richie. You really want to be here?
First
Dude,
of all,
I don't even know. Are there gonna be like any actual like Zionists here? I feel like it's all just gonna be groypers. I feel like they're all just groypers.
Thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression. I can see in your eyes there's a level of exhaustion from being here. This is where my empathy comes in. Where it doesn't is, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have this opportunity to come together. And you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mocked Sarah a little bit when you guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach. So I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down, please.
I'm guessing you're not going to, but let's see.
No, I'm going to. I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim to uphold, especially with free
How are
speech and
we? How are
debate
we?
people that don't share your
Why are
values.
we
That's
talking
very
about
Donald
this?
Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
I don't believe it's ethnic cleansing,
Why
but because it's not his plan.
It is his plan. He said it's my plan.
No, he's
Benjamin Netanyahu called it his plan.
he is obeying someone else's plan.
Okay.
Who is he obeying? He is obeying
Yes,
Israel's plan.
Okay.
Let's go. We got the second Zionist occupied Israel puppet. Let's go. Let's go. They are all groypers. They're all groypers.
Greater Israel Project, of which this is one of those things that we can agree on.
Why is he doing
We're
it?
not, why is he doing
no.
that? I don't know. Maybe they
Poor
have something on
Mehdi.
him. Maybe they have
Poor
something on
Mehdi.
You think it's a bad thing what he's doing?
Absolutely.
They didn't tell him.
Glad to agree with you.
I don't want to shut
I'm
down the
not mocking you, I'm agreeing
conversation.
with you.
Okay, perfect. But I want to take this opportunity because I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity again to say you're not American. First and foremost, you're not.
Remember when I said the
I'm
agitation
saying-
from you is not
no,
going to be
no,
lower?
What I'm saying.
You claim
though-
to lower the temperature and then make racist remarks. You know that's
My
racist.
God.
It's not racist.
You tell an
But-
American
okay,
citizen.
But okay,
so-
perfect. You just proved your own point. You just said that was a racist position.
Yes.
Earlier, you argued this contention that America has no race. It's a bunch of immigrants that culminate together.
Never said America has no race.
You inferred it. You absolutely did. So now you're saying it's racist for me to take an American nationalist approach. You're
What
kind
is
of
an American national approach? Is that a white approach?
I think it's a white nativist approach. Of course,
Only
absolutely.
Americans are white
Why
people.
did your parents
So
immigrate
Americans
from
are
India?
only white people.
Why did your parents immigrate from India to the UK?
Because the UK colonized and conquered India.
Okay, why did you immigrate to America?
Because many reasons.
Okay, all opportunity. There's
That's not
opportunity.
true. You don't know.
The accent. Your accent is an afflict of white Anglo-Saxon.
You know there are 50 million Americans in this country.
I understand, but
none of them Americans in your view.
What I'm trying to get you to do to reach a common ground here.
We're not going to reach a common ground because you said I'm not American.
Please try.
I don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're
I
not.
don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're not American due to values.
I don't think you're not American on values either. I think you're a little fascisty, a little racisty.
See, you're using these words. Okay, first of all,
I go.
I'm not just throwing at you. You didn't come sit down. I said
for every conservative that has ever been shut down by leftists like you. For every conservative.
Why are we even, dude? I mean, I guess it probably literally is just all fucking groypers, and none of them even like support Israel. I don't know why they let conversations that are this unrelated to the prompt go on for so long.
For
You're
every
not a conservative.
conservative,
You've already said
for
you're
every
not.
right
You've already
wing,
said you're
for
not
every
conservative.
Stefan Molyneux,
Oh,
Thomas
white,
Sowell,
okay.
Nick Fuentes, all of those people.
Is
that
Thomas
people
Sowell
like-
American?
He's Australian, but that's not the point. I'm saying people that are on our side of the aisle that get shut down by people like you because you're leveraging this position of emotion.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. You're
Do you
leveraging
know
the
nobody on
position of
quote unquote
emotion.
my side of the aisle is trying to deport you? The only shutting down
Actually,
is
yes,
being
they're
done by
trying to.
you.
They're actually
The only
trying to
shutting down is
genocide
being
my
done by
entire
you.
race. So what are you talking about?
True.
You're a white.
talking about?
You're a white.
True. Worse than deportation for no process. A great replacement. A fucking. Let's go. Let's go.
That guy?
Let's go.
You know the fact.
Worse than ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Even they're trying to genocide the white race.
Amazed that Jubilee find some of you guys. How did they find you?
Do you see
Did they
that
email you? Do you have Jubilee?
Why are you trying to oust me? This
You
is such
shop
a
at
cheap
Costco.
tactic.
You go to Nordstrom.
No,
all
I'm
immigrants.
trying
Have you ever
to-
been on eBay?
No, but
Immigrants.
I'm
You love
agreeing-
immigrants.
No, I'm
You
agreeing-
love immigrants when they're helping you.
I'm
You just don't
not-
like the color of
it's
my
not
skin.
a- we're having a different
All right,
conversation.
pause.
Genocide.
We're having a different
Pause.
conversation.
All right, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Okay, I really wish we could have asked.
I mean, you believe in white genocide, so it's very hard to.
I've seen that expression on Twitter. It's a funny reaction meme.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you. Hello. So
This guy supports Israel. This guy is the Zionist occupied government. Okay,
I'll
let's
switch over
go.
to the Gaza thing in a second, but first off, I just wanted to touch on that. You said that you support free speech, of course, right? So what I'm confused about is you've refused to debate people that have disagreed with you because you said that they're racist or they're
No,
fascist,
no,
right?
no. If we're going to do facts, they said they were racist and fascist. Get your facts right before you start
Okay,
arguing.
so isn't the whole entire point
True.
of debate to debate people that you don't agree with?
I don't debate people who don't see me, A, as equal, no point, or B, support democracy because that would undermine the whole idea idea of the debate. If you don't support democracy, as our friend here doesn't, and support General Franco, then what is the point of debate? The First Amendment doesn't mean you have to debate everyone. Somebody comes up to you in the street and starts talking to you. You don't have an obligation to carry on talking to them. I'm sure you go about your business. Somebody comes up to you in the subway and sits next to you and starts ranting in your face. You're not going to start debating. So everyone here has hygiene standards, as do you. There are people you wouldn't debate, I'm sure, as well.
Okay. So can you please describe why you think Trump is supporting ethnic cleansing of Gaza just because he wants to take over the land there? How does that?
And not just take over the land.
Expel most of the Palestinians.
So
isn't ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you're...
No, you can ethnic cleanse people without killing them. And by the way, they have been killed. More than 50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by the Israelis, by people like Bezalel Smotrich, who said recently, the finance minister of Israel, we are going to Gaza to conquer, cleanse, and remain. We're going to annihilate the place. We're going to disassemble Gaza, he said. We're going to leave it behind as piles of rubble. That's the guy Trump's funding, supporting. That's the guy praising Trump. So yes, Trump and Smotrich are ethnically cleansing Gaza.
I cannot deny that thousands of people are dying in Gaza, but you need to realize why they're dying. Is it possibly that they're attacking another country?
No, just because people are dying, we're not attacking another country.
Just because Israel is killing more Gazans than Gazans are killing Israel doesn't mean Gaza is righteous and Israel is evil.
I never said anything about evil or righteous. I said ethnic cleansing.
In fairness, I don't think Mehdi is claiming that, but
you said
I think Mehdi would make Mehdi obviously would make the claim that I disagree with, that the reason Israel killed many of the 50,000 people is not as collateral damage, but specifically because they want to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Have to be killed. I said they are being killed, and the criteria for what's happening to them. If Donald Trump says these people have to leave and never come back, is that not ethnic cleansing? What is your definition of ethnic cleansing?
I would think ethnic cleansing is when you're killing off a large part of an ethnic group.
That's genocide. You're confusing your terms. Ethnic cleansing is removing one ethnic group using a deliberate policy by violence or terror-inspiring means to remove another population, another ethnic group from a certain geographic area. That's the UN definition of ethnic cleansing. That is what he's doing. When he was asked Donald Trump, can they come back? He said, no, they cannot. That is ethnic. I've heard all these. People talk about white genocide. You guys are nationalists. How would you feel if somebody came, a president of France came and told you to leave your land and not come back? Would you not feel you'd been ethnically cleansed from your home?
From America?
Yeah.
Well, because my ancestors were settlers here, not immigrants. They actually
Palestinians are not immigrants in Gaza. They are indigenous people to the land.
Didn't Israel just give Gaza the land like a few decades ago?
No.
I'm pretty sure Israel used to have that land.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong. They withdrew from 2005 from the land, but controlled the air. No, they don't give it to them. They control the air, the sea space, the borders, the population registry. They controlled what went in and out. It was a prison, an open air prison. That's not giving them freedom.
Border with Egypt.
Truth, no. I don't think Gaza was probably technically occupied after 2005 or from 2005 until October 7th or October 29th, I think is technically when they sent ground troops in again. But I mean, I don't know. It's obviously it can still be ethnic cleansing if you give it back at some point.
And then the Mediterranean
yes, and the Israelis and Egyptians work together because Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Yes, they're funded by the United States. Did you know that Muslim countries do bad things too?
No, I know that they do bad things.
Okay, then so we're in agreement.
All right, pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Oh, wow, great.
Hello, sir. Welcome
this guy supports the Zionist occupied government.
All right, so I agree that Trump wants to do a cleansing, but not
because I don't think Palestinians are doing this.
That area requires a lot of cleansing. Because when you have a population that was taught from early childhood age to hate Jews, Christians, and pagans, you need some serious re-education.
Thought we were going to go into the ethnicity race realism debate.
The one that's not true.
Thought we were going to go back to that.
Because that's what he's proposing.
Well, I mean, most Palestinians, by polling number, do support Hamas.
They support resisting Israel.
Well, I mean,
oh my God, really, Mehdi? Really?
What did they do in the first place? That they're in this, what you call open air prison.
Great question. What did they do to deserve being occupied?
Well, here's the thing, because the Islamic Republic in Iran is using them as a tool.
What does Iran got to do with this?
As a tool for their Islamic expansion.
When did the Islamic When did the Islamic Republic of Iran? You're Iranian American,
yes,
I believe.
Yes, I am.
When was the Islamic Republic of Iran founded?
1979.
When was Gaza occupied by Israel?
Well, the very
67.
first time, 67, yes.
So, can we do the maths together? 12 years before the Islamic Republic of Iran existed, Israel was oppressing, occupying, dispossessing the people of Gaza. So your argument makes no sense.
Were there any terrorist organizations at the time?
The PLO was considered a terrorist organization by the entire Western world.
All right, so what's Hamas there?
Hamas did not exist until the 1980s.
Exactly. My point is, after the Islamic Republic came, it became chaotic because the Islamic Republic started to use the so-called innocent Palestinians for their own
so-called innocent Palestinians.
Let's go. Dude, how are both sides this bad? Oh my God.
17,000 children were killed.
They're doing the
17,000 children were killed. Were they not innocent? Were they not innocent?
Who's responsible for that?
Israel.
No, Hamas is responsible. Hamas is responsible.
I mean, he's not. I mean, he should at least admit they're innocent. But
for hiding in hospitals and making tunnels underneath.
So when children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers not responsible for that.
Look,
it's a simple question.
Here's the problem.
When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in Gaza in the head, as eyewitness testimony and doctors' testimony proves, that's not the fault of the Israeli snipers.
This is the problem, because then you have
the problem. You want to answer the question? I'll ask you a third time. When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
Well, you gotta let me finish.
No, you gotta answer the question.
Oh my God, dude! Why are they all so allergic to answering questions?
We're running out of time. I need to know what you think about innocent children. Because what you said was pretty outrageous. You said so-called innocent Palestinians for the fifth time. When Palestinian children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
What did those children do? What did
you tell me? Did the children deserve to be shot in the head?
Because the problem is,
millions of people are watching you say
they start brainwashing children. They start brainwashing children at a very young age.
So you support sniping children in Gaza?
Look,
thanks for following Phil Connors. Welcome to the stream.
People here support sniping children in Gaza. Is that a conservative position now?
What if they're wearing a suicide vest?
They weren't.
But what if they are?
They're not though.
What if they are?
I have friends who went there. Doctors went.
I mean, I understand what he's doing, but
American doctors, they came back as we were multiple.
Could at least answer that.
What if they're hell-bent?
Regardless,
what if they're hell-bent on killing you and your
obviously dumb hypothetical, but
a 10-year-old child, an 8-year-old child, a 6-year-old child.
Because
This is
like I
bad for
said,
you.
like
You're
I said,
sitting on
they're
live
brainwashing
television,
them.
and millions of people are going to see your neighbors, your
Because
friends. You support the killing of children.
millions of people don't know what's going on.
Even your fellow right-wingers are saying, don't go this far. Like genocide, sure, but don't advocate
Millions of
killing
people
kids.
don't understand the brainwashing that is going on in Islamic Republic and in Palestine to create
You're
this
obsessed
hatred.
with Iran so much that you're supporting the killing of Palestinian children.
What's up, Patrol?
Never harmed you or any other Israeli. That's insane. Look, and the fact that you support Trump's ethnic cleansing now doesn't surprise
I didn't say ethnic cleansing. I said cleansing of the land.
All right,
Because
pause.
you need to cleanse
I'm
the
sure-
land
I'm
from
sure
all the
Slobodan
tunnels.
Milosevic said similar stuff.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Oh no! Oh, I thought that guy was gonna get it.
I'm good seeing you too, man. First thing I'm gonna say is I'm not down for Israel. I guess the first thing I'm.
Seth fucking hates Israel. So this will be
I don't like when you come up here,
interesting.
you use the type of rhetoric that you do. You talk like all these like left-wing positions, and then you go to the last part, which is I don't support ethnic cleansing in Palestine. I think you're doing a huge disservice to pro-Palestinians when you start aligning yourself with all these progressives. I don't think it looks good because you have all these conservatives in here who oppose war, they oppose intervention in the same tradition of Pat Buchanan and all the greats that came
Not
before
Donald Trump, though, sadly.
Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I do agree. I mean, he ran
Yeah,
on an
he's
anti-war
back. He's back.
ticket. He said he was going to. I didn't.
Because he lies, right?
You gonna let me talk, or you just want to? Yeah, true. So, I mean, yeah, you keep going back to Trump. I don't think this is part of his plan. I think this is a plan of lobbyists, and this is not just unique to Trump. It's been a thing since the Democrats. It's been a thing since the Republicans before him. It's been like this.
And now we got it's just the third or fourth Zionist occupied government fucking excuse that we've given. Let's go.
I don't know if you read like John Mearsheimer's The Israel Lobby or anything like that. Would you agree or disagree with anything like that?
Oh, I agree with Stephen Watt and John Mearsheimer, yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
great. So I'm just wondering, when you ally yourself with all these leftists and you come up here and you argue for immigration, you argue up here that Trump's this bad criminal and this and that, and then you
think Trump's bad too?
I think he's good on some questions and bad on other things. But let me get to the point here: is you ally yourselves with guys like Jewish Voices for Peace and all those guys.
Great people.
Yeah.
It's like the show producers are being forced to do pro-Trump stuff, but they still hate Trump and Trump supporters. Yeah, I mean, I think Mehdi was just I think Mehdi. I don't think they told Mehdi what type of person he'd be dealing with. I think Mehdi thought he would basically be doing like MAGA debates with people, but these are like all like far right like Reupers who like don't even like Trump, right? I think they did not communicate that to Mehdi though.
Not really though. Why? Because they're self-interested in it. It says it on the
Why am I?
Self-interested, right? Are you
going to let me talk?
Oh my god, why are my headphones like this? Why are my
On
headphones
their
like
homepage,
this?
it literally says that we are here to segregate
All right,
Judaism
they're
from
gonna-
Zionism. It's very clear they're doing this in their own interest. That's why it literally says Jewish Voices for Peace. They're going to be the good Jews who say that we don't support Palestine. And then what happens is you take all these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with all the
Oh,
liberals.
you're forced to vote for pro-war people. Poor
It's either that or get
conservatives.
replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Get replaced. That's true.
Oh, wow. There's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting.
What did he say?
We should be nice.
You're gonna be the first one that's gonna going to the promised land. Holy shit, dude.
Oh, wow. There's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is the free speech debate. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not.
Let's go. All right, I honestly have no clue who will fucking pick. I don't know what.
He smiled, he laughed, he disagreed. I felt like it was good faith.
Some of you guys need to get with the AI in a line with AI in the race question. You haven't been aligned that it's causing glitches. Bro, you sound like a fucking AI typing that, Patrol. I think you're a fucking AI trying to indoctrinate me right now.
I appreciate it, mate. He seemed to be in good faith. He seems kind of smart. And, he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Well, or maybe not. We're going to find out.
My claim is we should get rid of birthright citizenship.
Why do you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, and how, by the way? Because it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up.
Yes.
Because it was one of my...
The 14th.
14th. I mentioned it to a bunch of your friends, and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 14th Amendment,
Exactly.
citizenship clause, which says that if you're born here, you're a citizen of the United States.
Yes, I chose this because it's an extension of the original debate and the immigration debate. Okay. I think birthright citizenship, first of all, when it was originally argued, among the people who were actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here. And we have a long history of that as well, for example, with the Native Americans, who had particular laws that applied solely to them. What I think we're seeing in this country is not
because they were granted like semi-sovereignty, right? Like other parts of the U.S. Constitution also did not apply to the fucking Native Americans at the time, right? That's my understanding. It could be, I believe I'm right.
Everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I imagine you or I agree with. No. The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that.
So even if I were to concede that in some cases birthright citizenship has incentivized that, I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here and time the pregnancy in order to get. Of course, you and I can agree on that.
Yeah.
But
I don't think I have Grandis Eisenjoy, and I'm down. I'm going to be interested in whatever bullshit you link me. Yeah, I don't know. Attacking it, I don't think I care about this at all.
doesn't mean you then rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries, goes back before the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from another country, the UK, ancient English common law, right? So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in American and English law, that if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there where it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit that was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors, diplomats living in embassies. Their kids shouldn't be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own.
I don't think, to go into some later and I guess relate to the video, like I don't think birthright censorship is like some hugely important thing. Like either way, like not that many. Like how many anchor baby? It's like I think the highest estimate I've seen to anchor babies is like 30,000 fucking anchor babies per year, which just doesn't seem like a big deal. But I don't know, it doesn't seem like a big deal either way. It's just probably bad for the president to try to unilaterally change the Constitution. PBG is one. That is true. PBG is an anchor baby.
Argentine
That's bad enough. That is, I didn't think about it like that.
Soil.
That's true.
Absolutely.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull, who was I think the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children, they're citizens. In fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court case, Wong Kim Ark versus the United States, and the Supreme Court says yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants is an American citizen. So this is a principle going back centuries. So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by a 127-year-old Supreme Court precedent. Because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting, this is where I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. When we're analyzing, and admittedly, I'm not as interested in the legal argument. There's obviously many ways to interpret the Constitution, but I don't think, especially among conservatives,
come on, that's such a fucking cop out,
Constitution
man.
to dismantle it. When we analyze the original context, like you were saying, in the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolutely different.
We had open borders, my friend. Some people in this room would hate it. But we had open borders for half of American history.
Well, I don't think that's very true.
It's 100% true.
Hold on. If you're comparing the open borders, which
I mean, we had very lax immigration policy. Now, in fairness, it was harder to. I mean, a lot of immigrants had to cross the Atlantic Ocean at the time to get here, and that was harder to do before modern planes and everything. But
I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to like 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was coming over,
deflection amount is irrelevant. We did have
it
open
is
borders.
absolutely relevant.
Why?
Because the Constitution, like the founding fathers,
your argument is we had open borders, but there were fewer immigrants.
I was about to answer. Okay. It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers said the Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, which means the people that wrote this document understood that it would not be able to properly.
Super secular people. Let's just be clear.
Oh no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were.
No, the majority were deists.
But they were secular. Secular doesn't mean atheist. You know what that means.
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a God, but not a God that's particularly
about whether they're deist or theist. I said they're secular.
Okay, but secular
means you separate church
Why
and
is
state.
that
Okay, well let's talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You're going to run out of your own time making your argument, which I haven't made so
I
far.
understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed. Thomas Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the Constitution, understood it as a different
Supreme Court precedent, as you well know.
Yeah, sure, but the precedent of the last 100 years, wherein the country has been completely different from its founding,
should not localist. He's your hero, localist. Don't know.
Which means,
but I'm not locked into what the people who wrote. We've had amendments to the Constitution. You know that, right?
I understand that. Okay. And this is our fundamental disagreement. Is that I don't believe.
You think you could read the minds of people in the 1770s?
That's not true.
And I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't think
that's your opinion. You're entitled to.
I understand that,
but on a factual basis.
Well, let me try to see what you believe. Okay. If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that document is.
Oh, okay.
Are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter what.
So, for example, take the Second Amendment, which we kind of danced around. It's not it's come up here and there. You know the debate about the Second Amendment. The fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other side says no. What they meant was the militias. They didn't, and they had muskets. They didn't mean AR-15s, right? So we can have that endless debate, which I really don't care for about that. But to come back to your point about the constitutional principles, the 14th Amendment comes along in the 1860s. So it's pretty old. It's not as old as America, but it comes along and it's been around for 150 years. So if you want to get away,
it was around. It was around before 150 million Americans.
And I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place, unless you're a child of a foreign diplomat or on a Native American reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions of people coming across the border in a year.
Just to get to principle, your argument is numbers change everything.
How many? I mean, obviously, I guess you can say. I mean, hold on. I really wonder the stats on this. U.S. like number of U.S. anchor babies. Like I don't know how you would even I don't know how you would. 250,000. This says in like 2016, 17. Maybe it's higher now. It's higher than my estimate. What is this? 25. Also, presumably not like literally every birth by some unauthorized immigrant is like an anchor baby, but maybe. I don't know. This is not that. It's not that many. It's not.
Solely, but absolutely.
It's not that many.
Okay. The Democrat.
5.4 million over fucking 30 years. Let's go. Yeah, awesome. We really did it, guys. Over 50 years. Can
I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th Amendment, what would be in its place?
I think a citizenship test would be fantastic. I wish.
What
I
age?
think we could administer it in high school.
To everyone?
Sure.
Or just the immigrants?
No, everybody.
And then if you fail it, you denaturalize white American.
Maybe you can't get a government job.
Denaturalize that dude.
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government offers people that you should not be able to receive.
I'll tell you this, right? This might sound bad.
What's up, Diablo? You got deported back to Canada? What the hell?
High school immigration
Trump's
citizenship test for
America.
everyone.
What the fuck?
I'm guessing the immigrant kids are going to outperform the white kids. You might actually end up denaturalizing some of the white kids, and then people here will be really upset.
And well, hold on. And I like to be consistent about this. That's possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship.
So you would say no one born in this country is a citizen? No one?
Automatically no. Automatically no. I think we could extend that. People who have a heritage in the country.
What are they until they pass the test? Undocumented?
I suppose, yeah. They're not.
Seems unworkable. Seems very unworkable. Okay.
They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to apply for these jobs.
Wait, can children receive government benefits in this case? That seems a little.
Okay, well, hold on. We're talking here about the way that we would implement it.
Yeah, it's pretty important. If you're trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment, I'm asking about the practicalities of it.
And I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in 10 minutes. But what I can explain to you is that right now in this country, we have a crisis of people hold on. We're not understanding what citizenship is. The way that you've referred to citizenship makes everybody who hasn't come to the United States an undocumented American citizen until the time they come over here.
That's how a lot of countries are, right? You know that birthright citizenship
Thanks for following as localist self-account.
is operated by multiple democracies around the world. I know Trump lies and says we're the only country that does it. He lies. That's not true. Multiple countries.
Do you think it ought to be that way? Do you think everybody in the world is an undocumented American?
Hold on. Well, or undocumented Canadian, or undocumented Brit, right? Or undocumented.
Sure. Well, I'm an American, so I say America. But yeah,
but I'm saying, right, the principle is you immigrate. We have free movement of people. I support free movement of people around the world.
But do you believe they're all?
Are you Kim Jong Un? You think people should only stay in one country and never leave?
Oh man, we got the base Mehdi Hasan open borders. Let's go.
And be blocked from leaving their country. I think that's a very illiberal and conservative position.
I think there's big room to move between being Kim Jong Un and saying that.
Not really. Hold on. Practical terms. If you accept,
I gave one side. I want to give the other. There's a big room to move between being Kim Jong Un and saying that everybody in the world is an American. They're just not on our soil yet. I think being an American
that's a ridiculous statement, right? Because everyone in the world is not heading to the United States.
Yes, yeah, but
right now, numbers of people coming in dropping off.
But the idea that you are supporting is that the moment you come to this soil and that you're born here, you become an American. And
I'm not saying the moment you come to soil you become American. I didn't. I had to do the test. Okay. I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. But the 14th Amendment also says if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not saying.
I think the problem we have.
It's a hill I'm going to die on.
The problem we have is we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when you talk about immigration like we did before, when we talk about
Mehdi's obviously like mostly like pro. This is an awesome frame to freeze on, by the way. Like relatively pro-America. Like it's obviously down. He obviously likes America. Even if you like think like his stances on immigration are bad. How's he pro-America? He wants to eliminate H-1B. Yeah, I see exactly. Like yeah, that's a localist. Localist, you think like literally localist? You think everyone fucking hates America if they don't share your ideas, your very very niche ideas on the Constitution, right? You would say like, is there a single politician in Congress that you would say doesn't hate America? Localist.
What were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about practices or perceptions, which is really what immigration is about.
Can I agree with you? We don't in this country value citizenship enough. I agree. I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what the irony is. I'm sitting in a room today where I bet a bunch of
people are going to perform better and be more educated base. Exactly.
Claiming to be Native Americans who hate everything America stood for centuries.
I think they stand much closer to the America that we originally had. And I think that's a big disagreement.
Never had any clue what that was like.
But you've agreed to dismantling
things about that America.
But you've agreed to dismantling that America as long as it's legal.
You have. You're the person who came here and made your argument.
I'm a constitutional originalist.
Taking away an amendment of the Constitution. I did. I said keep the Second Amendment.
I'm an originalist. I think we should interpret it the way it was probably originally interpreted.
All right, guys.
How many of these people do you think are just working backwards from I dislike immigrants? I mean, I think probably 40% of them at least, probably higher realistically. But
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. I thought it would be an interesting exercise in trying to understand what genuine far-right conservative folks think, and it was kind of disturbing to see that they think what I thought they think, and they were happy to say it out loud. I am disappointed that I had to sit across from people who believe in white genocide, who believe I'm not a citizen. Multiple people here said I should be deported. One of them was even the child of immigrants, which I found bizarre.
Obviously, we were way outclassed. Like, we're not professional.
At least you recognize it. Let's go.
I don't think anyone in this room was. Maybe one or two people. And clearly, Manny, he does this for a living, right? He's a journalist, so he's really good at what he does.
Mehdi Hasan was pretty good at taking cheap shots, trying to derail people from their arguments. Trying to.
It wasn't really that cheap shots, though, was it? You guys have pretty bad arguments.
I call it in the United States.
Oh, what's up?
Are you doing something? Are you talking about something important right now?
Not particularly.
Wait,
hold on. Wait, yes, I am. Hold on. For 30 more seconds, I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna disconnect you. Come back in 30 seconds.
which is irrelevant.
I think one person said as he walked off, "You'll be the first to go," which is ominous. And
That was
I think that was
grounded,
disheartening
yeah.
and particularly discouraging because it just felt like it was fitting into a stereotype that we're trying to fight against, which is like we actually have arguments, we can provide good reason, and
I don't think she
just
talked
pushes that
once.
far away.
I am, I guess, a far-right Republican, but as I learned today, not as far-right as I thought I was. You know, someone gets up and they're just like, yeah, I mean, I guess I just want to have like autocracy forever and Christian nationalism, or just being like, yeah, I'm racist. And to me, that's very foreign.
At least there's
Well, I did
that going
disagree
for
with
him.
the people in the circle. It did bother me at times, to see them say mean things. There's not really a reason to do that. But it also upset me when Mehdi said, I'm not willing to debate with those people.
Free speech doesn't mean.
Oh my god, that's clearly not. He said he doesn't view all. He said he'll talk to them, but he doesn't view it. He doesn't think there's a point to debating people who don't believe in democracy, because obviously the whole point of it should be to affect what happens in democracy. Not for to take me up on my offer to come crew on my boat. I give him his own cabin. Where the fuck is your? I live on the East Coast. Is your boat on the East Coast? Like,
you need to give credibility.
If it has Starlink, then maybe.
Or oxygen or platform.
So I can
People who
stream
don't
well in
agree
there.
in human equality.
I hear Mehdi's point about not giving them a platform, but the thing is, if you stop giving them a platform, they don't just go away and change their mind. And then you tell the rest of society no one exists who thinks like that, and that's not true.
I do like to debate people, even people I disagree with. I try and avoid bad faith folks.
I think that's to some extent true, but I think
some of the folks today were bad faith. I'm anti-conservative, right? I don't support conservative views on taxation. I don't support conservative views on immigration. But the people here today were way beyond conservative. This is open authoritarianism. And this is what is being normalized and mainstreamed in our country by people in power, by the media, by people who don't know any better.
Okay, incredible. Can I come back now? Yep, you can come back. What a fun.
Hey, Queen.
What's up, sister?
No, watch. Oh, don't call me that. Watch the video I sent.
I am looking at the thumbnail and I don't like what I'm seeing.
Why not?
I think this is a Michael Jackson song that needs more attention.
You know that guy?
It's not
I
listened
don't.
to as much.
Apparently, someone in my chat knows. What the fuck?
You've never heard of Nova Online?
Across the nighttime.
I have not. Oh my god, it's a full ass cover. What the fuck?
Yeah, he does this a lot. Alleged fetishist? Dude, there are plenty of pictures confirming that he is a fetishist.
Dude, why does he get... Is that the... Guys, I'm not beating the Gooner allegations. That is the Chatterbait, like, notification sound, though, right? Is that not... Let me see if I can find another one.
Looking out across the nighttime. The city winks.
Fuck, where was it?
You need to be caught up on this guy's lore. He is something.
Sweet seduce inside.
I sent this to you because you like Michael Jackson, and this is my favorite Michael Jackson song.
Do I like Michael Jackson?
18 plus fans. I'm
Yes,
pre-recording a
well,
bunch of
every
karaoke
time I come
videos.
over, you make me
I'm
play Michael Jackson Experience with you, so...
That's just because that's... First of all, that's not true. I feel like we've played that
And also,
once
you had an
and maybe
autistic
twice.
Michael Jackson phase.
I did when I was like 10, but I don't really...
Exactly. So, therefore, you like Michael Jackson.
I don't really like Michael Jackson anymore. I don't think I've listened to his music in a while.
I listen to Michael
There's
Jackson
an old
at least
saying
once
that goes, be careful.
every couple months.
Hour-long video. What the hell? About all the allegations. Oh my god.
React to it on stream.
There's an old saying.
I don't want to do that. I'm probably gonna watch this off stream, honestly, because it seems entertaining. But
This kid, I saw videos of him, like, I saw clips of his YouTube channel when he was like 11. And it sucks because he was a cute little kid making Pokemon videos. And now he's a tub of lard.
a tub of lard?
A tub of lard who does weird things on the internet and is probably a pedophile. It's sad. But also I don't care for pedophiles, so I don't feel that bad.
Incredible. Brave take.
Thanks.
Where's the capital Croatia? I don't know where the capital.
Would you say that I'm generally the least problematic person in maybe not your life. Let's minimize that. In the server.
No.
Well, shit, who is?
Probably either Josh or Zach.
Not in like our server. I mean like
I mean, they are in this server too, but
yeah. Okay, well shit. Well, that they don't say anything in that server. They don't count.
okay, sure. I don't know. I mean, you might be then, because everyone else is like either I don't know them because they're like not a streamer, or they have drama with at least some other people. So I guess by default you might.
Awesome.
Although, like, I don't know, like Hamsters, I don't think he's not problematic.
Well, I just don't talk about anything political ever. You guys were in the middle of talking in the philosophy chat, and I said, "Go to bed with itchy butt, wake up with smelly finger." I refuse to engage in anything where it would require me to form a cohesive thought. So, and I think I'm capable of being smart, but like everybody else in the server is like substantially smarter than me, and anytime I say something smart, it makes me feel stupid because then you guys say something smarter.
I understand. That's how that's what happens with me and econ stuff sometimes, because I have a lot of I have a decent number of fans who know more about econ than me, and they'll say stuff I don't understand when I ask them questions or stuff. And really, same thing about philosophy, but
I know everything there is to know about philosophy.
That's true. What do you think about? Do you think a Connor boy is wrong about his egalitarian stupid fucking theories?
Probably.
Let's go. Debunked. A Connor boy debunked. Let's go. For the third time today, actually.
I've like egalitarian how?
A Connor boy believes that inequality is intrinsically valuable. Utility may also be valuable, he said, or is also valuable, he says, but he would prefer, at least in some cases, lower total utility, but more equality. And I think that's not right.
Yeah. I don't entirely agree with that.
Wow. Debunked. Let's go. Anyone who doesn't switch to Linux as their desktop operating system is literally just like Hitler. That is true. Dude, I don't even think I could use Linux if I wanted to, because I don't think Adobe programs really work on Linux, and I kind of need Adobe programs, so.
We should do a stream where you're not on it, but I'm on it, and I play Pokemon, and everyone watches me play Pokemon.
That I don't think. No offense, I don't know how many of my fans would watch that.
Your fans seem to like me. I bring in the numbers.
Do they?
No, I don't. That's a lie.
I don't know that to be true. I don't know. Listen, we'll put you at the end of the year. We'll do the Nonfon Awards again, and you'll be a nominated for Orbiter of the Year or whatever, and we'll see if
I better win an award this time.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna vote for sample text. I would guess they're gonna vote for sample text. What's up?
Yo, how are there two non-fawns? That doesn't make any sense.
Everyone's copying me. Everyone's copying me, bro.
I'm the real non-fawn.
How did it go with your Jubilee guy? I only caught the beginning.
I mean, mostly pretty good. I mean, it was about what I expected. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a lot of dumb shit. I think.
You don't say.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think it's I mean, I know the reason I was able to like get him on so soon and stuff is because like I knew of him before he went on Jubilee, even just because I had mutual friends with him. Like he's in sort of the same like Discord like econ circles that me and my buddies are in. So like I knew vaguely like stuff he was gonna say, and like I went over like some of the issues I had with what he said on the Jubilee episode, and he, to be fair, did say like some of the things that he said on the Jubilee episode are more just kind of trying to appeal to the audience and to Mehdi Hasan.
I fucking hate that shit so much. Like you see, like I think there's like a gay guy on there, and he was one of the far right guys, and it's like as soon as like the cameras are off, he's like, "Oh yeah, I just do it for fun," and I was just, like you're worse than people that are actually bad people. Because you're being a bad person and spreading bad people messages, even though you know it's wrong, because you want money, which makes you worse because you don't even have convictions. I hate those people. Okay, well, good to know that he's a piece of shit.
Well, I mean, it's also, I mean, you know, part of the, I think, I don't know if you got to watch this part of it, but you know, part of the reason he doesn't like immigration is because he thinks that like Hispanics just intrinsically have a lower IQ and like genetically are predisposed to committing more crime, and he fucking hates Jewish people. So you know, they're
okay, so,
you know,
okay, he's a principled terrible person. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm glad you got that opportunity. It seems fun. It looks like people are scrambling for their moment with dipshit backwards hat McGee, and I wanna JDAM the Jubilee fucking site within a video game Minecraft, obviously, but like I fucking anyway, I gotta go to bed. I gotta wake up early and gotta schmooze with some peeps. So I'll see you later. Have fun, guys.
See ya. Have fun with fucking Rokana. Are you still with him?
I'm still with Rokana.
Yeah, have fun with that.
It's funny how they have to play coy about not running for president because it's 3 years early, but it's like, why are you going to all these states? Like, you're not just hanging out, dude. We know what you're doing. You're like, oh boy, I sure do love South Carolina industry. But we're going to all the churches. We went to all the Baptist black churches, and we're having a great time singing gospel and all that.
Well, I look forward to that.
And we're also
I
with
can do a really good impression of a preacher who's singing really loud. I would do it, but it's
if it wasn't 1 in the morning, I'd say go for it. But I got kind of a headache.
I look forward to the soy pill vice presidency. I'm very excited for the.
Oh God, I will never run for office. I don't think I will. I couldn't handle this guy is a machine going like to 8 different town halls and saying the same thing every time. And the problem is like, I'm going to be myself, and you clearly, even as well as he's playing the game and like being authentic and down to earth and not being the weird uptight Democrat, he's absolutely still playing the politics game. Like you can see like he has to choose his words super carefully. We had like Gaza protesters, and the way he addressed it was good, but like, you know, he couldn't say what he exactly wanted to say, and it's a lot of that stuff, and it's very frustrating, and I couldn't do it. I would say slurs on stage.
Yeah, I've seen you on WIC panels. I don't think you could handle the.
I couldn't handle it. I could, unless I shift the Overton window like Trump did, and it's just like, fuck it.
Maybe.
Politicians are just guys now.
That's what we need. Yeah.
But no, I don't want to be in office. I want to keep entertaining people. You know, my image can't be the president. Although I will say, in kindergarten, it said, "What job do you want in the future?" And it's me in a suit. It said, "I want to be the president." So it was a little shit. So who knows?
Oh, you were that kid.
No, I was that kid. But no, I also Jesse Jackson's son is here, Jonathan Jackson, so the representative from Illinois, Chicago, and then Jim Clyburn was here. And it seems like Bernie really did not reach out to the black communities here when he needed to, and they're kind of learning from those mistakes and going through the Jim Clyburn network, which is great.
Hell yeah! All right.
But yeah, it's going well. They were eating fried chicken at the HBCU, which is fine because fried chicken is delicious. But I just thought I noticed it, and I just wanted to say it was happening.
They better donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project to offset some of that negative feeling.
I can't imagine you, Nonfon, trying to explain that to someone who's like, there's like this woman, like I legitimately thought of you the other day because there's this woman like crying, telling her story about like how her family members like are suffering and dying because of these Medicaid cuts and lack of health care. And I was just like, what if Nonfon tried to explain shrimp welfare to her like in the middle of her like story?
That is exactly what I want people to think of me for. Hell yeah.
I know that your one family member suffered, but could you imagine hundreds of thousands of shrimp suffering to the nth degree more?
Did you ever reach out to my ex-girlfriend and text her about the Shrimp Welfare Project like you said you would? Or was that...
I did not.
Okay.
But maybe I will.
Good, because that would have been embarrassing for the both of us.
What if I could save some shrimp, though?
Nonfon, why are you in this person's ex-girlfriend's DMs? What's going on, man?
Well, I'm not. I don't think I've ever DM'd her, actually. So...
You sly dog. You do. I see you in all these OnlyFans girls' replies trying to get them under the shrimp welfare. I see you risen it up. Neoliberalism.
I love so much that the guy, Bethan's Bulldog, who's the guy who like wrote the Shrimp Welfare Project like blog post that like initially blew up. That's what informed me about the Shrimp Welfare Project. It's still funny to me when he like sees my tweets and likes and replies to them when they're under like half naked woman. It's so funny to me. I love it so much. I'm so glad.
What you gotta understand is one of these times it's gonna work too. Because you're a good looking guy, and you're preying on these younger women who are they're into the absurdist postmodernist humor. And the Shrimp Welfare Project is very serious, and we all care a lot about shrimp, but it's also postmodernistly absurd. And it's gonna work one day. You're going to find a wife because of the Shrimp Welfare Project.
Hopefully. That's the goal.
I'll be praying for it. I'm not a religious man until this morning when I was basked in the light and song of the music of God in the Baptist church, and I will be praying for you, Nonfon. So.
Hell yeah.
All right. Have a good night, buddy. I'll talk to you guys later.
You too. See ya.
Bye.
I was supposed to go to church this morning, but I didn't.
Incredible. What the fuck? Oh, I guess it's probably supposed to be like a craving or whatever.
Whoa, what in the hell?
This will be my future wife, according to Isaac. Hell yeah.
True.
Time to krill myself. Let's go. Shrimp egg.
Idea. We have a movie night and we watch Shark Tale.
Okay. I feel like, I think we've all seen Shark Tale, but all right.
Shark Tale is a really good movie and we should watch it.
That's true. Well, really good is a funny word to use.
No, what are you talking about?
It's like an ironically good movie.
No, it's intentionally good.
I don't know. Tyrus thinks that you should save 25 shrimp over a human. I don't know if the number is that low.
Is good.
It's good if you watch it while high. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Nonfon needs a 1 Krillion shirt. I do want a Shrimp Welfare Project shirt, but I don't.
You know what movie is also really good when you're not sober? Bubble Boy.
I have no clue what the fuck that is.
I told you about this movie when I came over for 4th of July. I told you that I watched it while I was drunk off my ass at 3 in the morning. Chat, you guys have seen those videos on Instagram Reels where it's like the AI narrator and he's like, this boy was born without an immune system and he has to live in a bubble for the rest of his life. It's that movie. That movie is really good, but only if you're insanely drunk. So I suggest that all of you take a couple shots of coconut rum and watch not Coconut Boy, Bubble Boy. Because that movie's really good. And also, it is probably the best Jake Gyllenhaal movie that has ever been made. Brokeback Mountain and Donnie Darko are incomparable to the masterpiece that is Bubble Boy.
True.
See? Nonfon agrees.
Because you're always right. Every time.
It's true. I am always right.
See, I think if I bought...
This merch is so ugly. Don't buy this.
Well, see, here's the issue. I want this Shrimp Welfare Project merch, but I feel like if I were to buy it, I want a whole fucking wardrobe, okay? I want like 2 or 3 shirts as well as
dude, you want a fucking SpongeBob wardrobe. This is like...
As well as a jacket and a hoodie. That way I can wear, like, 3 out of 5 days, okay? I'm wearing the Shrimp Welfare Project shirt, and then, like, the other 2 days I either got the hoodie or jacket on, okay? I think, that's what I need. Not that any purchase of Shrimp Welfare Project shirt would be unethical. You should donate that money instead. That is another consideration. Is like, should you just donate the money instead of wearing the fucking shirt? But maybe you can argue buying this shirt is still utility maximizing because people will ask about it, and I'll tell them about the Shrimp Welfare Project, and they'll donate money they otherwise wouldn't have donated if I had not bought the shirt. And also, I don't know how much of a profit they make on these shirts, but I mean, the profits still do go to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Oh no, what's that?
That would require you to go outside.
No.
Oh shit! I got thrown in.
If you wear the Shrimp Welfare Project shirt, you got to go outside to see other people.
Oh well, that's true. But I mean, I'm able to wear it on stream, so.
But at that point, you mentioned the Shrimp Welfare Project every single stream. So would the shirt really be needed?
That's true, actually.
Yes, it is. Also, are y'all not gonna get the man himself in here?
Localist doesn't want to talk about. Localist never wants to talk about anything. I know what the conversation with Localist is going to be because I've had it 100 times. It's not going to be an interesting conversation. So I don't really.
10th Amendment.
I don't really care to have it.
You want a debate secession?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what every fucking conversation is.
Yeah, let's debate secession here really quick.
Is the Wordle word titty?
No, I'm so mad that it's not because I thought it was.
I haven't even played Wordle yet. Oh god.
I haven't either.
What,
you guys are spoiling
your
it.
least favorite amendment? Go.
The 19th.
True. I second that.
Let's go. Based.
14.
I feel like the third. I feel like we have like a very important 1 and 2, and then the third is like.
The 19th is the women one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
okay. Yeah.
Suffrage. That is.
And to think back
suffrage.
to sophomore year civics, I don't keep up with the amendments.
Ron,
I do keep up with the Kardashians.
As you should. That's the only important thing we need to know.
Why what? Why the Wordle?
You cheated. You started out with the word that I said.
I did start out with titty.
Damn it, cheater.
I mean, I would have like.
It is
I mean, like,
partially my fault because I said something about it.
it is actually entirely your fault because you're the one that brought it up. Like I knew the word
well,
is
I
close
didn't
to
think you
titty.
were gonna look back at it. I was just thinking out loud in the middle of chat.
Now, Nonfon, you should be banned for that behavior. Someone ban Nonfon.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
someone
possible.
banned Nonfon.
Which one?
The stupid
real one?
one, not me.
Dude, am I never not gonna get this? What if it's titty with 2 D's?
Will the real Nonfon please stand up?
If
I
you
am.
search up Nonfon, there's like multiple different users it immediately goes to.
Oh, we do this bit on Jackbox too. We do this everywhere.
Like if you type in non, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different accounts.
Wait, what? Wait, where? In YouTube?
In Discord, if you hit @non.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. What were y'all talking about? Before I graced
When?
y'all with my presence.
Oh, not that much.
I don't watch your streams, man. You assume. I don't even know if you're live right now.
I am live right now. I wouldn't be in a stream room if I wasn't live right now.
The streams are boring until I join. Let's face the reality.
Well, yeah. I came here to debate you. Actually.
Wait, oh my god! I'm actually
Let me
gonna
show it
fucking.
was a good movie.
Hold on. I'm gonna fuck up this Wordle. What possible other combination of letters could this fucking shit be?
How the
What?
fuck do you have one guess left?
I guess I've tried. What the
Did you
fuck?
just read, like titty like 5 times in a row?
No, I've just been different letters every time.
How does he mess up this badly?
I literally
It's when
cannot
you
think
write
of
titty 5
another
times in a row.
word it could be.
Do you want a hint?
No, don't give him a hint. This is
Okay,
way
I
too
won't
funny.
give him a hint.
Dude, I don't even know. I'm just gonna start putting random letters because I literally don't know. No, fuck. Oh, I would never. Oh my god.
Don't reveal it because I'm trying to do it right now.
It's the dumbest word possible.
I didn't know that.
FYI.
Didn't know that was a word.
The dumbest possible word. Got it. Okay.
Also, by the way, I was reminded of this. Pentuple has not explained why he thinks shrimp don't suffer, okay? He has just stated shrimp don't suffer. I told him the evidence shows that shrimp do suffer. But, he just doesn't care.
He has a habit of doing that. Saying things and then not expounding upon them.
That's true. That's true. Although, in fairness, I'm pretty sure he still has me muted on Twitter, so I don't even know if he saw it. But
you know what? Yeah.
Follow me on Twitter.
Follow
I
me on
post
Twitter.
Absolute shit.
Exclamation point X in chat. Okay. Dude, my Twitter is actually funny sometimes. At least 30%.
I only
of the
have
time.
Twitter so I can save photos from my Nintendo Switch onto my phone.
I'm just a non-fun reply guy.
That's true.
Twitter, so I can...
You are a serial non-fun tweet liker. So.
I should probably have your notifications on so I can do the same. And it'll be like absolutely totally unrelated. Like I on Twitter would say consistently to this random guy I had no idea who he was. Hey, have you played Hades 2 yet? Have you played Hades 2 yet? I'm pretty sure he was like a politician. I forgot who.
Well, I mean, I tell a lot of women about the Shrimp Welfare Project. There's a lot of gooner stuff I get on my Twitter, and I either reply like, "Oh my god," or I reply with the Shrimp Welfare Project, and I think that's funny.
Are you botting likes on Twitter?
Me? No.
Yeah. There's no way that many people watch you on Twitter of all platforms.
Oh, this stream did really good on Twitter. That's not concurrent, by the way. That's just that's the total number. No one is active in Twitter chat ever. That's just a current. Sorry, that's just the total number of people who have like seen that in their timeline, and that's just because that person. Everyone didn't want to see me. They wanted to see the person I had on stream, right? Like it was because it was a guest. Like.
Yeah.
Thanks for following, Adolia. Welcome. Hell yeah. Yeah. Wait, did you get it, vegan? Okay, you got it.
I did, dude. I'm a fucking G. I had so many gray letters. Look at how many gray letters I had.
This
There's
word
like
is
nothing left.
stupid. What the hell? I'm like.
I had an obscene amount of gray letters.
I started off really lucky too, and I'm like kind of pissed. I got the first 2 letters on my first guess.
Why is Grumple's channel trailer him in a MAGA hat? Make retro great again? He's kind of weird. I think he's autistic.
Probably.
So why wasn't it Titty?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Vegan, did you guess Titty too?
No.
I gotta get rid of as many letters as I can.
I'm gonna. Oh, what the fuck? I'm gonna end stream in a bit here. I guess we'll be probably chatting with these people for a little bit, for
Are
a
we
few minutes
gonna
still.
debate Shark
So,
Tale before or after you're done with Wordle? By the way.
Real quick, last
after
you know,
Wordle. I mean,
if you're new here,
right here about,
subscribe.
So
Fuck these people. Okay, if you're new here, make sure to fucking subscribe. Make sure to smash that like button on YouTube. So if you're watching on Twitch or Kick, or Twitter, make sure to subscribe to me on YouTube so you see all the videos when they come out, when I edit them finally. And yeah, I mean, we'll have that one conversation. I need to get that out fast because free views. That'll probably come out tomorrow. So yeah, exclamation point TTS in the chat, and you can donate so I can afford a Shrimp Welfare Project merch. That's the most important thing. I'm just kidding. Most important thing is probably YouTube subs. Realistically, YouTube subs, YouTube watch time, YouTube likes, probably what I care about the most. So yeah, do that. Anyway, see ya.
Well, you don't really seem to have a strong opinion. The last time you watched it was when you were 8 years old, and you don't seem to really recall.
It's true.
Yeah.
It is true.
experience
But
of that.
also, yeah. But I also think it's funny that Oscar the fish looks exactly like Will Smith. And I just think that that's funny. And I think that that was an intentional poetic device used by the creators of Shark Tale.
To do what?
To convey the complexities of his character.
What complexities?
I don't fucking know. I haven't watched that movie in...
It's just, look at that. Nonfon is
15
rating out.
years.
He's bored. He's fucking bored.
I'm about to end stream because I do want to edit videos and go to bed.
Look what you've done.
My bad.
He wanted you to do so well in defending the honor of Shark Tales. Now he's rating out in shame.
True.
My bad.
Okay, anyway, any final words before all you guys never get to see my chatters again? Okay.
What?
Oh,
you're ending stream?
Yeah.
Fuck the Constitution. Let's bring back
True.
British rule.
That's true.
Follow Nonfon on Rumble. He does a lot of gambling streams.
I do have a Rumble. I don't do gambling streams. It's just the same stream you get here. It's just multi-stream to Rumble.
Nonfon will say 1350 though on Rumble.
I do, yeah. That's actually every time I end stream, I actually don't end it on Rumble, and the Rumble stream keeps going, and I start being racist. Yeah, that's what happens.
You get the true opinions of Nonfon on Rumble.
Exactly. You guys got 10 seconds. You guys on Twitch are heading over to Carbon Says. If you don't follow me, don't subscribe to me, do that. Subscribe, all that jazz.
Oh, mama.
See you guys later. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, you guys on YouTube are going to someone too. Make sure.